long-forgotten stone circles, towering amidst the foggy European plains. Enigmatic labyrinths, chiseled into rocks by the hands of unknown masters. Ancient structures, whose stones hold secrets that defy explanation by modern science. Europe is not just the cradle of our known civilization, but also the guardian of 15 extraordinary architectural mysteries, before which even the most experienced archaeologists of our time are powerless. Today, we embark on a journey to places where official history meets the inexplicable. You will see ancient tombs within which strange energy spikes are still recorded, and massive stone blocks connected with such incredible precision that not even a knife's edge can pass between them. How could our ancestors, without modern technologies, create such perfect structures? Who actually built the mysterious towers and castles of which local legends speak, claiming that they were built not by people? And why, in ruins dating back thousands of years, are artifacts found that completely contradict our understanding of the past? Prepare to learn about European architectural wonders, the existence of which casts doubt on everything we know about human history. Before we delve into the mysteries of continental Europe, it is impossible not to pause at the most famous and perhaps most enigmatic megalithic complex in the world, the magnificent Stonehenge, whose colossal stones have stood silently for more than 4,500 years on the plains of Salisbury in southern England. This stone circle, composed of massive vertical slabs topped with horizontal lintels, is like a frozen melody of antiquity, continuing to resonate through the centuries. Imagine these monumental stones, some weighing up to 40 tons, brought from quarries located 280 miles away from the construction site. How could a primitive society of the Bronze Age transport these colossal boulders over such distances? By what roads? With what mechanisms? Traditional archaeological theories suggest the use of wooden sledges, wooden rollers, and thousands of workers. But even modern engineers recognize that such an operation would present a complex logistical challenge even today. What is even more astonishing is the astronomical precision of the complex. The main axis of Stonehenge is ideally oriented towards the point of sunrise on the summer solstice, while other lines indicate key astronomical events. How could the builders, presumably without writing, calculate these complex astronomical cycles with such remarkable accuracy? Some researchers assert that Stonehenge was an ancient observatory, others see it as a ritual center, and still others consider it a place of healing. Geophysical investigations in recent years have revealed dozens of hidden structures around the main complex. Pits, channels, smaller stone circles, forming a complex system that stretches for many kilometers. What is even more remarkable is that acoustic experiments have shown that the stone construction possesses unique acoustic properties, creating unusual echo effects and resonances. Were these properties accidental, or did the ancient builders intentionally create a sound architecture for their rituals? Local legends attribute the creation of Stonehenge to the magician Merlin, who is said to have transported the stones from Ireland with the help of magic. Although this story seems fantastic, it may contain a kernel of truth, perhaps preserving a memory of technology so extraordinary that it appeared to be magic to simple people. An intriguing theory was proposed by British engineer Harry Solstice, who, after many years of research, suggested that the builders of Stonehenge could have used acoustic levitation, a technique where sound waves of a certain frequency create a field capable of lifting heavy objects. Modern experiments with ultrasound demonstrate the possibility of levitation of small objects. But could the ancient people have mastered a more perfect version of this technology? Another mystery is associated with strange energy anomalies detected inside the stone circle. Sensitive instruments register inexplicable fluctuations in the magnetic field, especially during solstices and equinoxes. Some visitors describe a sensation of electric tingling upon touching the stones at certain moments. What is this? Natural geomagnetic phenomena, or the result of a special construction created by ancient engineers? Recent archaeological discoveries have only added to the enigma of Stonehenge. In 2014, with the help of a ground-penetrating radar, 17 previously unknown ritual structures were discovered around the main complex, indicating the existence of a vast ceremonial landscape stretching for many kilometers. This suggests that Stonehenge was only the central element of a much larger and more complex sacred space. Analysis of the remains of people buried nearby showed that some of them came from very distant regions, including modern Switzerland and even the Mediterranean. Was Stonehenge an international center of pilgrimage in those distant times? Did it possess a reputation as a place of special power, attracting people from all of Europe? Another remarkable detail. Some of the stones of Stonehenge, known as the blue stones, possess unique acoustic properties. They produce a ringing sound reminiscent of a metallic gong when struck. Was this a coincidence, or were the ancient builders specifically selecting these stones for their acoustic qualities for some unknown rituals? As we learn more about Stonehenge, its mystery only deepens. Official science can explain certain aspects of its creation, but the full picture continues to elude us, as if the ancient builders intentionally encrypted their knowledge in stone, leaving a mystery that we are still unable to solve. But Stonehenge is only the first stop on our journey through the enigmatic architectural structures of Europe. Now let us travel to the continent where, amidst the dense forests of France, lies another no less mysterious megalithic complex, Karnak. The Callanish stones, located on the island of Lewis in Scotland, represent not only a remarkable monument of ancient architecture, but also one of the most intriguing enigmas of the megalithic era. These magnificent stone constructions, dating back approximately 5,000 years, tower over the rugged Scottish landscape, seemingly guarding the secrets of the past that have puzzled researchers and adventurers for centuries. Imagine standing on this wind-swept island, feeling the cool sea breeze caress your face, and gazing at the massive stones standing in strict order, like warriors ready for battle. Legends of the local inhabitants claim that these stones are petrified giants, transformed into stone as punishment for their pride. But what was the true purpose behind the erection of this enigmatic complex? Archaeologists have yet to reach a consensus on its function. Some believe that Callanish could have served as a site for rituals connected to ancestral cults or solar religion, while others suggest it was an observatory, using astronomical observations to determine the time of sowing and harvesting. How was such a complex structure built in prehistory when the technologies we possess today were unavailable? Evidence indicates that the stones were brought from another part of the island, and their transportation remains a mystery. How did the ancient builders manage this task without modern machinery and tools? Some researchers propose that they may have used simple wooden sleds and the strength of their fellow villagers. But even this would have required significant effort and organization. The Callanish stones also possess unique acoustic properties. Under certain conditions, one can hear the wind passing between them, creating enchanting sounds that may have been part of the rituals of ancient people. But what if these sounds were not accidental? What if they were part of a mysterious pagan practice of which we know nothing? Furthermore, the vicinity of the complex has yielded evidence of burials, raising numerous questions. Were these stones a place of worship where ancestors gathered to honor their departed? Or did they serve a greater purpose than merely a ritual platform? Some researchers suggest that the complex could have been part of a vast network of megalithic structures connecting different regions and cultures, testifying to the high level of development of societies at that time. But what was the true purpose of these structures? What was their connection to ancient beliefs and rituals? With each new discovery related to the Callanish stones, the mystery only deepens and the questions multiply. Archaeological research continues, and each new finding only fuels interest in this enigmatic place. Perhaps the true purpose of the Callanish stones was hidden in their very structure and form, a kind of code that we are still unable to decipher. But this is not the only enigma we will encounter on our journey through the world of ancient secrets. From the island of Lewis, we will move on to no less mysterious sight: the mysterious stone circles scattered along the coast of Ireland, where each structure holds its own history and secrets, waiting for someone to unravel them. The Giant's Causeway, located on the coast of Northern Ireland, is one of the most enchanting natural mysteries, surrounded by legends and myths for centuries. This unique basalt formation, consisting of approximately 40,000 hexagonal columns, majestically rises from the water, resembling a gigantic staircase leading to infinity. Standing on this mystical place, Feeling the salty sea breeze and hearing the sound of waves crashing against the rocks, it is impossible not to ponder the secrets hidden within this natural wonder. Scientists explain the origin of the Giant's Causeway as a result of volcanic activity that occurred more than 600 million years ago, when lava, cooling, formed these remarkable multi-sided columns. However, despite scientific explanations, ancient legends tell a different story. They claim that this was a road built by giants to cross the sea and reach Scotland, where, according to legend, their rival, the giant Finn McCool, lived. How could such incredible beings as giants create such a grand structure? It may be just a fantasy, but in Irish culture, myths about giants fighting each other are passed down from generation to generation, leaving traces in the collective consciousness of the people. The columns themselves, framed by rugged cliffs and green hills, evoke admiration with their ideal order, as if they were carved by skilled hands, not created by nature. But what if these myths contain a grain of truth? Some researchers suggest that in ancient times, these lands might have been inhabited by giants, and their knowledge of construction and architecture might have exceeded all our notions. Could such ancient civilizations, about which we know nothing, have really existed? Looking at the Giant's Causeway, it is impossible not to ask, what would life on this land have looked like if giants had really existed? It is also remarkable that in this place, many artifacts have been found, confirming the presence of ancient people who might have used this place as a sacred site. Some believe that the Giant's Causeway could have served as a place for rituals related to the worship of natural forces, but what exactly were they trying to honor? Perhaps these stone structures served not only as a connection with the spirit world, but also as observatories, allowing ancient people to observe celestial phenomena. While scientists continue to study this place, uncovering new mysteries, the enigma of the Giant's Causeway remains unsolved. Looking at this natural beauty, one can feel how history and mythology intertwine, leaving us only hints about the true essence of this magnificent place. But this is not all the mysteries that Northern Ireland hides. Let us move on to the next mysterious place, the ancient circles, which also keep their secrets, waiting for someone to decipher them. What were their true purposes? And what stories could they tell us about the ancient peoples who inhabited these lands? The labyrinths of Gotland Island in Sweden represent one of the most mysterious and intriguing enigmas of antiquity, shrouded in a veil of myths and secrets that have captivated researchers and adventurers for over 3,000 years. These stone structures, situated on the picturesque rocky coasts, resemble gigantic spiderwebs woven from massive boulders that have become part of the landscape. When you step onto these ancient labyrinths, feeling the cold stone beneath your feet and hearing the whisper of the wind, you can't help but wonder what secrets lie hidden behind their winding paths. Scholars believe that these labyrinths may have served as sites for rituals or symbols, possibly used in religious ceremonies by ancient peoples who inhabited these lands. But how could simple stone constructions hold such profound significance for people who lived here more than 3,000 years ago? There are various theories about the purpose of these labyrinths. Some researchers suggest that they could have been sacred paths leading to a central area where important rituals or meditations took place, while others believe that these labyrinths symbolized the path of life, filled with challenges and trials that one must overcome. How could such complex constructions have been created without modern technologies? Could our ancestors possess knowledge and skills that have been lost over time? Within the labyrinths, surrounded by quiet fields and boundless expanses, one can feel the atmosphere of antiquity and mystery. The labyrinths of Gotland are astonishingly precisely carved, and their walls, framed by green grass and colors, seem to preserve endless stories of ancient priests and wise men who may have conducted their rituals here. Traveling through such places, you cannot help but ask, what could their creators have seen? What secrets did they take with them into the afterlife? However, these labyrinths are not the only mystery hidden on Gotland. Around them, there are also other enigmatic artifacts, similar to ancient kurgan mounds and stone altars, which also raise many questions. Some local legends tell that these structures could have served as sites for sacrifices or been connected to ancient cults that worshipped gods of fertility and harvest. The more we study these labyrinths and their surroundings, the more questions arise. What was the true purpose of these constructions, and what influence did they have on the lives of ancient people? Why, despite numerous studies, do we still not have a clear answer to these questions? The labyrinths of Gotland, surrounded by silence and the grandeur of nature, continue to keep their secrets, inspiring awe and curiosity in anyone who dares to set foot on their lands. Some believe that these stone walls contain knowledge that could change our understanding of history. But what if behind these enigmas lies something even greater? Do you think there are similar labyrinths in other corners of the world, waiting to be discovered? What else could be hidden in the shadows of our history, ready to reveal its secrets to those who dare to explore them? The castle of Hohenwerfen, situated on a rocky cliff in the picturesque Austria, is one of the most mysterious medieval fortresses ever built. Its dark walls, rising high above the green landscape, seem to hold within them a multitude of secrets and unsolved histories. Built in the 12th century, this castle was not only a strategic point for defense against enemies, but also a place where the fates of many people intertwined. But what exactly is hidden in its underground chambers? Researchers descending narrow staircases into the darkness discover artifacts here that challenge all familiar notions of time and place of their creation. How could these strange objects end up in a castle built many centuries ago? Some findings, such as unusual tools and mysterious symbols, do not correspond to the epoch in which the castle was built. How did they get there? Some theories suggest that they might be connected to more ancient civilizations that left their mark in these places. But how is that possible if historical chronicles do not mention such cultures? Perhaps Hohenwerfen was not just a fortress, but a place where different epochs and cultures intersected, leaving behind only riddles. Legends about the castle are no less intriguing. They say that ghosts inhabit its underground chambers, guarding the secrets hidden in the dark corners. Local residents tell stories of strange sounds heard on dark nights, and sometimes even of shadows darting quickly between the walls. It might all be just a product of imagination, but such stories evoke a sense of awe and make one wonder, what if the walls really do harbor the spirits of those who once lived here? No less intriguing is the castle itself, which attracts an ever-increasing number of tourists and researchers each year. Its mighty walls, framed by beautiful landscapes, appear unassailable, but behind them lie dark secrets. The multitude of corridors and underground rooms, filled with cold air, lead to unknown places where every stone could tell a story. How must it have felt to be the castle's owners as they walked through these very corridors, filled with secrets and mysteries? There are also speculations that Hohenwerfen served as a place for secret gatherings and rituals connected to occultism or ancient beliefs. Some researchers have analysed the findings and concluded that they might be linked to ceremonies that were conducted here in the past. But what was the true purpose of these rituals? And what ancient knowledge might have been lost over time? The castle of Hohenwerfen and its underground chambers continue to remain a mystery, intriguing not only historians, but also lovers of secrets. Some believe that here might be buried knowledge that could change our understanding of the past. But what if behind these findings lie not only artifacts, but also keys to understanding ancient civilizations? What is the true history of this castle, and what secrets does it still hold, waiting to be discovered? Perhaps similar mysteries exist in other corners of the world, hiding endless possibilities for exploration and discovery. How many more secrets await us in the fascinating journey through the pages of history? The Bruzan dolmens, situated on the picturesque hills of France, represent one of the most mysterious and majestic archaeological discoveries left to us from ancient civilizations. These gigantic stone tombs, dating back approximately 5,000 years, not only impress with their scale, but also evoke deep admiration for their precise orientation towards celestial bodies, which challenges our understanding of the technological progress of those times. How could people, without modern tools, create such monumental structures, perfectly aligned with the sun and stars? Each dolmen, with its massive stone slabs, seems to hold secrets waiting to be revealed. What was the true function of these enigmatic constructions? Perhaps they served not only as burial sites, but also as ritualistic platforms for ancient ceremonies connected to astronomy and spirituality. Local legends tell of how, at night, when the moon illuminates the surroundings, one can hear the whispers of ancestors who once used these places to communicate with higher powers. But how is this possible? How could our ancestors know about such astronomical phenomena that we are only beginning to understand with modern science? Some scientists suggest that the dolmens were connected to ancient calendars used to track the changes of the seasons and predict lunar and solar eclipses. However, despite all the research, these assumptions remain only hypotheses. What was the true nature of these tombs? Perhaps they stored knowledge about the cycles of life and death, rebirth, and transformation. Many mysteries remain unsolved, such as how such a level of astronomical knowledge could have been achieved in a society that, according to historical records, used only the most primitive tools. Moving from the dolmens to other archaeological findings, we encounter numerous artifacts located in close proximity to these tombs. Unusual objects, such as mysterious stone spheres and intricate carvings, raise even more questions than answers. Some researchers suggest that these artifacts might be related to rituals aimed at venerating celestial bodies. But how do they fit into the overall picture of ancient culture? There is also a theory that the dolmens were part of a larger network of sacred sites stretching across all of Europe, uniting different tribes and cultures into a single spiritual system. But who were these people who left behind such monumental structures? Could they have been bearers of knowledge that we will never be able to comprehend? Researchers trying to solve this mystery face numerous obstacles, and each new artifact only adds fuel to the fire of intrigue. In the end, the Bruzan dolmens remain an unsolved enigma that continues to stir the minds of both scholars and enthusiasts of mysteries. How many more places like this exist, hiding ancient knowledge and wisdom? And what if these stone tombs are just the tip of the iceberg of ancient civilizations that once roamed this land, leaving behind a trail of mysteries? Each new discovery opens a door to a world full of wonders and unexplored possibilities, making us ponder how many more secrets our planet holds, waiting to be revealed. Drowned ruins of Loch Oich, hidden beneath the waters of one of the most mysterious lakes in Scotland, represent another captivating chapter in the Book of Ancient Mysteries, waiting to be revealed. These megalithic remnants, discovered in the 21st century, seem to emerge from the depths of history, reminding us that even the deepest waters can harbor secrets of which we are not aware. How could such massive and complex constructions end up underwater if no chronicle recorded their existence? This place, shrouded in legends and myths, holds many questions. What civilization built these enigmatic structures, and what role did they play in the lives of ancient people? Initially discovered by archaeologists in the 2000s, these ruins sparked genuine excitement among researchers and historians. Structures consisting of massive stone blocks located at the bottom of the lake resemble ancient megalithic monuments like Stonehenge. However, their exact purpose remains unclear. How could our ancestors, living thousands of years ago, create such grand constructions? And why were they left to sink into the waters of Loch Oich? Some scientists suggest that these buildings could have been part of a sacred site or ritual complex dedicated to worshipping water spirits or gods associated with water. But how does this theory align with the absence of historical records that could confirm these assumptions? Legends of the local inhabitants also add a touch of mystique to this place. They say that on sunny days, when the water of the lake is calm, one can see the shadows of ancient structures emerging from the surface, as if calling us to unravel their secrets. What purpose was embedded in this architecture if it was designed to be hidden from sight? Some researchers propose that these structures could have served as astronomical observatories, helping ancient people track the movements of celestial bodies. But how could they know about such phenomena, given that they did not have modern technologies? There are also more speculative theories suggesting that the ruins of Loch Oich might be connected to mythical lost lands mentioned in ancient traditions. Perhaps these structures were part of a civilization that preceded the known cultures and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind enigmatic monuments that we are yet to decipher. What happened to this civilization? How could they vanish without leaving any trace, except for the stone evidence of their existence? From the drowned ruins of Loch Oich, we can move on to other mysterious places where traces of ancient cultures are preserved. For example, not far from this lake, there are mysterious circles of stones and other megalithic structures that stretch over many kilometers. How are they connected to the ruins of Loch Oich? Were they part of the same culture? Or do each of these structures represent a separate chapter in the history of humanity? In this way, the drowned ruins of Loch Oich remain an unsolved mystery, prompting us to reflect on how many more secrets the Earth still hides. How many other similar places await discovery and the unraveling of their mysteries? These questions remain open, reminding us that our understanding of history is just the tip of the iceberg, with an infinite ocean of ancient enigmas lying beneath. The dolmens of Karnak, located on the picturesque hills of Brittany in France, represent another captivating chapter in the endless book of ancient mysteries. These megalithic complexes, whose age exceeds 6,000 years, seem to be ancient guardians standing at the threshold of time, continuing to evoke wonder and admiration among researchers. How could our ancestors, without modern technologies, create such monumental structures that still awe us with their precision and harmony? Massive stone blocks, meticulously arranged in lines and circles, form enigmatic alleys leading to the dolmens. Stone tombs that create an atmosphere of mystery and antiquity. But for what purpose were these complexes built? Many scholars have suggested that dolmens could have served as places of burial or ritual centers where ancient people conducted ceremonies connected with the veneration of their ancestors. However, how can we explain the precise arrangement of these stones, which seems to hint at some astronomical or geometrical concept? Some researchers assert that dolmens could have been part of a larger system connected with the observation of celestial bodies. How could ancient builders, without telescopes and precise instruments, know the significance of stars and planets? It is possible that this knowledge was passed down from generation to generation, based on observations and intuition. But what is even more intriguing is the fact that in the region of Karnak, there are more than 3,000 megaliths arranged in ideal geometrical formations, which causes bewilderment and raises many questions. Some researchers suggest that these stones might be connected with ancient rituals aimed at interacting with the cosmos or natural forces. What role did these stones play in the lives of the people who built them? And what were they trying to convey to future generations? Legends about these dolmens are filled with mystery and magic. It is said that at night, when the moon illuminates the stones, one can hear the whispers of ancient spirits that may be guarding their secrets. What purpose was embedded in these constructions if they were meant to remain hidden from the eyes of posterity? Some local residents believe that dolmens are portals to other worlds, and that those who can decipher their mysteries will gain knowledge inaccessible to ordinary people. But how do these myths and legends relate to reality? And do they contain any kernels of truth? There are also numerous theories that the dolmens of Karnak might be connected with other megalithic structures around the world. What are the connections between these monuments and those found in other countries? Some researchers suggest that over the centuries, there were cultural exchanges and migrations that led to the creation of similar structures in different corners of the planet. But how can we explain identical constructions that appeared in such remote places as Stonehenge in England or the temples on Easter Island? From the dolmens of Karnak, one can move on to other enigmatic places where traces of ancient cultures are preserved. For example, in the vicinity of Karnak, there are other megalithic monuments that continue to attract the interest of researchers. How are they connected to the dolmens? Were they parts of the same culture? Or does each of these constructions represent a separate chapter in the history of humanity? Thus, the dolmens of Karnak remain an unsolved mystery that makes us ponder how many more secrets our world hides. How many other similar places await discovery and deciphering of their mysteries? These questions remain open, reminding us that our understanding of history is just the tip of the iceberg, behind which lies an endless ocean of ancient enigmas. What other heritage of our ancestors is waiting for its time to be discovered and understood? The stone ship of Ale, located in the picturesque Skåne region of Sweden, represents one of the most enigmatic megalithic constructions remaining from ancient civilizations. This impressive structure, approximately 67 meters long, resembles a ship frozen in time, continues to bewilder researchers and history enthusiasts. How could such a grand structure have been created in the distant past? When people were able to construct something so monumental, yet its true purpose remains unexplained to this day. Is it a tomb, a temple, or a symbolic element reflecting the cosmic perception of ancient Scandinavians? One of the most intriguing aspects of the stone ship of Ale is its form, which undoubtedly evokes thoughts of maritime voyages and connection to the water element. Perhaps this structure served as a burial place for high-ranking individuals, allowing them to embark on their final journey to another world. But how can we explain the fact that in some places, the ship is surrounded by massive stones that clearly indicate that the ancient builders invested both practical and mystical significance into this structure? There are theories suggesting that the stone ship of Ale could have been a site for rituals connected to sea deities, who played a crucial role in the lives of ancient people. How could they venerate their gods if even in our time, the correct interpretation of this structure remains unclear? Some researchers propose that the stone ship was part of a larger network of cult objects designed for communication with supernatural forces. But what specific mysteries does it hold? Local legends claim that at night, when the moon reflects in the waters surrounding this stone monument, one can hear faint sounds that resemble the whispers of ancient sailors. Perhaps these are the spirits of those who once sailed on this ship, eager to share their stories with those who can hear them. But how do these myths and legends relate to the real facts? Research has shown that on the site of the stone ship, remains of various animals and objects were found, which could support its ritual significance. However, despite all these findings, the final answer to the question of the purpose of Ale remains unanswered. How is it possible that this structure, which could have been a key to understanding ancient beliefs, remains shrouded in mystery? From the stone ship of Ale, one can move on to other enigmatic megalithic monuments scattered around the world. Comparing them, one can notice a remarkable similarity in their forms and sizes, which makes one ponder about possible cultural exchanges between different peoples. Could ancient civilizations without modern means of transportation have created similar structures based on shared beliefs and rituals? Or is this just a coincidence without any historical basis? Such questions continue to puzzle researchers who strive to uncover the secrets hidden in the stones. The stone ship of Ale and its mysteries are just one chapter in the endless pages of human history, which remains largely unexplained. What other secrets await their time to be revealed and understood? We are only at the surface of the ocean of ancient wisdom, and who knows what other treasures are hidden beneath its waters, ready to share their stories with those who dare to dive into their depths. The dolmens of Liguria, these massive stone portals, silent sentinels of time, standing at the intersection of past and present, evoke in us a sense of awe and wonder. Located on the green slopes of the Italian Alps, they continue to guard their secrets, shrouded in legends and myths. Local residents have long believed that through these dolmens, one could pass into other worlds, into parallel realities where time and space lose their meaning. But how did these grand constructions, created by the hands of ancient people, manage to retain their mystery over the course of millennia? The first mentions of dolmens can be traced back to the Neolithic era, when people began to cultivate the land and establish the first settlements. However, their true purpose remains unclear. Some researchers suggest that dolmens served as burial sites, while others believe they were used in rituals dedicated to the worship of gods or ancestral spirits. But what secrets do these powerful stone walls hide? How could our ancestors build such massive structures using only primitive tools? The sizes of dolmens vary, but some of them reach several meters in height and width, with their walls constructed from enormous stone slabs perfectly fitted together. How did they manage to lift and install such heavy blocks without modern technology? This question continues to puzzle archaeologists and historians. Studying dolmens, scientists have discovered numerous mysterious symbols and signs that may have been part of ancient rituals. But what do they mean? Some theories suggest that dolmens could have been unique astronomical observatories, allowing ancient people to observe stars and planets. However, how can this be reconciled with the myths about passing into other worlds? According to local residents, at night, when the moon illuminates the dolmens, strange sounds of whispers and murmurs can be heard, which seem to be echoes of long-forgotten rituals. Perhaps these are the voices of the ancient ones to whom we owe attention and respect. Do we have a chance to unravel their mysteries? Or will they remain hidden in the darkness of history? Moreover, many researchers question whether there is a connection between the dolmens of Liguria and other megalithic monuments around the world. Could our ancestors, independently of each other, create similar structures based on a shared understanding of the universe and their role in it? Or is this merely a coincidental overlap, lacking a historical context? Delving into these reflections, we begin to realize that the dolmens of Liguria are just one of many mysteries hidden in the depths of our history. Embarking on a journey through the traces of ancient civilizations, we inevitably encounter questions for which there are no answers. How many secrets remain unsolved? Are there still dolmens waiting to be discovered, which could tell us about the past, beliefs, and hopes of people who left this world? We are only at the edge of a vast ocean of ancient wisdom, and each new discovery, each new question, plunges us deeper into the unknown waters of history. What other treasures and mysteries lie hidden beneath the veil of time, waiting to reveal their secrets to those who dare to tread this unexplored path? The Cromlech of Almendres, located in the picturesque Portugal, is one of the oldest megalithic structures in Europe, predating even the famous Stonehenge. This enigmatic complex, consisting of massive stone blocks, has remarkably preserved its mysteries over thousands of years. Local residents, from generation to generation, have passed down legends about living stones that, according to beliefs, can move at night, as if awakened by the ancient guardians. How did this happen? How did these massive monoliths, created by people who lived more than 5,000 years ago, manage to retain such a wealth of myths and histories? The Cromlech of Almendres, built from enormous granite blocks, is not only remarkable for its age, but also for its architectural symmetry. Each stone seems to have been carefully chosen and placed, creating a unique atmosphere of mystery. Some researchers assert that this cromlech may have served as an astronomical observatory, allowing ancient people to track the movements of celestial bodies. But how does this relate to the legends of the living stones? Perhaps the ancient builders attributed special significance not only to the stones themselves, but also to their relationships with the heavens, considering each star as a part of a great mosaic in which they played a unique role. But what does the idea of stones moving mean? Local residents tell stories that at night, under the silver light of the moon, one can hear strange whispers and cracks, which seem to echo ancient rituals. Some believe these are the spirits of ancestors trying to communicate with us, sharing their stories. How are these spirits connected to the mystery of the cromlech? Do we have a chance to unravel their secrets, or will they remain hidden in the mists of history? Like the dolmens of Liguria, the Cromlech of Almendres raises many questions to which scientists have not yet provided definitive answers. Some believe it was a burial site, while others suggest it was used for rituals connected to the worship of ancient gods. But what lies hidden behind its massive stones? These questions, like the structure of the cromlech itself, remain unanswered. Some researchers propose that the Cromlech of Almendres could be part of a vast network of megalithic monuments that once connected different cultures and peoples, making them part of a single whole. Could our ancestors, independently of each other, have created similar structures based on a shared understanding of the universe? Or was it merely a coincidence, devoid of deep historical context? Diving into these reflections, we begin to realize that the Cromlech of Almendres is just one of many mysteries hidden in the depths of our history. How many more secrets remain unexplored? Is there a connection between the cromlechs in different corners of Europe, perhaps built with the same purpose? We are only on the edge of a vast ocean of ancient wisdom, and each new discovery, each new question, plunges us deeper into the unknown waters of history. What other treasures and mysteries lie hidden beneath the veil of time, ready to reveal their secrets to those who dare to tread this uncharted path? Perhaps the answers to the questions that have tormented us for centuries lie hidden beneath these ancient stones. Mur de Valbona, situated in the picturesque mountains of Spain, is another example of a captivating enigma that continues to fascinate researchers and history enthusiasts. This ancient fortress wall, majestically standing on the slopes of hills, is shrouded in an aura of mystery and bewilderment. Officially, its origin remains undocumented, adding to its charm and intrigue. Local residents with pride recount their heritage, asserting that the wall possesses an extraordinary property. It grows on its own. How is this possible? How can a dead stone, created by human hands, continue to change and increase in size? Each stone of which this fortress is composed seems alive. At first glance, Mur de Valbona may appear to be a massive construction, but a more thorough examination reveals that it contains something more than just building material. Some researchers suggest that the mysterious changes could be linked to the peculiarities of the soil and vegetation, which might influence the structure of the wall, creating the illusion of its growth. But how to explain the fact that local residents have been passing down legends for centuries, claiming that the wall can take on new forms? In their stories, there is not only pride in their heritage, but also fear of something inexplicable. Who was the first builder of this fortress? Do forgotten civilizations exist in its history, leaving behind their secrets hidden under centuries of layers of history? Some scientists link Mur de Valbona to ancient cultures that might have used it for protection against external enemies. But no version can provide a definitive answer to its true purpose. Moreover, in the vicinity of the fortress, one can find numerous artifacts that do not fit into the usual picture. Strange symbols carved into the stones leave us with enigmatic messages from a distant past. What do they mean? Why were these signs chosen to be immortalized on the walls of the fortress? But this is not the only mystery hidden in this place. Delving into history, we encounter myths that Mur de Valbona was built under the influence of natural forces, or even as a result of interaction with other worldly beings. Perhaps the ancient builders sought to connect their fortress with the powers of nature, creating something greater than just a protective structure. Whatever the case, the study of this enigma may open new horizons in understanding our civilization and its relationships with the surrounding world. Some suggest that the mysterious connection between Mur de Valbona and similar structures may indicate the existence of a common cultural tradition that encompassed entire peoples. Perhaps the ancient people sought ways to interact with invisible forces that governed their lives. But can we truly believe that the wall can grow on its own? How to explain the strange changes that local residents notice? These questions remain open, just as the mystery hidden in the stones. With each new study and discovery, we get closer to solving these ancient riddles, but many of them may remain unanswered. How much more is hidden under the veil of time, ready to reveal its secrets to those who are willing to delve into the unknown? Are there other corners of the world with similar evidence waiting for their time? We stand on the threshold of uncovering grand mysteries that may change our understanding of the past. What other greatness and wisdom may be hidden in the depths of history? Menhir des Champs, located on the picturesque landscapes of France, represents yet another enigma that stirs the imagination of researchers and enthusiasts of antiquity. This gigantic stone, weighing more than 300 tons, is installed in a vertical position, evoking not only admiration, but also a multitude of questions. How did ancient people manage to move and install such a massive object without the use of modern technologies? What strength and skill did those who created this wonder possess? Imagine the scene. A group of people, possibly armed with only primitive tools, overcomes the difficulties to bring this colossus to its place. How could they organize such a grand work, requiring incredible strength, agility, and above all, knowledge? Some experts suggest that simple mechanisms, possibly wooden rollers or even systems of levers, could have been used to move the menhir. However, no matter how these theories are devised, they do not explain how such a heavy object was installed in a vertical position and remained stable for centuries. Among the local residents, there are many legends connected with this massive stone structure. Some of them say that the menhir was installed with the help of supernatural forces. Perhaps the ancient builders sought assistance from gods or spirits in creating this magnificent monument. But what if it is all just a myth? Or is there a grain of truth hidden in it, of which we are not aware? Remarkably, in the vicinity of Menhir des Champs, one can find other menhirs that, when viewed together, form mysterious geometric figures visible only from above. Some researchers suggest that these stones could have served not only ritual and ceremonial purposes, but also as astronomical orientation points. How could ancient people, without modern astronomical knowledge, arrange such complex constructions? What secrets are hidden in their arrangement? There are also more exotic theories linking the menhirs with ancient cults that might have had access to knowledge that has since been lost to time. Some suggest that these builders possessed advanced technological knowledge that was lost, and the menhirs themselves could be evidence of ancient technologies accessible only to the chosen few. But how can we explain the fact that such knowledge disappeared, leaving behind only silent stones that continue to guard their secrets? Comparing Menhir Dashan with other ancient structures, such as Stonehenge or the pyramids in Egypt, we can notice striking parallels. These monuments, despite their geographical distance, create a sense of a single ancient culture that has left us with its enigmas. But what were the purposes of these builders? What did they try to convey to their descendants through these massive stone structures? Each new answer only generates more questions. What were the customs and beliefs of the peoples who left these giant menhirs? What did they want to tell us, the inhabitants of the 21st century? Perhaps we are on the threshold of discovering new horizons, ready to reveal their secrets to those who dare to explore the unknown. How many more witnesses of ancient civilizations await their time to tell their stories? We continue to search, hoping that one day all these enigmas will be solved, and humanity will once again connect with the ancient knowledge and wisdom that, perhaps, still lie hidden beneath the veil of time. Transitioning from the grandiose menhirs of France to the mysterious cave temples of Valle d'Itria in Italy, we encounter yet another unsolved mystery of antiquity that captivates researchers and history enthusiasts with its enigmatic splendor. These underground cult complexes, carved into soft limestone, are not only remarkable for their architectural precision, but also for the atmosphere of mystery that envelops them, like a fog. How could ancient builders create such complex structures, taking into account both aesthetic and astronomical aspects? Many questions arise when looking at the walls of these temples, adorned with mysterious reliefs and symbols that may hold the keys to understanding ancient rituals and beliefs. What meaning did the creators invest in these works of art, and what were they trying to convey to future generations? Some researchers believe that the builders of Valle d'Itria possessed knowledge that has been lost over time and could have used technologies that modern science has yet to even suspect. How could they have carved such ideal geometric forms, considering that in that era there were no modern tools and technologies? No less intriguing is the notion that many scholars suggest these temples served not only as places of worship, but also as astronomical observatories. How could people living thousands of years ago correlate their rituals with the movements of celestial bodies? Perhaps this was part of an ancient wisdom that now seems inaccessible to us. The inner spaces of the temples are filled with the echo of forgotten voices, as if they continue to resonate in the silence. Each drop of water trickling down the stone walls can tell a story of sacred rituals that were performed here. But what was the true nature of these rituals? Research indicates that the structure of the temples was created with remarkable precision, suggesting the existence of a lost technology that allowed ancient builders to perform such complex calculations. Perhaps they used methods that seem mystical to us today. But what caused the disappearance of these knowledge? Why can we no longer restore the ancient practices that may have opened access to a higher understanding of the universe? There are many theories that Valle d'Itria could have been part of a larger network of underground temples connecting different regions of Italy. What was the purpose of creating such extensive cult complexes? Why did ancient builders create similar structures that seemed isolated from the world? Some researchers suggest that these could have been places where ancient priests performed secret rituals, passing down hidden knowledge to the chosen few. But what were these secrets? And how much could they have influenced the surrounding world? The mystery of Valle d'Itria continues to captivate attention, and despite numerous studies, many aspects remain unsolved. How is it that this ancient civilization, possessing such remarkable skills, left behind only silent stones that still guard their secrets? Thoughts of similar temples existing in other corners of the world plunge us into a state of expectation and anxiety. How many more such places, filled with riddles and puzzles, await discovery? From the ancient temples of Italy, we can move on to other mysterious artifacts left to us by our ancestors. What else does history hide, and what secrets can we uncover if we dare to look beyond the familiar? From the mysterious catacombs of Valle d'Itria, we venture into the underground world of the catacombs located at the heart of Rome, the catacombs of Domitilla. These ancient subterranean passages, one of the oldest and most extensive Christian necropolises, immerse us in an atmosphere where every echoing corridor bathed in half-light can tell its own mysterious stories. How did it happen that these catacombs, whose age exceeds even the earliest written records of Christian communities, remained hidden from the eyes of the majority? Breathing in the cool, damp air, one can feel how time has stopped here, and each step along the narrow paths reminds us of long-gone epochs. Archaeologists studying these subterranean labyrinths often note that their concealment in the earth may not be coincidental. Why did early Christians seek refuge in such remote and inaccessible places? What were they trying to hide from the surrounding world, and what rituals were performed here in silence and darkness? It is interesting that the catacombs of Domitilla were named in honor of Saint Domitilla, who, according to tradition, suffered for her faith. This place became a sanctuary for many believers, and although its corridors are full of mysteries, one of the most intriguing peculiarities is that not only burials but also frescoes were found here, which may contain encrypted messages. How could ancient artists use their skills to convey such profound ideas within the confines of limited space? These images, rich in symbolism, may open doors to understanding what was happening in the minds and hearts of early Christians. But how can we be sure of their true meaning? Research shows that the catacombs were built not only as burial places, but also as safe havens for communities subjected to persecution. How could they create such complex structures, taking into account the limited resources of the time? The question arises of the interaction between different Christian communities that may have used these catacombs for secret meetings. What was their connection with other places of worship? Some researchers suggest that these underground passages could have been part of a broader network of Christian catacombs stretching across all of Italy. But what happened to these other places? And how many more secrets do they hide in their depths? No less mysterious is the fact that the catacombs of Domitilla remained unnoticed and unexplored for a long time. The restoration of their history turned into a real detective investigation that continues to this day. How did it happen that such an important place for Christian history remained in the shadows? It is possible that this is connected with the fact that the catacombs were forgotten over centuries, until modern science paid attention to them. But what were the consequences of this oblivion for the legacy of early Christians? Each passage, each niche in the catacombs breathes history. But despite all the efforts of researchers, many aspects of their past remain unexplained. What else do these dark corridors hide? And what secrets, perhaps, await their discovery? There are many theories about the use of catacombs, but the truth remains in the shadows. How many more similar places are hidden beneath the earth, waiting for their time to reveal their secrets? Transitioning from the catacombs to other mysterious artifacts, we again encounter questions about how much more unknown lies at the border between history and myth. What heritage did our predecessors leave us? And how many more secrets does the world hold that we may never fully understand? As we approached the conclusion of our exciting journey through the enigmas of ancient civilizations, it is important to remember that Europe is not just modern cities and picturesque resorts, but also a continent full of mysteries hidden in its depths. From the catacombs of Domitilla to magnificent temples and mysterious artifacts, each page of history here is shrouded in an atmosphere of mystery and the unknown. We saw how ancient cultures left traces that still provoke questions among researchers and history enthusiasts. How is it that many of these places and objects remain unsolved to this day? Perhaps it is because history itself is full of gaps that we strive to fill. But each attempt only leads to new questions. How many more secrets await discovery in the underground labyrinths, on forgotten hills, or among the ruins of once great cities? Perhaps among the fragments and abandoned monuments lie the keys to understanding our history, which we have yet to find. What ancient legends, perhaps, are waiting for their time to be told? Every day, when we step onto the earth where once great civilizations flourished, we touch their legacy, and this legacy is filled with unsolved mysteries. Thank you for being with us on this journey through historical and mystical places on the planet. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and write in the comments which ancient structure or mystery you would like to see with your own eyes. We will be happy to embark on new adventures with you, revealing mystical places and their secrets. Remember, the world is full of the unknown, and each new discovery can lead us to even more amazing mysteries waiting for their time. What other secrets does our planet hide?
In the shadows of dense jungles, among silent mountain peaks and hidden plateaus of America, mysterious structures challenge our understanding of history. 15 mystical buildings, which we will discuss today, are shrouded in a veil of mystery that modern archaeology attempts to unravel but cannot fully decipher. Majestic pyramids, hidden in the green ocean of tropical forests, hold silence about their true purpose. Who and why built these colossal structures? Subterranean tunnels, stretching for many kilometers beneath the Earth's surface, known only to select representatives of indigenous tribes, seem to carve the continent with an invisible web. And the gigantic stone heads of the Olmecs, weighing tens of tons, appear to have fallen from the sky. How did ancient masters, without modern technologies, not only create these monuments, but also transport them through impassable jungles? It is astonishing that civilizations separated by thousands of kilometers created architectural masterpieces with identical elements and proportions. Coincidence? Or evidence of the existence of ancient knowledge passed through oceans and continents? This is not fantastic speculation, but real objects recognized by official science, yet remaining unsolved mysteries of the past. Prepare for a journey to the most mysterious places in the American continent, where history intertwines with mysticism and ancient stones hold messages that we are just beginning to decipher. One of the most stunning enigmas of South America is undoubtedly the mysterious lines of Nazca, colossal geoglyphs sprawling across a vast plateau in the Peruvian desert. These enigmatic images, seemingly etched by the hands of giants, present a true challenge to our understanding of ancient civilizations. What is particularly astonishing about these grand drawings, some of which are over 300 meters long, is that they are virtually invisible from the ground, but become clearly visible only when viewed from a bird's-eye perspective. How did the ancient Peruvians, without airplanes or airships, create such massive images that they themselves could never see in their entirety? This question has puzzled scholars for decades. The enigmatic lines, created by removing the upper layer of dark stones to reveal a lighter soil beneath, form remarkably precise images of hummingbirds, monkeys, spiders, condors, and numerous other animals, as well as complex geometric patterns and straight lines stretching for many kilometers. Researchers have determined that most of the geoglyphs were created between 200 and 600 AD by the Nazca people, an ancient culture that flourished in this region long before the Incas. But why did they create these grand drawings? Some archaeologists believe that the lines of Nazca served ritualistic purposes, possibly as offerings to gods, who, according to ancient beliefs, could be seen from the heavens. Others suggest that the geoglyphs represent a complex astronomical map or calendar linked to the movements of stars and planets. There is also a theory that the lines indicated underground water sources, a precious resource in the arid desert. But there are even more daring hypotheses. The renowned researcher Erich von Däniken proposed that the lines of Nazca served as unique landing strips for spacecraft of extraterrestrial beings, whom the ancient Peruvians considered gods. Although his theory is largely rejected by academic scholars, it finds resonance with those seeking alternative explanations for this phenomenon. What is even more mysterious is that some lines form perfectly straight trajectories stretching for tens of kilometers, despite the landscape's irregularities. How did ancient masters achieve such remarkable accuracy without modern tools and the ability to see their work from above? Local legends speak of the creators of the lines having the ability to fly or receiving guidance from beings who came from the stars. The Nazca Desert holds its secrets under the scorching sun of Peru, and each new expedition and study only deepens the sense of mystery. Remarkably, these fragile images have survived for millennia thanks to the unique climate of the region, with the absence of strong winds and rain. But even modern technologies, including satellite imagery and drones, have not fully solved the mystery of the lines of Nazca. It seems that the more we learn about them, the more questions arise. Why do some lines intersect with each other, as if created in different eras? Why are some images visible only under certain lighting conditions? And most importantly, what message were the ancient masters trying to convey to us through these colossal drawings, visible only from the heavens? Enigmatic Stonehenge in America. The mystery of the American Stonehenge in New Hampshire, transported from the scorching desert of Nazca to another corner of Northern America, where a no less enigmatic object, the American Stonehenge, is hidden in the picturesque state of New Hampshire. This unique stone structure, consisting of massive boulders precisely arranged in the shape of a solar calendar, raises numerous questions among archaeologists and historians. How could such a mysterious place have come into existence, and what secrets does it hold? Some researchers believe that this structure was created by ancient Celts who may have crossed the ocean long before the known colonization of America. Others point to early settlers who could have left their traces on these lands. However, despite the multitude of theories, the exact date of the American Stonehenge's appearance remains unclear. Archaeologists have repeatedly attempted to determine the age of these stones, and according to the most optimistic estimates, they could be thousands of years old. Imagine the enormous, roughly hewn stone blocks being installed in place, and the ancient craftsmen performing such labor-intensive manipulations without modern technology. What was their purpose? Perhaps these stones served as a ritual site for worship, or were they an observatory for tracking the movement of the sun and moon? Just as with the lines of Nazca, here we encounter a multitude of unanswered questions. Studying the arrangement of the stones, one can notice their precise orientation relative to solar and lunar cycles. Some researchers even suggest that this was a sanctuary where ancient inhabitants marked important astronomical events, such as the summer and winter solstices. However, despite numerous investigations, none of the versions have found definitive confirmation. Moreover, some stones bear enigmatic symbols that have not yet been deciphered. What message were these ancient builders trying to leave for us? And what did they want to convey to future generations? But this is not the only mystery associated with the American Stonehenge. Local legends tell of unusual phenomena, sometimes even mystical, that occurred in this place. People claim to feel a special energy here, and some researchers report hearing strange sounds coming from beneath the earth. It is possible that this place indeed possesses hidden powers that have not yet been explained. But how could ancient people, without modern technologies, create such a complex structure that has survived for centuries? All these questions make us ponder how much more our history hides. Isn't it fascinating? But alas, we do not yet know the answers. And perhaps similar mysteries await their discovery in other corners of the world. How many more monuments, like the American Stonehenge, may hide unanswered secrets, waiting for humanity to once again turn its attention to them? It seems that our history is full of unsaid words, and we are but tiny pieces in the vast mosaic of the past. The mystery of the ancient observatory. Serpent Mound in Ohio. Let us now travel to the heart of Ohio, where amidst the green hills and quiet fields lies another captivating mystery, the Serpent Mound. This colossal earthen mound, stretching over 4 miles, depicts a serpent winding through space and time. Why did ancient builders create such an impressive structure? What were their intentions, and what did they seek to convey to future generations? Scientists suggest that this massive hill could have served as an observatory, allowing the tracking of astronomical events. Indeed, the serpent's head points precisely to the point where the sun rises on the summer solstice. How could ancient civilizations possess such knowledge of celestial bodies? Who could have constructed such a grand structure without modern tools? One of the most intriguing theories is that the Serpent Mound was built by indigenous tribes who considered this place sacred. For centuries, rituals linked to the worship of natural forces have been performed here. But how exactly did these tribes use this site? Perhaps significant ceremonies related to the rhythms of life, seasons, and the movements of celestial bodies took place here. But this is not the only mystery associated with this place. Some researchers report finding enigmatic artifacts in the vicinity that remain uninterpreted. What could they have meant? Perhaps they were messages from a distant past that we are just beginning to understand. But even if we can only speculate about the purposes of the Serpent Mound today, one thing remains certain. This mystery continues to captivate the minds of scientists and adventurers. And, as with other ancient structures, many details remain unclear. How many more such mysterious places does our planet hide, waiting for humanity to once again turn its attention to them? The enigmatic smiles of the past continue to whisper their secrets, and we, mere specks in the grand game of time, can only try to decipher them. Is the Serpent Mound just one of many testimonies to ancient knowledge that has been lost to the ages? What were the true motivations of its creators? These questions remain unanswered, and we are left to hope that one day we may lift the veil on the ancient mysteries. Tiwanaku, City of Gods, drowning in the green jungles. Now let us transport ourselves to the heart of Bolivia, where amidst dense jungles and high plateaus lies another captivating enigma, the city of Tiwanaku. This high-altitude megalithic structure, the age of which is still debated, astounds with its scale and grandeur. Here, at an altitude of over 3,800 meters above sea level, ancient builders created a unique architectural ensemble, many elements of which remain unexplained to this day. How could such a high-altitude society have erected such massive stone blocks weighing tens of tons and with such precision that they fit together perfectly? Remarkably, even today, scientists cannot precisely explain how ancient masters achieved such accuracy using only primitive tools. Some researchers suggest that Tiwanaku may have been a center of religious veneration, where local inhabitants gathered to honor their gods. Local legends speak of gods from the sky, who brought knowledge and technology to the people living here. But who were these enigmatic deities, and how could they have exerted such influence on the development of civilization? Perhaps these were simply myths created to explain the inexplicable, or perhaps they were indeed advanced cultures about which we know nothing. There are numerous theories about how Tiwanaku might have been connected to other ancient cultural centers, such as Machu Picchu, or even civilizations that existed beyond the boundaries of South America. But what happened to this great civilization? How could they have created such impressive architecture, and why were their knowledge and technologies lost over time? Some scientists suggest that climate changes or wars could have been the cause of Tiwanaku's decline, but these are only hypotheses without solid evidence. And this is not the only mystery associated with this place. In the vicinity, enigmatic artifacts have been found: sculptures, stone tools, and even mysterious inscriptions that remain untranslated to this day. What could they have meant? Perhaps they were messages left for posterity, or simply ritual objects used in ceremonies. So what exactly does Tiwanaku hide? How many more secrets await discovery in these ancient ruins, covered with moss and lichens. This place continues to stir the minds of archaeologists and adventurers, leaving them with questions for which there are no answers. How many more such mysteries are lost in the shadows of the jungles, waiting for humanity to once again turn its attention to them? The mysteries of the past whisper their secrets to us, and as researchers, we merely try to lift the veil that hides them from our eyes. Is Tiwanaku just one of many traces of ancient knowledge that have forever disappeared into oblivion? What were the true motives of its creators? These questions continue to remain unanswered, and we can only hope that someday we will be able to unravel the secrets hidden in this enigmatic land. Megaliths of Sacsayhuaman, traces of aliens or ancient secrets. Moving on from the mysteries of Tiwanaku, let us turn our gaze to an even more enigmatic place, Sacsayhuaman, located near the ancient Inca capital, Cusco. This place, in a literal sense, captivates with its cyclopean walls, composed of enormous stone blocks, each weighing up to 200 tons. What is astonishing is not only their size, but also the ideal precision with which they are fitted together. Without a single drop of mortar, these massive blocks seem to have embraced each other, creating walls that still stand today, raising numerous questions. How did the ancient builders achieve such precision? What technologies were used for moving and installing these colossi? Modern engineering and architectural methods, such as laser scanning, show that contemporary engineers and architects cannot reproduce similar constructions using only manual tools. This raises the question, how did the ancient Incas, and possibly other civilizations, create something so grand? Some researchers suggest that these megaliths could have been left behind by an extraterrestrial intelligence that visited Earth in the distant past. Such a scenario seems fantastic, but no less mysterious is the fact that many traditional theories about construction methods cannot explain these wonders. There are several theories concerning the methods that could have been used to transport such heavy blocks. Some propose that the Incas used systems of rollers or even special constructions to facilitate their movement. However, this seems unlikely considering the size and weight of the blocks. Other researchers focus on myths about gods who, according to legends, brought knowledge and technologies to the Incas. But who were these gods? Were they real visitors from other worlds, or merely figments of the imagination of ancient peoples trying to explain the inexplicable? Despite Sacsayhuaman's integral role in Peru's cultural heritage, its true origin and construction methods remain shrouded in mystery. How could people of that time, without modern technologies, create something so impressive and enduring? This place, with its enigmatic walls, continues to be an object of study and discussion among archaeologists and historians. Yet, despite numerous theories, none can provide a definitive answer to the question of how these grand structures were built. Sacsayhuaman remains forever shrouded in mystery, whispering to us about ancient knowledge that may have been lost forever. And, as with Tiwanaku, we are left with questions. How many more such places, full of secrets and mysteries, are hidden in the depths of our planet? What other artifacts and megaliths await discovery to tell humanity their stories? Sacsayhuaman is just one of many traces of ancient civilizations that continue to stir our imagination. Pyramids found, not in Egypt, the enigma of Tikal. Let us now travel to the heart of Central America, to the mysterious city of Tikal, one of the most magnificent and enigmatic sites of the Maya civilization. Here, amidst the dense jungles of Guatemala, stand impressive pyramids that could rival Egyptian constructions in their scale and significance. But Tikal is not just a place where stone giants stand. It is an ancient capital where pyramids were not only temples, but also centers for ritual sacrifices. How could we have forgotten such wonders? Several pyramids remain in Tikal, each hiding numerous secrets. One of the most famous is the Pyramid of the Great Jaguar, which, as they say, was used for rituals connected with the cult of ancestors and natural deities. But this is not all. There is a unique feature that makes Tikal truly unique. Approaching the base of one of the pyramids and clapping your hands, the sound, reflecting off the stone walls, transforms into something extraordinary, a cry of the sacred Quetzal bird, the Quetzal. How is this possible? How could ancient architects create an acoustic construction capable of transmitting sounds in such a way? Scientific research shows that this phenomenon is related to the shape and arrangement of the pyramid. But how the Maya could have calculated this remains a mystery. And what is interesting is that this acoustic peculiarity may indicate that sound played a significant role in their rituals. Perhaps they used sounds as a means of communication with deities, or as a tool to instill fear in enemies. But who could have imagined that in this ancient city, sound waves were as important as architecture itself? However, this is not the only mystery that Tikal hides. Archaeologists have discovered traces of a complex social structure and a highly developed culture. But how could such a civilization disappear? It left behind not only magnificent pyramids, but also numerous artifacts that remain undeciphered to this day. What happened to this great civilization? Why did they abandon their cities and disappear into the annals of history? Perhaps the answer lies not only in climatic catastrophes or wars, but also in the fact that they may have known about the future, something we do not know. Who were these people, and what were they trying to tell us through their enigmatic constructions and rituals? Tikal remains a repository of mysteries, waiting for their resolution. And although we can only speculate about what happened in this ancient city, one thing is clear. Every stone here whispers of past greatness and secrets that are still not revealed. How many such places, full of mysteries and enigmatic artifacts, still await discovery in the world? Tikal is just one of many examples that remind us that history is full of the unknown and that every discovery can lead to new questions. Stone faces gazing at the sky. Let us travel a few thousand kilometers to the west, to Mexico, where mysteries lie hidden that have puzzled researchers for centuries. Here, amidst jungles and majestic landscapes, the enigmatic Olmec heads are found, massive stone sculptures weighing up to 40 tons, as if observing the heavens. Their distinct features, powerful chins, and expressive eyes compel us to ponder, who were these ancient masters who created such grand works of art? How did they manage to process and move such heavy stone blocks without modern technologies? Historians and archaeologists are grappling with these questions, but a definitive answer remains elusive. Some researchers propose theories about possible contacts with other civilizations, even Africa, but evidence remains purely speculative. How could the ancient Olmecs, living more than 3,000 years ago, create such unique sculptures? And what were they trying to convey to us through these stone faces gazing at the sky? Perhaps they were connected to rituals, or perhaps they served as witnesses to significant events that we cannot comprehend. Each sculpture has unique characteristics, with every one differing from the others, yet all share a common mystery. Their sizes and details suggest that they were not created solely for aesthetic pleasure, but for some important function, as if these stone heads were guardians of knowledge lost to us. Scholars suggest that the Olmecs might have used these heads in rituals related to worshipping gods or ancestors, but the exact nature of these ceremonies remains a mystery. Despite numerous hypotheses, the true purpose of the Olmec heads remains unclear. Why do their faces appear so expressive, and why do some have specific features that can be compared to certain ethnic groups? What significance did these sculptures hold for the Olmecs themselves? Perhaps they were connected to their beliefs about the cosmos and what lies beyond our world. But how could they so accurately convey their ideas in stone? And once again, we encounter a question without a definitive answer. How could people of that era, without modern tools and technologies, create such gigantic and complex works of art? Each of these heads, like a guardian of ancient secrets, reminds us that while we know about the existence of the Olmecs and their culture, many of their secrets remain unsolved. Perhaps future technologies will help us shed light on these mysteries, but for now, we can only speculate about what lies hidden behind the stone faces, gazing at the sky. How many more such secrets might history be hiding, waiting for their time to be revealed? Vanished City, the secrets of Palenque. Let us delve deeper into the mysteries of the ancient world, to the enigmatic city of Palenque, nestled in the dense jungles of the Mexican state of Chiapas. This forgotten corner, once a thriving capital of the Maya civilization, continues to captivate archaeologists and historians with its mysterious legacy. At the heart of the city stands a temple, which has been the subject of numerous studies and interpretations. Within this sacred site, a tomb was discovered containing a sarcophagus adorned with an image that has sparked endless debates. One of the most astonishing findings is an image that some scholars refer to as the astronaut of the Maya. Remarkably, the figure depicted on the sarcophagus bears features reminiscent of a space traveler, raising questions about what truly happened in this ancient city. How could the Maya, living over 1,000 years ago, create such complex and enigmatic symbols, as if predicting a future they could never have seen? The ancient Maya possessed a high level of knowledge in astronomy and mathematics, creating intricate calendars and predicting solar and lunar eclipses. Yet, despite their achievements, the city of Palenque vanished without a trace, leaving behind only ruins and a multitude of questions. How could one of the most advanced civilizations of its time disappear, leaving behind only stone testimonials of its existence? Their architecture, with precise lines and magnificent structures, speaks of a high level of craftsmanship. But what became of the people who created this extraordinary place? The mysteries of Palenque do not end with its architecture. Unique artifacts found within the tombs may indicate that the Maya possessed knowledge inaccessible to other civilizations. Some researchers suggest that these artifacts were connected to rituals aimed at communicating with gods or even higher powers. Perhaps these were attempts by the Maya to connect with the cosmos, to inscribe their ideas about the universe in stone and metal. But how could they so accurately envision what lies beyond our understanding? With each new discovery in Palenque, more questions arise, to which there are no answers. Why did this once thriving city, full of life, suddenly become abandoned? What led to its decline? Some theories suggest that climate changes or wars with neighboring tribes could have been the cause of its disappearance. But without concrete evidence, these hypotheses remain mere speculations. How could such a powerful civilization, possessing vast knowledge, simply vanish? And so, we once again encounter a mystery that remains unsolved. The city of Palenque, like a ghost from the past, holds within it many secrets, waiting for scholars to unravel them. What were the true causes of its decline? What happened to its inhabitants? Perhaps hidden within the depths of the jungle are even more extraordinary finds that could shed light on this ancient civilization. How many more such mysteries await discovery? The secrets of Palenque, like those of many other ancient cities, remain unsolved, leaving us in anticipation of new revelations. Strange coincidence. Moai statues of Easter Island. Let us transport ourselves to the distant island of Easter, located in the Pacific Ocean, where majestic stone giants known as moai seem to watch over the sea and its mysteries. These monumental statues, carved from volcanic tuff, are a marvel that evokes countless questions. How did the distant ancestors of the islanders create such enormous statues, and what did they symbolize? These giants, whose heights reach several meters, were installed on special platforms called ahu, and their arrangement is puzzling. Why do they look towards the sea, as if observing the horizon? The mention of some of them having bodies hidden beneath the earth adds to the mystical atmosphere of this place. How could ancient artisans create such massive works of art and move them around the island without modern technologies? Researchers continue to debate the methods used to move these statues. Some theories suggest that the statues were mobile, and special techniques based on levers and human strength were used for their transportation. Others propose that the moai were rolled on logs, possibly using a system of canals and ropes. Whatever method was used, the mystery remains. How could people living in isolation on this remote island create such complex constructions and technologies? It is interesting that the culture of Easter Island developed independently, isolated from the outside world, making it even more unique. The ancient inhabitants of the island, despite the absence of influence from other civilizations, created a complex social structure and beliefs based on veneration of ancestors who were believed to be embodied in these monumental statues. What role did the moai play in the lives of the islanders? Were they symbols of power, or were they used to connect with the spiritual world? With each new discovery on Easter Island, the mysteries deepen. How could such an isolated civilization create such powerful and enigmatic symbols? What happened to these extraordinary statues when the island began to face difficulties related to the depletion of natural resources? Some researchers suggest that this may have led to harsh conflicts and even the destruction of society. How could such a unique culture, possessing its own knowledge and traditions, ultimately decline? But these are not the only mysteries that Easter Island holds. The enigmatic inscriptions on the rocks and remnants of ancient settlements attract the attention of researchers, prompting them to ask questions about what other stories might be hidden beneath the surface of this mysterious place. What are the true causes of the decline of the civilization that created the moai? What are their true meanings, and how are they connected to broader themes in human history? Perhaps on the horizon, there are even more remarkable discoveries that could shed light on these ancient mysteries. The secrets of Easter Island, like many others, remain unsolved, leaving us in anticipation of new discoveries and profound reflections on what happened on this enigmatic and isolated piece of land. The mystery of the crawling stones in the Valley of Death. Let us transport ourselves to the Valley of Death, one of the hottest and most mysterious places on Earth where enigmatic crawling stones are found. These stones, weighing tens of kilograms, seem to move across the dried-up lake bed under the influence of an invisible force, leaving distinctive tracks in the form of furrows on the surface. How can such a phenomenon occur? How can natural phenomena cause the movement of massive stones that appear to be immovable at first glance? Scientists have long attempted to decipher this phenomenon, and while they have found some explanations, the mystery of the crawling stones remains unsolved. According to one theory, the movement of the stones is influenced by the surrounding environment. Sometimes, when the air temperature reaches critical levels, a thin layer of ice forms on the lake bed, acting as a catapult for the stones. When the wind begins to blow in a certain direction, the stones can move due to their contact with this slippery layer. However, this theory does not explain why some stones move significant distances while others remain in place. What are the true causes of this behavior, and why are their movements so elusive? Some researchers suggest that there may be more to this phenomenon than just physics and climate. There are rumors that the local inhabitants, specifically the Mongols, associate these stones with ancient legends and myths about the spirits of nature. Perhaps ancient peoples believed that the stones moved due to the intervention of these spirits, and that they had their own stories and fates. What is the connection between myths and reality? What if the crawling stones, in their own way, symbolize something greater than what we can currently comprehend? Moreover, the Valley of Death is filled with other mysteries that add to its atmosphere of secrecy. For example, one can find mysterious stone circles arranged in perfectly symmetrical forms, raising numerous questions about who built them and for what purpose. They may have served as ritual sites or astronomical observatories. Researchers continue to study these unique formations, but like the crawling stones, many aspects of their origins and purposes remain unexplained. In this way, the crawling stones and other mysteries of the Valley of Death indicate that nature is full of secrets that we may never fully understand. How can we comprehend these inexplicable phenomena if even the most advanced scientists cannot provide definitive answers? Perhaps the allure of the Valley of Death lies in its unsolved mysteries and in the fact that every new discovery only adds fuel to the fire of our curiosity. What else do we not know about the world around us? What other mysteries await their time to be revealed and studied? Mysteries like the crawling stones remind us that our planet holds many wonders waiting to be discovered. The mystery of the pyramid beneath the hill. Now, let us move to Mexico, to the enigmatic pyramid in Cholula, hidden beneath a green hill, atop which stands a magnificent church. This pyramid, considered the largest by volume in the world, for a long time was merely a local landmark, known as a hill, and only recently excavations revealed that beneath it lies an ancient structure filled with mysteries and riddles. How could this happen? Why did Spanish colonizers decide to build a church precisely on this spot, as if covering it from the eyes and memory of the people? Historians suggest that this decision was not accidental. The Spanish aimed to destroy the traces of the ancient culture, replacing them with their own beliefs and symbols. They built the Church of Santa Maria del Populo on the very summit of the pyramid, effectively closing the cult site that had been used by local inhabitants for many centuries. But what does this pyramid hide beneath its green cover? What marvelous architecture and rituals were part of the lives of the ancient peoples who inhabited these lands? Excavations in Cholula have opened up a world full of mysteries. Archaeologists have discovered numerous chambers, altars, and passageways leading to the very heart of the construction. Massive stone blocks, perfectly fitted together, testify to the high level of craftsmanship of the ancient builders. These people possessed knowledge of construction that still puzzles modern specialists. But how did they achieve such a level? What secret methods were used to create this monumental structure? Some researchers suggest that the pyramid could have been part of a larger network of religious structures that connected different cultures and beliefs of ancient Mexico. Perhaps it served not only as a cult site, but also as an astronomical observatory, allowing the observation of celestial bodies and the prediction of seasonal changes. What role did the stars play in the lives of the ancient peoples? Were they merely observers, or was their cult something greater than we can imagine? Other theories point out that the pyramid in Cholula could have served as a place for sacrifices and rituals that were part of the religious practice of the local population. Could the ancient inhabitants believe that their gods lived in these stones? What if this pyramid in itself is not only an architectural wonder, but also a symbol of memory and devotion, which was smothered under the burden of colonization? Despite all the efforts of archaeologists and historians, many aspects of this pyramid remain unexplained. Why was it forgotten for so many centuries? What other mysteries does Cholula still hide? Regardless of the answers that may be found in the future, one thing remains unchanged. This pyramid, with its multi-layered history and mysterious past, continues to attract researchers and lovers of mysteries from all over the world. What other heritage of ancient civilizations might be hidden beneath our feet, waiting for its time to be revealed and studied? The mystery of the pyramid beneath the hill in Cholula only underscores that our planet is full of wonders of which we are not even aware. Fortress built not by the laws of geometry. Now let us transport ourselves to the heart of Peru, to the mysterious fortress of Ollantaytambo, which, like a gigantic sentinel, towers above the sea at a height of more than 2,700 meters. This fortress, adorned with stepped terraces and walls perfectly fitted to each other, evokes both admiration and bewilderment among researchers trying to unravel its architectural secrets. How did they, with primitive tools, manage to raise and install such massive stone blocks? This question remains unanswered to this day. Moreover, among archaeologists, there are rumors that some of the stones used in construction could have been soft, like clay rather than hard minerals, as we usually think. How is that possible? The fortress of Ollantaytambo is not just an architectural achievement. It is a place filled with mysteries and enigmas, leading us back to the era of the Incas, when every detail of the construction could have had a deep symbolic meaning. The stepped terraces rising above the valley served not only as protection, but also as a significant ritual space. Could the Incas create such constructions based on ancient knowledge of geometry and astronomy? Or did they use methods that we are still unable to comprehend? Researchers note that in Ollantaytambo, one can observe unique architectural techniques that emphasize the connection between nature and humanity. The stone walls, perfectly fitted to each other, give the impression that they grow out of the earth itself, continuing its forms and lines. But how did the Incas achieve such a level of craftsmanship? Some theories suggest that they used forgotten technologies that allowed them to manipulate the properties of stone, making it more malleable for work. Among the local inhabitants, there is a belief that the fortress of Ollantaytambo could have served as a place for sacred rituals, where the Incas performed ceremonies related to the worship of their gods. The high terraces, along which priests walked, could have been not just construction elements, but symbols of the celestial order. What role did these rituals play in the life of the ancient civilization? Unfortunately, many of these questions remain unanswered, and the historical records of the Incas do not provide a clear picture of how they built their magnificent structures. Recent research conducted with the help of modern technologies such as laser scanning opens up new horizons for understanding the fortress of Ollantaytambo. However, even with all scientific achievements, some aspects of its construction continue to remain a mystery. Why, after being so carefully built, was this fortress eventually abandoned and left to decay? Could this outcome be the result of natural catastrophes? Or did the Incas encounter something even more sinister? Despite all the efforts of researchers, the fortress of Ollantaytambo continues to hide many secrets. What other legacy of ancient civilizations might be hidden beneath the layers of history and time? This fortress, with its magnificent terraces and enigmatic architecture, is not only a symbol of a mighty empire, but also a reminder that many mysteries of the past still await their time to be revealed. Immersing ourselves in this mysterious atmosphere, we cannot help but ask, what other amazing discoveries await us in the depths of ancient lands? A city where there is not a single straight angle. Leaving the riddles of Ollantaytambo, let us journey to the heart of Mexico, to the mysterious city of Teotihuacan, which, like a magical world, is hidden from our full understanding. This ancient city, which arose long before the appearance of the Aztecs, captivates with its architecture and scale. The pyramids of the sun and the moon, like giant sentinels, tower above the Earth's surface. But what exactly is hidden behind their grand forms. How could the ancient builders create such a complex structure with no straight angles? This is truly astonishing. Teotihuacan, which in translation from Nahuatl means the place where people become gods, was one of the largest cities of the ancient world. Research shows that at its peak, it could accommodate up to 200,000 people. But who were these people? Why did they create such a magnificent city and then disappear, leaving it in ruins? These questions continue to torment the minds of archaeologists and historians. Comparisons with Egyptian proportions have sparked debates among scholars. Some assert that Teotihuacan can be seen as similar to the architectural solutions used in ancient Egypt. But how is this so? What is the cause of these coincidences? Some researchers suggest that this might be the result of common principles used by different civilizations striving for harmony and proportion. However, we cannot exclude the possibility that there were deeper connections between these two cultures about which we are still unaware. The walls of the pyramids are covered with mysterious symbols and drawings which seem to tell us about the lives and beliefs of the ancient inhabitants. But so far, only a few of these riddles have been solved. What was the true purpose of these pyramids? Did they serve solely religious purposes, or did they have other functions? For example, could they have been astronomical observatories where ancient priests observed the movement of stars? This thought is intriguing, as it is possible that it was here, in Teotihuacan, that people attempted to unravel the mysteries of the cosmos. Remarkably, to this day, there is no clear answer to the question of who built this mysterious city. Some theories suggest that its creators could have been ancient tribes that united to create the largest megacity of their time. Others believe that it could have been extraterrestrial beings with knowledge beyond the reach of people of that era. How is this possible? Scientists can only speculate, but the truth, as always, remains hidden in the darkness of time. Teotihuacan is now the subject of active research, and each newly discovered artifact or symbol can shed light on its history. However, even with all these efforts, the mysteries of this place remain unsolved. Why did a city that once flourished fall into decline? What happened to its inhabitants? These questions remain unanswered, and the place continues to hold many secrets waiting for its explorers. What heritage of ancient civilizations might be hidden beneath layers of history and time? And perhaps in other corners of the world, there are similar cities waiting to be discovered. Each step on these ancient streets fills us with a sense of wonder and mystery, making us ask, how many more secrets does our history hold? Caves plunging into the abyss of mysteries. Exploring ancient secrets, we delve into the unseen depths of the earth, where not only caves, but also incredible stories are hidden, of which many are not even aware. At the heart of Puerto Rico, on the slopes of green hills, a mysterious complex of caves lies hidden, which, according to local residents, serve as gates to other worlds. These caves, shrouded in legends and myths, contain numerous petroglyphs of ancient symbols, which, as it seems, tell stories of peoples who once inhabited these lands. But who were these mysterious inhabitants? Where did they come from? And where did they disappear to? Petroglyphs on the walls of the caves, carved into stone, appear to be encrypted messages from a distant past. Scholars suggest that they may belong to ancient unknown cults that were not documented in known historical records. But how so? Perhaps these peoples possess knowledge and beliefs that no known civilization has discovered. Local legends speak of subterranean peoples who, according to rumors, could communicate with spirits and possessed secrets inaccessible to ordinary people. These stories make us wonder if there is a whole world hidden beneath the surface of which we have no idea. One of the most intriguing peculiarities of these caves is their structure. Some sections extend deep into the earth, forming vast underground labyrinths, of which researchers can only guess. How could ancient peoples create such complex systems? And why did they choose these very places for their sacred rituals? Archaeologists working in this region encounter artifacts that challenge all known historical chronologies. Who knows what other mysteries may be hidden beneath the layers of earth and time? Legends linking these caves to otherworldly realms plunge us into an atmosphere of mysticism and mystery. Some local residents claim that on certain nights one can hear sounds coming from the depths, a whisper that seems to beckon. These stories give rise to even more questions. Do the spirits of ancient ancestors really inhabit these caves? Or is it all just the imagination of those who fear the darkness? Traveling through these caves, one can feel not only the cold stone underfoot, but also the breath of ages that have passed. Each step creates a sense of being on the brink of discovering something great. Despite all the efforts of scholars, the mysteries of these places remain unsolved. What was the true purpose of these petroglyphs? What did the ancient peoples know who left their traces on the walls? Each new day brings new research and discoveries, but each day, when we think we are approaching a solution, new questions open before us. Perhaps these caves are indeed gates to other worlds, filled with secrets and mysteries waiting for their explorers. How many more such places are hidden from our eyes? What other stories are waiting to be told? Diving into the dark depths of these caves, we cannot help but ponder how many more secrets does our history hold, and how many unknown paths lead to the depths of our past. Temple built in one night, traveling through ancient mysterious places, it is impossible not to notice the legends surrounding the magnificent temple of Quetzalcoatl in Chichen Itza, Mexico. This sacred place, left in history as one of the most mysterious and magnificent structures, raises many questions about the abilities of ancient architects and their knowledge of nature. According to local traditions, the temple was built in one night with the help of supernatural forces. Who could create such a grand structure so quickly, consisting of enormous stone blocks perfectly fitted together? Could ancient Mexican residents indeed possess knowledge that now seems inaccessible to us? Every spring, on the day of the equinox, the temple comes to life in a special way. A snake, seemingly alive, crawls up its stairs, created by the interplay of light and shadow. This phenomenon, predicted by architects and astronomers of that time, evokes awe and wonder. How did ancient civilizations manage to calculate such a complex interplay of light? What meaning was embedded in this effect? Perhaps it symbolized the connection between the earthly and the heavenly, between people and gods. Isn't it amazing that, through so many centuries, we can still observe this magical moment? The Temple of Quetzalcoatl, like many other ancient structures, is shrouded in an aura of mystery. Researchers and archaeologists have long tried to explain who Quetzalcoatl was and what role he played in the lives of ancient Maya. Some consider him a deity, others a cultural hero who came from the East. But one thing is certain: his cult covered vast territories and left its mark in myths and legends. How did it happen that one name became a symbol of an entire epoch? Inside the temple, there are mysterious images and reliefs that, according to scholars, could tell about ancient rituals and beliefs. But despite all efforts, the meaning of many of them remains unclear. What could these signs have meant for those who created them? Perhaps they were part of a complex system of knowledge, which, like the temple itself, was lost in time. Comparing the Temple of Quetzalcoatl with other great ancient structures, we find many parallels. How could different cultures, located on different continents, create similar masterpieces? Some researchers suggest that there were contacts between them, of which we have no documentary evidence. But how is this possible? How could such highly developed civilizations disappear without a trace, leaving behind only mysterious ruins and legends? The mysteries of the Temple of Quetzalcoatl in Chichen Itza continue to captivate the minds of researchers and ordinary people. Every step on its stone stairs makes one ponder how many more secrets this world hides, how many more stories are waiting for their time to be told. This temple, built, according to legend, in one night, remains a symbol not only of ancient achievements, but also of endless mysteries that continue to draw us into their embrace. Numerous ancient structures, such as the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, are not only real, but also officially recognized as historical heritage. Each of them bears not only traces of past greatness, but also numerous unsolved mysteries that continue to captivate researchers. Hardly anyone can confidently say what exactly happened in these places many centuries ago, and what the true purposes of the creators of these magnificent constructions were. For example, in Chichen Itza, among numerous ancient rituals and traditions, there are not only knowledge about stars and time, but also profound philosophical reflections on the place of humans in the world. How did it happen that these enigmas, like a fog, surround us even today? We can only guess that ancient architects tried to convey something through their creations. Perhaps they were messages to posterity, or attempts to inscribe their knowledge in stone, which, as it turns out, remained unsolved. But even among all these magnificent structures, at every step, one can encounter something unknown. For example, what were the true motives behind the construction of the pyramids in Giza? Some scientists suggest that they could have served not only for the burial of pharaohs, but also performed astronomical functions, indicating important moments in the calendar. However, despite all these theories, we still remain in the grip of questions. What exactly happened in those distant times? What was the true purpose of these magnificent landmarks? Each of these places is not just a monument of architecture, but a living testimony to the fact that much remains unexplored. When we look at these ancient ruins, we cannot help but ask what other secrets they hide. What stories remain untold, waiting for their time? And even if modern science can explain some aspects of these enigmas, there are still moments that, as it seems, will never be fully understood. Traveling through this fascinating world of ancient mysteries, we can only dream of one day solving them. Which of these enigmatic places would you like to visit? Which constructions made the greatest impression on you? Don't forget to leave your thoughts in the comments, like, and subscribe to our channel, as there are even more enigmatic stories from all over the world waiting for us ahead. How many more unsolved mysteries does this world hold? Perhaps the next great discovery is already on the horizon, waiting for us to find the courage to look behind the veil of time.
The Pacific Ocean, an endless expanse of water concealing thousands of secrets and mysteries beneath its surface. Yet even more enigmatic than the ocean's depths are the islands scattered across its vastness. Australia and Oceania are lands about which most of us know surprisingly little. Behind the vibrant tourist postcards featuring beaches and modern cities lie ancient mysteries waiting to be unveiled. Imagine majestic stone sculptures whose ages are counted in millennia. Who created them? For what purpose? Why are many of them positioned with astronomical precision? The ancient rock art of Australia, perhaps the oldest in the world, tells stories of beings that modern science cannot explain. Are they merely the products of ancient artists' imaginations, or do they bear witness to something greater? And what about the sacred sites of the Aboriginal people, where, according to them, the spirits of ancestors still dwell? Many travellers and explorers recount the inexplicable sensations they experienced in these places of power. Sensations that defy rational explanation. Natural formations that seem to have been crafted by intelligent beings. Ruins of settlements seemingly abandoned in an instant. All these are parts of the great mosaic of mysteries of the fifth continent and its surrounding islands. Let us embark together on a journey through these enigmatic places, where the boundary between reality and myth becomes blurred and ancient legends come to life right before our eyes. And if we turn our gaze to the opposite side of our planet, we will discover an equally mysterious place, where the heart of the ancient continent pulses. The majestic Uluru, a colossal monolith rising in the midst of the endless Australian deserts, stands like a timeless guardian of ancient secrets. This immense sandstone formation, reaching 348 meters in height and stretching 9 kilometers in circumference, astonishes not only with its size, but also with the inexplicable energy felt by anyone approaching this sacred site. For the Anangu people, Uluru is not just a natural formation, but a living entity, breathing with the history and wisdom of their ancestors. According to their ancient beliefs, this rock was created during Chukurpa, the mysterious dream time, when ancestral spirits shaped the landscape of Australia. Every crack, every curve on the surface of Uluru tells its own story of the feats and journeys of these mystical beings. Particularly striking is the monolith's ability to change colour throughout the day, from cool grey at dawn to fiery red-orange in the rays of the setting sun, as if the rock awakens and falls asleep with the sun. What causes Uluru to glow with this otherworldly light? Modern science explains it through the unique mineral composition and the refraction of sunlight. But the Aboriginal people know that it is the spirits of their ancestors awakening in the stone. Equally mysterious are the acoustic phenomena surrounding Uluru. Visitors often recount strange sounds, echoes that distort unpredictably, and whispers that seem to come from nowhere. Some researchers propose a theory that the unique shape and structure of the rock create a natural resonator, amplifying certain frequencies of sound waves. Others suggest that these sound effects result from the interaction of wind with the numerous caves and crevices. But how do we explain the accounts of people claiming to have heard voices and chants when there was no one nearby? Local elders say that it is the spirits singing, preserving ancient knowledge. Along the perimeter of Uluru, sacred sites are located where secret ceremonies were held and still take place. Rock paintings, dating back thousands of years, cover the walls of caves and the outcrops of the rock, telling stories understood only by the initiated. Archaeologists have uncovered evidence of human presence in the Uluru area, dating back more than 22,000 years, yet many questions remain unanswered. How did ancient people, without modern technology, create such accurate astronomical maps visible among the rock art? Where did they acquire knowledge of the stellar cycles that are confirmed by modern science? Some researchers speculate that Uluru may have served as a sort of observatory where priests studied the movements of celestial bodies. Others see encoded messages in the drawings containing information about past natural disasters and warnings of the future. But the truth, as always, eludes us, leaving more questions than answers. And while scientists continue their research, Uluru keeps its secrets, allowing us only to guess what other mysteries are hidden within its ancient stones and what messages from the past we have yet to decipher. But this is not the only mystery that Australia holds. Far from the majestic Uluru, in the remote corners of Kakadu National Park, lies a world of ancient rock art galleries that serve as true windows into the mindset of the Indigenous people, who have preserved their traditions and customs for thousands of years. These unique artistic creations, carved into stone walls, are not just artistic images, but sacred stories etched into eternal stone. Among the most enigmatic and significant images is Wandjinatha, spirit of rain and protector of water, who, according to myths, created mountains and rivers and taught people how to hunt and gather. Wandjina is depicted with characteristic features, large eyes and long hands, and his images are often accompanied by symbols that may contain encrypted messages meant only for the initiated. What are the true meanings of these symbols? How did ancient artists convey their knowledge and beliefs through such strange and mysterious images? Local Aboriginals believe that Wandjina is not just a mythical figure, but a real entity dwelling in water bodies that continues to influence human life. Their cult and rituals related to this spirit are filled with sacred significance, and each image on the stone is not just an artifact, but a fragment of their soul and history. Around these rock galleries, there is a special atmosphere where every sound, every shadow seems imbued with the spirits of ancestors. Visitors, stepping onto sacred ground, feel as if the wind whispers ancient truths to them, and the colors on the stones begin to come alive, telling stories of times when the earth was young and people lived in harmony with nature. But how can we understand this ancient culture if the keys to their knowledge have been lost in the ages? Researchers are trying to decipher the meanings of various symbols using methods such as carbon dating and laser scanning to restore the chronology of these images. But each answer gives rise to new questions, and to this day, it remains unclear what knowledge and warnings are hidden in these stone canvases. It is important to remember that preserving this cultural heritage is not just a task for archaeologists, but a sacred duty of each of us. How can we protect these places when time and human hands affect them? Are there forces that can help in the preservation of these sacred galleries? And how can we learn from the ancient Aboriginals to restore the lost connection with nature? With each answer we find, new horizons of mysteries open before us. And perhaps we are only scratching the surface of the ocean of secrets waiting to be revealed. So what remains? Questions remain open, and the mysteries of the past continue to beckon us like a flame to which the souls of seekers are drawn. The rocks of Kurrajong, located in the picturesque expanses of Western Australia, are a true wonder of nature, embodying the spirit of ancient legends and myths. These peculiar stone pillars, reaching heights of several meters, seem to have come to life and frozen in time, evoking associations with living beings that once roamed this land. Each pillar has a unique form, reminiscent of either human silhouettes or animal shapes, which cannot fail to inspire awe and a slight shiver. Local Aborigines believe that these rocks are not just geological formations, but petrified heroes of their myths, who have become symbols of their culture and history. According to legends passed down through generations, these pillars emerged due to mythical events that took place in ancient times. One of the most famous stories tells of two brothers, great warriors who fought against wild spirits threatening their tribe. After long battles filled with courage and self-sacrifice, the brothers were turned into rocks to forever protect their kin from evil, with their spirits continuing to dwell in these magnificent pillars. How could such mighty beings become part of the rock? Perhaps it is a natural wonder or the intervention of higher powers, about which we can only speculate. With each step through this magical place, it seems that the wind whispers ancient tales, and the shadows of the rocks outline the figures of long-gone heroes. Local inhabitants who care for these sacred lands share stories of how they perform rituals to honor the spirits of their ancestors, whom they believe reside in these petrifications. These are not just rocks, but keepers of secrets that link the past and present, reminding us of our connection to nature and ancient traditions that should not be lost. But how can a modern person understand and appreciate this heritage? How can we preserve these wonders for future generations when the world is changing so rapidly? The questions raised by these reflections remain open, as do the mysteries hidden within the rocks. Some scientists suggest that such formations could serve as astronomical calendars, helping ancient peoples navigate the cycles of nature. But how could they transmit such knowledge through the ages? Other theories propose that these rocks were places of worship where tribes gathered for rituals related to life and death, further emphasizing the importance of their preservation. Yet, despite scientific hypotheses, the true nature of the rocks of Kurrajong remains a mystery shrouded in mystique and significance. We can only guess what events and secrets these petrified heroes have witnessed. Standing before them, we realize that the story contained within these rocks is still waiting to be revealed. How many more such wonders are hidden in the corners of our planet, waiting for their secrets to be unraveled? Each of us can be a part of this great mystery, and perhaps one day we will find answers to the questions that torment our minds and hearts. When we leave the magic of the Karraj rocks, our steps lead us into the mysterious world of the Blue Mountains, or Burra Range, where silent rock formations tower over green valleys, as if guarding ancient secrets. These majestic mountains, shrouded in mist and legend, create an atmosphere where reality seamlessly blends with myths, and each turn on the path reveals new horizons. Local Aboriginals tell stories of Yovi, a mysterious spirit that wanders these lands, protecting them from the uninitiated. These tales of Yovi are passed down through generations, each one adding a new brushstroke to this vivid tapestry, imbuing it with mystical meaning. How could Yovi, this invisible guardian, become a symbol of nature itself? Perhaps it is he who bestows power and energy to this land, making it breathe and speak in the language of the ancients. The Blue Mountains, with their towering cliffs and whimsical formations, seem not just a geographical feature, but a true sanctuary where every tree and stone holds memories of times long past. These rocks, covered in dense forest, exude an aura of tranquility and mystery, making us feel as if we are in the heart of an ancient world. Many researchers and archaeologists have tried to decipher the meaning of these places. But despite their efforts, the enigmatic forces seem to remain beyond human understanding. How can we comprehend and appreciate this beauty when an invisible presence hovers around us, which we can only sense but not see? According to Aboriginal legends, the Blue Mountains were created as a result of a colossal battle between nature spirits, and it was Yovi who calmed their wrath. But what if this spirit is truly a manifestation of the earth itself, its soul? This thought evokes awe and makes us ponder how our ancestors lived in harmony with nature, perceiving it not just as a source of life, but as a sacred space filled with mysteries and wonders. What happened to this connection? Why have we lost the ability to see the world through the eyes of the ancients? Some scientists suggest that the unique geological formations of the Blue Mountains can reveal changes in climate and ecosystems over thousands of years. But how is this connected to spirits and myths? Others say that these lands were the site of ritual gatherings where tribes would meet to honor Yovi and other spirits, strengthening their bond with ancestors and nature. Yet, even with scientific theories and facts, we remain captivated by the mysteries that surround the Blue Mountains. Could these enigmatic spirits really influence the course of history, or are they merely the product of our imagination? As we traverse these ancient paths, we inevitably feel that the Blue Mountains are not just a natural object, but a living entity filled with stories and myths waiting to be told. How many more unexplored corners and secrets does this land hide? Perhaps the answers to our questions lie within the mountains themselves, waiting for us, like adventurers, to find the key to understanding what happened in the past. Each step, each breath here reminds us that we are part of something greater than just our time. And, like with the Carrage rocks, we can only guess what more mysteries await discovery in this magical kingdom of ancient spirits and living legends. Leaving the enchantment of the Blue Mountains, we find ourselves transported to the distant Easter Island, where the silent sentinels of an ancient cult, the Moai statues, rise above the emerald green, as if guardians of the secrets that shroud this remote corner of the earth. These massive stone giants, carved from volcanic tuff, evoke a hidden awe and admiration, for their grandeur and mystery have remained unsolved for centuries. How could the ancient Polynesians create such monumental structures and move them across the island, surrounded by the vast expanses of the Pacific Ocean? Local legends speak of ritualistic practices connected to ancestors, who, it is said, stood in their statues, protecting and blessing their descendants. The Moai statues, with their massive heads and expressive features, embody not only physical strength, but also a spiritual connection to the ancestors, making them sacred objects for the island's inhabitants. But what lies behind this cult? What were the true intentions of the builders of these colossal statues? According to one of the most widespread theories, the Moai were created as symbols of power and status, and their construction was part of a complex ritual that united the island's tribes. However, there is also a more mysterious version, suggesting that the Moai served as conduits for spirits that could influence human life. How could such a cult of ancestors become so deeply ingrained in the consciousness of the ancient inhabitants? Perhaps the answer lies in the meticulous craftsmanship and attention to detail with which each statue was created. One of the most enigmatic aspects is the question of how these massive stone blocks were moved. Scholars have proposed various theories, from the use of wooden sleds to the creation of a system of rollers and ropes. But no matter how they explain it, it remains unclear how a small, isolated community could have undertaken such monumental projects. Some believe that it required immense human resources, while others suggest that it could have led to the breakdown of social structures on the island. How could such a complex and powerful culture, capable of such achievements, have come to the brink of extinction? Local residents still tell stories of how the spirits of the ancestors protect Easter Island, and their sacred statues silently watch over the land to keep it fertile. But what is the true nature of these spirits? Some believe that the Moai possess magical power and can influence the weather and crops. Others claim that each face of the statues is a reflection of a specific ancestor who protects their lineage. But despite the many versions and theories, the true mystery of the Moai remains unsolved. What secrets lie behind their silent gazes? Each year, Easter Island attracts more researchers and tourists eager to unravel this ancient enigma. Walking among the statues, one cannot help but feel how history permeates the very fabric of space. How many more unknown secrets does this small piece of land in the vast ocean hold? Although scientists continue to study these mysterious statues, finding new clues and traces, we are left with the question, how could such an extraordinary cult disappear from human life, leaving behind only these impressive stone monuments? The mysteries of the past, it seems, will never be fully revealed, and each new step in this enigmatic world only deepens our desire to understand it completely. As if in response to our attempts to comprehend them, the Moai continue to keep their secrets, remaining silent witnesses to a bygone era and the mysterious events that once took place on this enigmatic island, waiting for someone to try to decipher their silence once again. Rano Raraku, the frozen history of unfinished glory. Immersing ourselves in the atmosphere of Easter Island, we find ourselves in the heart of its stone quarry, Rano Raraku, a place where it seems time has stood still. Here, amidst the majestic but unfinished statues, breath and movement seem to have frozen, leaving only the whisper of ancient legends and mysteries that continue to stir the minds of researchers and travelers. The walls of this unique place are marked by the traces of the work of ancient craftsmen, who, using primitive tools, carved stone giants from soft volcanic tuff, intended to one day occupy their place on the sacred platforms of the island. But what happened? What led to the halt of such a grand project? Why did these statues remain unfinished, their forms frozen in eternal expectation, their faces filled with confusion and silence? According to local legends, the halt of work in Rano Raraku is linked to internal conflicts between tribes, which may have caused the construction to cease being a common endeavor. How could the sacred unity that once united people be shattered? Perhaps it was a result of the growth of envy and rivalry, where each statue became not only a symbol of respect for ancestors, but also a marker of status, causing discontent and disagreement. Other versions speak of divine wrath, how the spirits of ancestors, once blessing their descendants, turned away from them due to improper rituals or lack of respect. These legends only add more mysteries to the already enigmatic history of Easter Island. Each unfinished statue in Rano Raraku seems to bear the seal of time, and their sizes and forms evoke awe and reverence. The feeling that life once thrived here and then suddenly stopped envelops this place with a special charm. How could people with such skills leave their creations in such a state? Perhaps they did not have time to complete their plans, or their work took on other forms when the community faced a crisis that became unbearable. Among these statues, we can see some with not yet fully carved features, while others have begun to grow moss and vegetation, a reminder that even the greatest human achievements can be swallowed by time. What was the purpose of their creation? Why was so much effort expended on creating such massive structures if they could not become part of the lives of their creators? Some researchers suggest that the cause of the halt in work may be the depletion of natural resources necessary for sustaining life on the island. With each passing year, the number of trees decreased, and the tribes could no longer provide the necessary amount of wood for transportation and the creation of statues. How could such a wonderful and complex project, embodying culture and faith, be on the brink of disappearance? Thus, we stand before a mystery that, like a ghost, hovers over this sacred place. How could such wise and diligent people forget about their ancestors, leaving them to the mercy of fate? Each statue left in Rano Raraku bears questions to which there are no definitive answers. Although scientists continue to try to solve this mystery, we are left with the feeling that in this place, the spirit of those who once created still lives, and perhaps waits for someone to once again pay attention to their silent cries for help and understanding. Rano Raraku remains not only a monument to lost culture, but also a symbol of the mysteries that may never be fully revealed. How many more such places remain hidden, waiting for their stories to be told again? Orongo, the temple at the edge of the volcano. Moving from the majestic statues of Rano Raraku To the mystical village of Orongo, we find ourselves at the edge of a precipice, offering a breathtaking view of the endless ocean. This place, imbued with the spirit of ancient rituals and mysterious customs, was once the center of the Birdman cult, one of the most enigmatic traditions of Easter Island. Here, amidst sharp rocks and rugged cliffs, one can feel the gentle touch of the wind, whispering tales of ancient times when the local inhabitants gathered here to participate in these mysterious rites, filled with tension and anticipation. Orongo is composed of numerous petroglyphs, which, like ancient messages, recount competitions related to the search for the sacred bird, a symbol of power and success. How could these stone images, carved on the surface, convey such complex and culturally significant messages? Each petroglyph, whether it depicts a bird or a person with distinctive features, is not just decoration, but a vital element of history that continues to seek its completion. Legends tell of ancient times when tribes fought for the right to rule the island, conducting ritual contests in which the bravest and most agile warriors had to climb the sacred rock to find the eggs of the bird, shrouded in a mystical aura. These eggs, according to the legends, were blessed by the spirits of the ancestors and brought not only glory, but also power to their finders. How could such a competition, steeped in myths and symbols, become the foundation for such a significant cultural event? It is difficult to imagine how these rituals could maintain unity and support among local communities in the face of fierce competition and constant struggle for survival. Yet, despite all the challenges, the Birdman cult rituals retained their significance in the hearts of the islanders. Participation in them not only strengthened physical strength, but also allowed people to connect with the spiritual world, providing them with confidence and hope. However, despite the importance of these rituals, we are left with the question, what was their true purpose? Why was this bird chosen as a symbol of greatness and power? The understanding of these rituals and their place in the lives of the ancient inhabitants of Easter Island remains an unsolved mystery. Perhaps the very structure of Orongo holds secrets waiting to be discovered, and each stone, each crack in the ground, preserves the wisdom of the ancestors. But this is not the only mystery that this enigmatic island hides. Moving from the Orongo temple, we encounter even more mysterious artifacts, which, like stars in the night sky, shine at us from the distant past, challenging everything we know about the ancient civilization. What are the true origins of these enigmatic objects? And what do they tell us about the people who once inhabited this remote corner of the world? Each discovery can be a key to unraveling another part of this complex puzzle. But for now, we remain mere spectators in this endless game of time and memory. Nanu Madol, City of Spirits on Artificial Islands. Traversing the thickets of time and space, we find ourselves on the other side of the world, in the heart of Micronesia, where the ruins of Nanu Madol, once a grand city submerged in the lushness of tropical forests, lie hidden. This mysterious complex of artificial islands, consisting of numerous stone structures, continues to stir the minds of researchers and adventurers, much like a ghost from the past. How could such an extraordinary civilization, capable of creating such architectural marvels, vanish, leaving behind only whispers of legends and echoes of ancient voices? Nanu Madol, built from massive basalt blocks perfectly fitted together like a giant jigsaw puzzle, towers above the tranquil surface of the lagoon. Each stone, each wall, holds secrets and riddles that have remained unsolved for centuries. According to local law, this city was constructed with the help of magic, and its construction was linked to the spirits of ancestors who, according to local legends, aided people in their quest to create a place for sacred rituals and communication with the heavens. How could these ancient builders, possessing such incredible knowledge and skill, create such architecture that continues to amaze scientists with its strength and intricacy? Moreover, the very nature of this place breathes mystery. Legends about Nanu Madol intertwine with stories of spirits that dwell among the ruins. Local residents claim that among the stone walls, one can hear the whispers of those who once lived there, and that the spirits of the ancestors guard their lands from unwelcome visitors. The feeling that every corner of this abandoned city is imbued with spirits creates an atmosphere where one simultaneously feels both awe and reverence. But what happened to this extraordinary civilization? Why did they leave their magnificent islands, leaving behind only stone testimonies of their existence? Some researchers believe that climate change could have been the cause, while others suggest internal conflicts and overpopulation. However, these theories cannot explain why such an advanced culture, possessing knowledge in construction and management, suddenly disappeared, as if dissolved into thin air. And if spirits indeed inhabited Nanu Madol, how could this have affected the fate of its inhabitants? Perhaps they became victims of their own rituals, which got out of control. Or was there some taboo that prevented them from leaving their sacred lands? These questions remain unanswered, and each new discovery in Nanu Madol only fuels the interest and excitement surrounding this unsolved mystery. Immersing ourselves in the atmosphere of this lost world, we realize that Nanu Madol is not just ruins, but a window into another era, where the riddles of the past intertwine with myths, and each stone holds a history waiting to be revealed. But like many other places that harbor secrets, Nanu Madol continues to remain a mystery. Somewhere among the quiet waters of the lagoon and the shadows of ancient trees, the answers to questions that challenge everything we know about human history lie hidden. How many more such cities of spirits remain undiscovered, waiting for their secrets to be revealed? Or will they forever remain in the world of ghosts, where reality and myth intertwine in an endless dance of time? Basalt columns, traces of ancient giants. As we traverse the vast expanses of Oceania, we encounter something truly captivating: majestic basalt columns that, like giants, tower high above the earth, casting shadows on the verdant meadows and sapphire waters of the ocean. These natural formations, born of volcanic activity and subsequent erosion, seem not just a marvel of nature, but also mysterious monuments crafted by unknown artisans. How did these massive stone pillars, with their perfect straightness and extraordinary geometric shapes, come to be in such a remote corner of the world? Local legends abound with tales of giants who once roamed these lands, leaving behind their creations. Their powerful hands, according to the elders, could carve entire mountains, transforming them into colossal columns that we see today. How could such beings, if they indeed existed, create such architectural wonders that inspire awe and reverence? On some islands of Oceania, such as Easter Island or Tonga, one can find such formations, each imbued with the spirit of antiquity and mystery. For example, on Easter Island stand the enigmatic Moai enormous statues that, according to historians, were carved from tuff, and their size and precision are simply breathtaking. How could the ancient inhabitants create such massive statues with such skill, lacking modern technology? Some researchers suggest that these giants were created in honor of gods. But who were these gods, and what role did they play in the lives of the local people? According to one theory, the colossal columns were not just monuments, but symbols of the connection between heaven and earth, places where the spirits of ancestors could communicate with the living. Yet, despite all these theories, many questions remain. How did these giants manage to create such perfect forms, and why did they disappear? Perhaps they faded into oblivion, leaving behind only stone testimonies of their existence. Or perhaps they turned into stone guardians, continuing to watch over those who dare to approach their domains. Immersing ourselves in the world of these mysterious columns, we realize that each one holds not only history, but also many secrets waiting to be revealed. These natural formations, like silent witnesses, observe the changes around them, and perhaps one day they will tell us about the ancient giants who left their mark on this land. But this is not the only mystery hidden in the depths of the ocean. Let us now turn to other extraordinary artifacts that also proclaim a mysterious past and remind us that we are still far from fully understanding our history. Cyclopean stone walls, the mystery of ancient giants. As we travel through the islands of Oceania, we encounter another enigma that stirs the imagination and challenges our understanding of ancient technologies. These are massive stone walls, towering over the landscape like shields, protecting the islands from the onslaught of time and nature. Their enormous blocks, weighing several tons each, are perfectly fitted together, giving the impression that they were not created by human hands, but by some unknown force capable of manipulating stone in ways that even modern builders cannot. When we gaze upon these ancient structures, we are left with the question: how could people, lacking modern tools and technologies, have built such monumental constructions. Legends of local tribes are filled with tales of mighty builders possessing superhuman strength and wisdom. According to these legends, these colossal walls were not only built for defense, but also as sacred places where the worlds of the living and the dead intersected. Some scholars suggest that such structures could have served as observatories for stargazing. But how can we explain their massive size and complexity? Some researchers propose that ancient builders might have used sound vibrations to shape the stone, but this idea remains purely speculative. Local elders speak of divine intervention, claiming that gods descended from the heavens to assist humans in creating these wonders. How could these mythical beings manage such grand projects, and did they truly exist? Each stone in these walls seems to hold a piece of ancient history that we are not yet able to fully comprehend. Some of these walls, like those on the island of Nuka-Hiva, bear unique symbols and signs that may contain encoded messages from our ancestors. But who can decipher these messages if even the brightest minds of our time cannot explain how these cyclopean structures were built? Moreover, with the passage of time, many of these walls have begun to crumble, and with each fallen stone, a part of that mystical history is lost. Thus, they may serve not only as protection, but also as a warning. The collapse of these ancient constructions could signify the loss of our connection to our roots and to those who came before us. But this is not the only mysterious structure we can explore in this fascinating region. Moving from walls to other artifacts, let us delve deeper into the world of enigmatic stone circles, which also conceal many secrets and questions, waiting for their seekers to unravel them. Sunken cities and ruins, echoes of lost worlds. Diving into the depths of oceanic waters, we encounter another unsolved mystery, shrouded in an atmosphere of secrecy and mystique. Beneath transparent waves lie ancient ruins, echoes of lost civilizations that once flourished on the surface but are now submerged in the blue abyss, preserving only memories of their glory. Legends of local tribes tell of sunken lands where once mighty peoples dwelled, possessing knowledge that we can barely comprehend. According to these tales, these lands were swallowed by the ocean in a great cataclysm, perhaps the wrath of gods, or a terrible natural disaster. How could such civilizations, reaching such heights of development, vanish from the face of the earth, leaving behind only fleeting memories and myths? Archaeologists studying these underwater structures find massive stone blocks, perfectly cut and laid, challenging our understanding of ancient building technologies. Some of these finds are not just ruins, but entire cities where once life thrived. Narrow streets, magnificent temples, and even remnants of complex irrigation systems. How were they built if, according to historical records, the technologies of that time did not allow for such grand structures? Some researchers believe these underwater cities were centers of trade and culture. But what caused their downfall? Perhaps they fell victim to climate change or internal strife leading to the fall of powerful dynasties. Local residents, gazing at the sea, speak of the spirits of their ancestors who, they believe, still roam the sunken streets, guarding their secrets. Do these sunken cities really exist, or are they merely the product of imagination? Some scientists propose theories that these underwater finds could be remnants of lost continents like Atlantis, as described by ancient philosophers. But how to explain the disappearance of such advanced cultures? Some researchers claim that the sunken cities are the result of unnatural processes, possibly linked to ancient technologies about which we know nothing. Yet, despite numerous theories, the truth remains elusive. Immersing ourselves in this mystical atmosphere, we realize that each stone, each ruin beneath the water holds a part of the history that humanity has yet to uncover. And what if, hidden in the depths of the ocean, are not only sunken cities, but entire worlds waiting to be discovered? Moving from underwater finds, let us turn our attention to another enigma that captivates the minds of researchers and historians, the strange artifacts found in the most unexpected places, telling stories of forgotten epochs and cultures. Sacred groves with unusual trees, sanctuaries of spirits in living nature. Continuing our journey into the world of ancient mysteries, we find ourselves in the enigmatic sacred groves of Australia and Oceania, where nature itself becomes a living sanctuary, filled with the spirits of ancestors. Here, Among tall trees with twisted trunks and leaves shimmering in the sunlight, a unique atmosphere reigns, as if time has stopped, and the world of spirits and humans intertwine in a single dance. Legends of indigenous peoples tell of these sacred groves as the dwellings of spirits that guard nature and guide their descendants. How did these places become centers of spiritual life for entire nations? The trees here possess extraordinary power. For instance, the sacred eucalyptus trees with their wide canopies and trembling leaves, which, according to legend, can whisper the words of ancestors when the wind passes through their branches. Some of these trees even have their own names and stories passed down through generations. Local residents believe that each of them holds the soul of some ancestor, and that is why they are considered sacred. But how did these groves become so important for culture and traditions? Research shows that some trees have remarkable healing properties used to create medicines and ritual infusions. Do such trees really exist? Or is this just a metaphor reflecting the connection between humans and nature? The importance of such groves transcends the physical world. They serve as a bridge between the world of humans and the world of spirits. When we enter such a sacred grove, it is as if we cross a threshold into another dimension, where time loses its meaning and the sounds of nature become the sounds of prayer. Immersing ourselves in these places, we uncover not only the secrets of the past, but also the keys to understanding our place in the world. Some researchers believe that sacred groves may be connected to ancient rituals performed to communicate with the spirits of nature. Whatever the case, each step on their soil raises questions. What else lies beyond our understanding? What role did these groves play in the lives of ancient peoples? And what knowledge could they have passed on to us? And this is not the only mystery our world holds. From the sacred groves, let us move on to other extraordinary finds that continue to amaze and intrigue researchers. Mysterious artifacts discovered in the most unexpected places, revealing forgotten epochs and cultures. Petrified fungi, fossilized creatures from Aboriginal myths. Moving from sacred groves, we enter a wondrous world where nature and mythology intertwine. In fantastical forms, these are mysterious formations of sandstone resembling mushrooms found in certain corners of Australia. These whimsical stone structures, carved by time and the power of nature, seem to bear witness to ancient events recounted in the legends of local Aboriginals. How did these fossilized creatures come into being? According to myths, these rocks are the result of mythical transformations, when ancestral spirits turned into stone to preserve their stories for future generations. One legend tells of a great spirit who, to protect his people from evil forces, transformed into a giant mushroom, sheltering his followers under its protective cap. This mushroom, according to the tale, became a symbol of salvation and protection, and its stony form has retained the spirit's power for centuries. Ancient Aboriginals believe these formations are not just stones, but living beings that can hear and feel. Each one holds a part of history, which only those who know how to listen can understand. But how can we uncover the truth behind these myths, and how do they intersect with reality? Geologists point out that these formations were created through erosion and the action of wind and water. But how can we explain the aura of mystery and magic that envelops these places? Some researchers suggest that the fossilized mushrooms may be linked to ancient rituals performed to interact with nature spirits and ancestors. Local residents still come here to perform ceremonies, and standing among these massive rocks, they feel a connection to those who came before. But what is the true nature of these artifacts? Is there some hidden truth waiting to be discovered? Perhaps the fossilized mushrooms are not just a natural phenomenon, but a key to understanding the deep connections between humans and the universe. They remind us that nature is full of mysteries that we do not always understand. And this is just one of many enigmas that our planet hides. From the fossilized creatures, let us move on to other mysterious artifacts that continue to amaze and intrigue. These are the enigmatic figures and symbols found in various corners of the world, telling stories of forgotten epochs and cultures that have left their mark on human history. Let's turn our attention from the mysterious figures and symbols to a remarkable natural phenomenon that has become a true musical box of ancient lands: the ringing stones found in Australia. These unusual stones, also known as singing stones, possess an extraordinary ability to produce melodious sounds when struck against each other or themselves. How is this possible? Could there be music hidden within these stones that we can only hear with the help of nature? The sounds emanating from these stones resemble melodies of ancient instruments, and local residents believe they are carriers of ancestral spirits. Legends say that each stone holds a history that only requires the right approach to be heard. Some Aboriginals claim that these stones are not just geological formations. They are homes for spirits that, according to folklore, communicate with people through sound. Each touch or strike on a stone feels like a conversation with the spirit world, which we cannot fully comprehend. But how does the sound nature of these stones relate to scientific explanations? Geologists explain this phenomenon through the unique structure of minerals and their vibrational properties. But how can we account for the atmosphere of mystery they emit? Some researchers studying these stones note that their sounds resemble those heard in ancient rituals where shamans used stones to connect with spirits. This raises the question, could the sounds of these stones be more than just a natural occurrence, perhaps remnants of ancient scripts inscribed in stone? There are even more mysterious suggestions that these sounds might be linked to astral vibrations, potentially opening doors to other dimensions. How can one phenomenon evoke such diverse interpretations? Some believe that the ringing stones could have served not only for communication with spirits, but also as musical instruments for ancient rituals aimed at strengthening the bond between people and nature. But what was the true purpose of these stones? Can we consider them merely a natural phenomenon, or are they part of a deeper, unsolved mystery that connects humans with their ancestors? Despite all scientific research and attempts to explain this phenomenon, we cannot help but feel that the ringing stones hold more than just physics and geology. Perhaps they are a reminder that the world is full of mysteries waiting to be discovered, and that even seemingly simple phenomena can contain deep secrets. From the ringing stones, let us move on to mysterious places that also leave us with questions we cannot answer. There are numerous ancient structures that continue to puzzle and amaze us, each whispering about forgotten histories that we still need to decipher. Geoglyphs sprawling across the vast expanses of Australia represent one of the most mysterious and captivating enigmas of ancient cultures. These massive earthen mounds and drawings, visible only from above, seem to whisper to us about forgotten civilizations and rituals that once filled this land with life. What secrets lie hidden behind these mysterious symbols etched into the face of the earth? Why did our ancestors leave behind such grand and complex images that can only be perceived from a bird's eye view? These geoglyphs, crafted from earth and stones, often depict animals, people, and even abstract symbols, suggesting that they served not only as artistic expressions, but also as important ritual signs. Some researchers believe that such images could have been connected to astronomical observations, functioning as calendars that helped ancient people track seasonal changes and significant astronomical events. However, the true purpose of these enormous symbols remains a question without a definitive answer. Local legends tell of these geoglyphs being created in honor of spirits that protect this land, and some even claim that they serve as maps for navigating hidden corners of this mysterious continent. How could ancient peoples, without modern technology, create such large and precise images? Perhaps they possessed knowledge that we have since lost. As further study of these geoglyphs continues, historians and archaeologists encounter a multitude of theories. Some believe they were used for ritual purposes. Others suggest they served as symbols connecting different tribes. But this is not the only interpretation. There are also more mystical interpretations, according to which geoglyphs could be connected to Earth's energies, or even cosmic forces that link us to the universe. How can we explain such a diversity of opinions when each researcher sees something different in these signs? Perhaps the truth lies somewhere in the middle, in the idea that these geoglyphs are not just artifacts of the past, but reflections of deep connections between humans and nature. But do we have the ability to decipher their true meaning? Each geoglyph, each line and curve in the earth seems to remain silent, waiting for us to understand their message. Thus, from the enigmatic geoglyphs, we smoothly transition to other mysterious places where nature and humans have created something extraordinary. The world is filled with sacred territories that continue to inspire awe and wonder, each one holding its own secrets and stories, waiting for their mysteries to be revealed. How many more secrets remain hidden beneath the Earth's surface, and how much more of our past have we yet to uncover? Exploring the mystical ancient sites of Australia and Oceania leaves behind a multitude of questions and deep reflections. These enigmatic places, framed by majestic landscapes and shrouded in legends, remind us that human history is filled with unexplored pages and a diversity of cultural beliefs. We have learned about geoglyphs, which, like codes, continue to hide their secrets, about sacred lands that still evoke awe and admiration, and about people who have been creating and passing down these stories for centuries. Although many of these mysteries remain hidden under the veil of time, the interest in them does not fade. This remote part of the world, seemingly lost among the oceans, is actually a mirror of our collective desire to understand the past and unravel its secrets. Each discovery, each new hypothesis about ancient civilizations, their rituals and beliefs, fills us with a sense of wonder and awe. What was the life of those who left their traces on this land like? What secrets are waiting to be revealed? We invite you to share your impressions in the comments. Which of the revealed mysteries impressed you the most? Perhaps you have your own versions and theories about the enigmas we discussed. And of course, don't forget to subscribe to our channel to continue exploring a world full of mysteries and wonders. Each new episode is an opportunity to delve into another story, learn about new discoveries, and perhaps encounter even more unsolved mysteries. Let's continue this exciting journey together, exploring what still awaits us on the pages of history. How many more amazing discoveries await us in the future? And how many secrets are hidden from our view? Don't miss the chance to be part of this fascinating research.
Antarctica, the last unconquered continent of our planet. A frozen world shrouded in a veil of mysteries and unexplained phenomena. In these vast white deserts, where temperatures drop to -70 degrees, lie enigmas that could rewrite our understanding of Earth's history. Have you ever wondered what might be hidden beneath a 4-kilometer thick layer of ancient ice? Researchers have been recording strange, inexplicable sounds emanating from the icy depths, low-frequency rumbles and melodious trills, as if something or someone is trying to convey a message from the depths of time. Beneath this seemingly lifeless continent lie ancient subglacial lakes, isolated from the outside world for millions of years. What dwells in their dark waters? What forms of life could have evolved there, far from sunlight and oxygen? And the geological anomalies of Antarctica, perfectly pyramidal structures and strange circular formations visible from space, challenge our notions of natural landscape formation processes. Some scientists speak of natural phenomena, while others whisper about the remnants of ancient civilizations, but the truth remains hidden beneath the impenetrable ice shield, waiting for those who dare to uncover its secrets. The ice shield of Antarctica is but a part of a great mystery. The waters of the Southern Ocean, surrounding this enigmatic continent, harbor their sinister secrets. In 1997, hydrophones of the American National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration recorded a strange, piercing sound that later became known as the bloop. This ultra-low frequency sound burst, 50 times louder than the threshold of human hearing, traveled 5,000 kilometers through the icy waters. What could have created such a powerful acoustic phenomenon? Scientists have been baffled for years. Some researchers suggested that the source might be an unknown giant marine creature, larger even than the blue whale. Others linked the bloop to geological activity, the release of methane bubbles from the ocean floor or the movement of tectonic plates. But why did the sound not repeat with the regularity characteristic of geological processes? And why did it have almost organic modulation, as if a living being was trying to communicate from the impenetrable depths? The bloop is not the only acoustic ghost of these waters. Whistle, slow descending, Julia. Each of these recorded sounds has its unique pattern and inexplicable origin. Imagine, in this kingdom of eternal cold, where sound travels with crystalline purity through the water column, something unknown creates acoustic messages that we hear but cannot decipher. Some sounds resemble metallic scraping, as if giant mechanisms were awakening from a 1,000-year sleep beneath Antarctic waters. Others are melodic and rhythmic, like the song of an ancient civilization that vanished under a cataclysm, of which no records remain in human history. Official science offers rational explanations: ice processes, interaction of ocean currents, seismic activity. But why are these sounds so selectively localized around the most mysterious continent on Earth? Why do they appear and disappear without visible regularity? And what is most worrying? Why have some of these sounds changed their frequency and intensity in recent years, as if reacting to global warming or other planetary processes? In 2012, researchers from the University of Oregon proposed that the source of the bloop could be the breaking off of an iceberg, a process known as icequake. But is this explanation too convenient? Too simple for a sound that has puzzled the brightest scientific minds for decades? In the silent depths of the Southern Ocean, where pressure can crush a submarine like an empty tin can, perhaps something lies hidden that does not fit into our notions of the possible and impossible. Something that communicates in a language we are not yet able to understand. And as we listen to these mysterious signals from the depths, we cannot help but ask, what if these are not just natural phenomena? What if these sounds are part of a more complex picture, connected to other mysteries of Antarctica? From subglacial lakes to geomagnetic anomalies, from pyramidal structures to inexplicable thermal sources. Perhaps the key to the solution lies in a comprehensive approach that combines acoustic, geological, and even archaeological research of this last unexplored corner of our planet. While we ponder the mysterious sounds of Antarctic waters, hidden beneath the multi-kilometer thick ice of the continent lies another astonishing secret. A network of subglacial lakes, isolated from the outside world for millions of years. Lake Vostok, the largest of these hidden bodies of water, is a true time capsule, preserved under an ice shield 4 kilometers thick. Its crystal-clear waters have never known the touch of sunlight or human interference since their entombment under the icy barrier around 15 million years ago. Imagine this enigmatic underwater world. A vast lake the size of Lake Ontario, whose dark waters hold ancient secrets in complete isolation from the modern world. What forms of life could have evolved in this isolated ecosystem? What microorganisms, perhaps completely unknown to modern science, could have adapted to the extreme conditions of high pressure, lack of light, and minimal nutrients? Russian scientists who drilled a well and reached the surface of the lake in 2012 encountered a remarkable phenomenon. Water under immense pressure rose up the well by hundreds of meters, as if the lake itself was eager to reveal its secrets. But the most intriguing aspect is that preliminary analysis of water samples showed the presence of DNA not matching any known organism in international databases. Is this evidence of entirely new species that have evolved in isolation? Or perhaps ancient forms of life that have disappeared everywhere except in this subglacial sanctuary? Lake Vostok is just one of nearly 400 subglacial lakes discovered beneath Antarctic ice. They form a complex hydrological system connected by subglacial rivers and channels, about which we know very little. Some researchers suggest that these lakes may be linked to geothermal activity, creating local oases of heat in the realm of eternal cold. This could explain the strange thermal anomalies detected by satellites over certain areas of Antarctica. But if there are indeed geothermal sources beneath the ice shield, the ecosystem of subglacial lakes could be far more complex and diverse than we imagine. Is it possible that these isolated water worlds harbor not only microorganisms, but also more complex forms of life? Some scientists point to the analogy with hydrothermal sources on the ocean floor, where unique ecosystems thrive in complete darkness, fed by chemical energy from the Earth's interior. What if such oases of life exist beneath the Antarctic ice as well? But the most worrying question concerns the potential dangers that may lurk in these ancient waters. Microorganisms isolated from the rest of the world for millions of years could pose unknown pathogens to which contemporary living organisms have no immunity. Or, conversely, these waters may contain unique bacteria and viruses with extraordinary adaptive mechanisms that could revolutionize our medicine and biotechnology. Each step in the exploration of these subglacial worlds teeters on the edge between scientific breakthrough and potential catastrophe. As scientists continue their cautious study of water samples from Lake Vostok and other subglacial lakes, one cannot help but wonder, are these isolated ecosystems part of a larger puzzle of Antarctica? Perhaps the key to understanding the strange acoustic phenomena, magnetic anomalies, and other unexplained phenomena of the continent lies in these ancient waters, which hold memories of times when Antarctica was a flourishing continent. And do these subglacial worlds not only preserve traces of natural evolution, but also, perhaps, remnants of ancient civilizations that existed here before the onset of the Ice Age? In the end, the greatest discoveries often await us where the boundaries of the known and the unknown meet, in places where human foot rarely treads, and where the light of scientific knowledge rarely penetrates. But not only the subglacial lakes hold the secrets of the sixth continent. The very structure of the Antarctic ice itself gives rise to mysterious phenomena that challenge our understanding of natural processes. Among these, a special place is occupied by what are known as tabular icebergs, colossal ice blocks with remarkably regular geometric shapes, as if carved by an unknown sculptor. Imagine an ice monolith with perfectly smooth faces, right angles, and a flat surface like a table, floating among the waves of the Southern Ocean. Some of these natural phenomena reach the size of a small state. Iceberg A68, which broke off from the Larsen shelf ice in 2020, had an area of around 4,000 square kilometers, exceeding the territory of countries like Luxembourg or Mauritius. But not only the size of these ice giants amazes, their geometric regularity is so perfect that at first glance it seems artificial. How could blind natural forces create objects with such precise proportions, with faces polished by an experienced craftsman? Official science explains the formation of tabular icebergs through natural processes of calving from shelf ice, where ice slowly sliding from the continent forms a flat plate floating on the ocean surface. When the outer edge of such a plate calves under the action of waves, wind, or temperature changes, it retains the structure of the parent ice shelf, a flat surface and vertical walls. But even knowing the mechanism of their formation, it is impossible not to feel awe before these magnificent ice monuments. Their supernatural geometric regularity gives rise to a wave of alternative interpretations among those who see in natural phenomena signs of intelligent intervention. There are theories suggesting that some tabular icebergs could be artificial constructions disguised as natural objects, or even floating bases of unknown forces hiding in the waters of Antarctica. Especially intriguing are cases when such icebergs exhibit unusual behavior, moving against prevailing currents or suddenly changing direction without apparent cause. In 1985, a Soviet expedition recorded a tabular iceberg that, contrary to all calculations and known ocean currents, made almost a full circle around a small archipelago in the Weddell Sea, before continuing its journey north. The explanation of this phenomenon still causes disputes among oceanologists. Even more mysterious are the geometric formations discovered on the surface of the continent itself using satellite imagery. In 2016, a group of independent researchers, analyzing Google Earth images, found a series of concentric circles with a diameter of about 2 kilometers, perfectly inscribed in each other with equal intervals in eastern Antarctica. Official scientific organizations explain this anomaly as an optical effect arising from shooting the ice surface from a certain angle, or the result of wind interaction with the snow cover. However, a detailed analysis showed that such formations retain their structure on images taken at different times of the year and from different angles. What if these geometric patterns are not just a play of light and shadow, but a manifestation of deeper structures hidden under the ice cover? Some geophysicists suggest that they could be related to subglacial geological formations, or even ancient craters left by meteors that fell on the continent before the formation of the ice shield. Others point to the similarity of these patterns with geoglyphs found in other parts of the world, the Nazca lines in Peru or the circles in the fields in Europe. Could ancient civilizations that existed on the continent before glaciation have created these giant geometric symbols? And if so, for what purpose? Were they navigational markers, religious symbols, or perhaps messages for celestial observers? As the ice shield of Antarctica continues to melt under the influence of global warming, more and more of these geometric anomalies are becoming visible on the surface, as if the continent is gradually shedding its icy mask, revealing ancient secrets, and each new discovery only deepens the mystery. The more we learn about Antarctica, the clearer it becomes that we understand this mysterious continent on the edge of the world, where reality sometimes borders on fantasy, and scientific explanations coexist with mystical interpretations. Perhaps the truth, as always, lies somewhere in the middle, in that unexplored area where strict science meets open imagination ready to accept the impossible. The most astonishing discoveries of the past decades are linked to paleontological finds that gradually reveal the secrets of the pre-glacial past of Antarctica. Imagine a world where dense forests rustled where now lie barren icy plains, exotic fish splashed in warm waters, and creatures that we usually associate with tropical regions roamed along the banks of rivers. This is how Antarctica was millions of years ago, a green continent basking in the sun, a true lost paradise buried under a kilometer of ice. In 2020, an international expedition working on the James Ross Archipelago discovered fossilized remains of an ancient forest dating back around 90 million years. Analysis of the samples allowed scientists to reconstruct an incredible ecosystem that existed here during the Cretaceous period. A dense coniferous forest with a shrub layer of ferns and flowering plants, reminiscent of modern New Zealand forests. Paleobotanists were amazed by the diversity and lushness of the vegetation. The samples indicate a warm and humid climate with temperatures not dropping below +12 degrees even in winter months. How could a continent now bound by eternal frost, where temperatures drop to -89 degrees, have been a tropical paradise? The answer lies in global climate changes and the movement of tectonic plates. Antarctica was not always at the South Pole but gradually drifted to its current position, transforming from a blooming Eden into an icy wasteland. But even more intriguing are the finds made in the Transantarctic Mountains, where in 2015 paleontologists discovered fossilized remains of ancient reptiles, including ancestors of modern crocodiles and giant amphibians that inhabited Antarctic water bodies around 200 million years ago. Among the finds, the remains of a lystrosaur, a semi-aquatic creature the size of a modern seal, considered a transitional link between reptiles and mammals, attracted particular attention. The presence of these animals indicates the existence of a vast freshwater ecosystem, with numerous lakes and rivers fed by rainfall and the melting of high-altitude snow. But the most astonishing discovery was made in 2022, when a group of Chilean and Argentine scientists, studying exposed rocks on the Antarctic Peninsula, found microscopic fragments of ceramic and processed stone, estimated to be 7,000 to 8,000 years old. If these data are confirmed, they could revolutionize our understanding not only of Antarctica's history, but of the development of human civilization as a whole. Could ancient people have reached the shores of Antarctica in an era when, according to conventional chronology, they had barely mastered primitive seafaring? And if so, what drew them to this distant continent? Were they accidental travelers, blown off course by storms? Or were they deliberately seeking new lands? Or perhaps these artifacts belong to the indigenous inhabitants of Antarctica who lived there before the last glacial period. Official science currently refrains from final conclusions, requiring further research and more convincing evidence. However, the very fact of discovering potential traces of human activity in such an unexpected place makes us ponder how limited our understanding of ancient Earth history is. Even more mysterious are the geological anomalies discovered during seismic mapping of the subglacial relief of Antarctica. In the eastern part of the continent, under the Lambert Glacier, scientists have identified a strange geometrically regular structure resembling a giant pyramid with a square base. The dimensions of this formation, around 2 kilometers in base and nearly 700 meters in height, are comparable to the largest pyramids of Egypt and Mesoamerica. Is this structure a natural geological formation created by millions of years of erosion and tectonic processes? Or is it the work of intelligent beings hidden under the ice cover? Proponents of the latter version point to the suspiciously correct proportions and orientation of the pyramid relative to the cardinal directions, reminiscent of the architectural principles of ancient civilizations. Skeptics, however, remind us of nature's ability to create amazingly symmetrical forms, from mineral crystals to the basalt columns of the Giant's Causeway in Ireland. Nevertheless, the question remains open. What if under the ice of Antarctica indeed lie traces of an ancient civilization that flourished here before the onset of eternal winter? Perhaps the legends of the lost continents of Lemuria and Atlantis have a real basis, and one of these legendary lands now lies buried under the icy savanna of Antarctica. As global warming continues to thin the ice cover of the continent, more of its secrets are coming to light, as if nature itself is lifting the veil over ancient mysteries. And each new discovery gives rise to dozens of questions to which we currently have no answers. Perhaps the key to understanding many historical enigmas lies right here, at the edge of the world, in the realm of eternal ice and silence, where time seems to flow according to its own laws, preserving in the icy prison the testimonies of long-gone epochs. These remarkable discoveries are just a small part of the mysteries that abound in the icy continent. One of the most ominous and visually stunning phenomena of Antarctica is the so-called blood falls, a terrifying natural occurrence located in the dry valleys of McMurdo. Imagine this scene. Amidst the silent, snow-white glaciers and gray rocks, a stream of vividly red liquid suddenly appears, flowing down the Taylor Glacier, as if it were a bloody wound on the snow-white body of the continent. The crimson liquid slowly crawls across the ice, leaving a crimson trail that, under certain lighting, takes on an almost unnatural blood-red hue. First discovered in 1911 by Australian geologist Griffith Taylor, this phenomenon remained unexplained for many years, giving rise to mystical theories and superstitious fears. Local researchers named it blood falls, and the name has since become firmly established in both scientific literature and polar folklore. Early Antarctic explorers, encountering this phenomenon, could easily have interpreted it as an ominous sign or a manifestation of supernatural forces. In an era when many corners of the planet remained unexplored, such a terrifying spectacle would undoubtedly have given rise to legends of cursed lands and demonic forces lurking in the ice. Even today, when science has unraveled the mystery of this phenomenon, the first encounter with blood falls leaves an indelible impression, evoking almost primeval awe at the inexplicable. Modern research has shown that the red liquid is salt water with extremely high iron oxide content, which, upon contact with air, gives the stream its characteristic rust-red color. The source of this liquid is a subglacial lake, isolated from the outside world for approximately 2 million years. The water in this ancient reservoir is so salty that it does not freeze even at the extremely low temperatures characteristic of Antarctica. But what is most astonishing is the microbial ecosystem discovered by scientists in this inhospitable environment. In absolute darkness, without access to oxygen, with salinity 5 times higher than seawater, and iron content 30 times above normal. In such extreme conditions, scientists found a thriving colony of microorganisms. These ancient bacteria have evolved in complete isolation, developing unique metabolic pathways that allow them to obtain energy by using iron and sulfur instead of oxygen. In essence, we are dealing with a time capsule, preserving life forms that may be analogous to those that existed on Earth billions of years ago, when the planet's atmosphere did not contain significant amounts of oxygen. Or, even more intriguing, they may resemble organisms that could potentially exist on other planets with similar conditions, for example beneath the icy crust of Jupiter's moon Europa. Is Bloodfalls a window into the past of our planet, or perhaps a harbinger of what we might discover on other celestial bodies? And how many more such isolated ecosystems are hidden beneath the thick ice of Antarctica, preserving the secrets of evolution and adaptation of life to the most extreme conditions? Some researchers suggest that precisely such isolated microbial communities could have been the source of strange epidemics that periodically afflicted polar expeditions in the early 20th century. Documents from that era contain references to inexplicable fevers, hallucinations, and psychiatric disorders that suddenly appeared among expedition members conducting research near anomalous glacial formations. Could ancient microorganisms, released from their icy prison after millions of years of isolation, have caused these mysterious diseases? Or is this merely a coincidence, explained by the harsh conditions of the polar winter and the psychological stress inevitable during prolonged isolation in extreme conditions? Official science leans towards the latter explanation, but some biologists acknowledge the theoretical possibility of the existence of ancient pathogens preserved in the ice of Antarctica. Bloodfalls is just one of many mysterious phenomena that abound on the 6th continent. Each year, the icy expanses of Antarctica reveal new secrets, challenging our understanding of the history of Earth and the evolution of life. And who knows what other amazing discoveries await us in this realm of eternal ice, where time seems to flow according to its own laws, preserving the testimonies of long-gone epochs in its cold embrace. The Bloodfalls waterfall is just the beginning of our descent into the mysteries of the Antarctic. If we venture deeper into the continent, towards the Ellsworth Mountains, we will encounter something truly astonishing. Mountain peaks of such perfect pyramid-like shape that at first glance, they evoke a nearly mystical sense of artificial creation. Imagine this: amidst the endless icy wasteland, suddenly towering giant triangular silhouettes emerge, their edges so symmetrical that they appear to have been carved by an intelligent being. Among them, Mount Vinson stands out, the highest point in Antarctica, reaching 4,892 meters above sea level. Its nearly ideal pyramid shape, with 4 faces converging towards the summit at almost equal angles, leaves one both awestruck and bewildered. Official geology explains the formation of such structures through natural erosion processes. Glacial erosion, where glaciers descending different slopes gradually sculpt the mountain, creating characteristic triangular facets. This process indeed can create remarkably symmetrical natural forms. However, some researchers point to peculiar features of these Antarctic pyramids: anomalous regularity of the angles of inclination, inexplicable platform-like ledges at certain heights, and strange geomagnetic anomalies detected near these formations. Local polar researchers report unexplained malfunctions in navigation equipment when approaching these mountains, strange light effects observed on their slopes at certain times, and unusual acoustic phenomena. Echoes in these areas behave differently than in other parts of Antarctica, creating almost supernatural soundscapes. Alternative researchers like Professor Charles Hapgood have proposed theories about the existence of an ancient civilization on the Antarctic continent during a time when it was not yet covered in ice. According to these theories, the pyramid-shaped mountains could be natural formations modified by intelligent beings to create monumental structures similar to those found in Egypt or Central America. LiDAR scanning of certain areas of the Ellsworth Mountains has revealed strange geometric anomalies under layers of ice and snow, straight lines, rectangular structures, and concentric circles that are difficult to explain solely through natural processes. But how reliable are these data? Could technical failures or peculiarities in data processing create the illusion of artificial structures where there are none? Or perhaps we are indeed dealing with the remnants of an ancient forgotten civilization buried under kilometers of ice. Geologists from the Antarctic Research Center in McMurdo admit that some aspects of the formation of the Ellsworth Mountains are unusual from the perspective of classical geomorphology. Particularly enigmatic is the almost perfect alignment of the 3 main pyramid peaks. They are positioned on a straight line with equal intervals between them, and their height decreases in geometric progression. The probability of such a configuration forming randomly is extremely low. But does this mean we are dealing with artificial structures? Or are there unknown geological processes at work, specific to Antarctic conditions? The indigenous people of Tierra del Fuego, the nearest inhabited territory to Antarctica, have preserved in their folklore strange legends about the white land beyond the ice and the great houses of gods resembling mountains. These tales, passed down through generations long before the official discovery of Antarctica, contain remarkably accurate descriptions of the pyramid-shaped mountains of the Ellsworth Range. How could these isolated tribes know about the topographical features of a continent they presumably never visited? Is this a coincidence, a result of cultural diffusion, or perhaps evidence of ancient contacts that official history overlooks? The mystery of the Antarctic Pyramid Mountains remains open, inviting us on an exciting journey at the intersection of science and mysticism, facts and speculations. And as the White Continent keeps its secrets hidden beneath its multi-kilometer ice shield, we can only speculate, gather data, and ask, what else does this last unexplored territory of our planet, this harsh and mysterious world of eternal ice and secrets, still conceal from us? But this is not the only mystery that Antarctica hides. When we focus on the magnetic anomalies discovered on this harsh continent, we uncover another captivating page in the Book of Ancient Secrets. Antarctica, one of the most remote and unexplored places on Earth, is rich in unusual natural phenomena, including strange magnetic anomalies that arouse genuine interest among both scientists and enthusiasts of mysteries. These anomalies, as reported in scientific literature, are areas where the Earth's magnetic field fluctuates significantly, sometimes producing rather peculiar effects. Official science explains these phenomena with natural causes, such as the presence of iron minerals in the ground or the activity of underground magma flows. However, how else can one explain that in certain regions of Antarctica, navigation devices start behaving unpredictably? This creates a sense of mystery, as if forces hidden beneath the surface are beyond our understanding. As researchers approach these areas, they notice that compasses lose their course, and satellite systems malfunction. Local polar explorers have often shared their experiences of feeling strange sensations, and even slight disorientation, as if the magnetic forces were playing with their minds. Some even claim to feel a special energy, almost as if the Earth itself is breathing and waiting for someone to unravel its secrets. While official explanations, such as the presence of magnetic minerals or anomalous geology, may be true, it is not impossible that these phenomena are also connected to something more mystical than we can imagine. What role do these invisible forces play in shaping our perception of this mysterious land? How can they influence those who dare to explore its depths? These questions remain unanswered, adding to the already existing mysteries of Antarctica. Some alternative researchers speculate that magnetic anomalies could be linked to remnants of ancient technologies, possibly even artifacts of long-lost civilizations that once inhabited these lands. How could such knowledge have been forgotten, and the technologies lost? Or perhaps we are on the brink of discovering something monumental that will change our understanding of the history and geography of this mysterious place. But despite all theories and speculations, the truth remains elusive. The mysteries of Antarctica's magnetic anomalies, like many other aspects of this continent, remain open, fueling our interest and imagination. Perhaps the answers lie in these invisible forces, not only to the secrets of Antarctica, but to the entire human history, waiting to be uncovered. And as we continue to explore this cold and enigmatic land, asking questions about its unsolved mysteries, we can only hope that one day we will understand everything hidden beneath the icy surface. The ice caves of Antarctica are truly one of the most captivating natural phenomena of our world. As we venture into these subterranean realms, we are greeted by the magic of blue ice that seems to radiate an inner light. Deep, deep shades of blue and turquoise, reflecting sunlight, create an atmosphere that surpasses even the most audacious fantasies. Every corner of these caves is filled with life, although at first glance it might seem that a dead silence reigns. Walls covered with crystalline formations appear to tell the story of millions of years, when ice was formed under pressure and time, transforming ordinary water droplets into true works of art. How could such wonders of nature have come to be on this harsh continent? The formation of ice caves is a complex process involving water, cold, and time. Unique conditions in Antarctica cause ice masses to slowly but surely carve out passages, creating extraordinary arches and vaults that seem as if they were crafted by skilled artisans. Yet, despite scientific explanations, these caves often seem almost magical, leaving a sense of awe and mystery. What secrets might lie behind their luminous walls? What ancient secrets do these ice caves hold in their depths, which we are not yet ready to uncover? Local researchers who dare to venture into these icy depths report feeling the pulse of ancient energy, as if the ice itself holds memories of long-gone times. Some even claim to have encountered something more than just cold and silence in these ice labyrinths. The local population living on the edge of these mysterious caves shares legends about forgotten artifacts hidden beneath their icy layers, which could reveal civilizations that existed long before us. Perhaps these legends are merely products of imagination, but they certainly add to the existing enigma. How could it be that these icy depths harbor secrets that we have yet to unravel? What else lies hidden beneath the ice, waiting for someone to uncover its mysteries? These questions remain unanswered, fueling our imagination and desire to explore. But these are not the only mysteries that the ice caves reveal. Within their depths, one can discover remarkable natural formations that evoke both awe and a sense of unease. Ice stalactites and stalagmites, like sculptures carved from the purest ice, create an atmosphere as if you are in some fairy tale world. And every sound, echoing off the icy walls, fills the space with something indescribable. Soon, we may notice that these ice caves, despite their beauty, can also be dangerous. Their internal structures can be unstable, and any mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences. But despite the risk, researchers continue to strive to learn more about what this mysterious world hides. The ice caves of Antarctica are not just a natural phenomenon. They are a portal to the depths of time and space, where each step can open new horizons. What else might lie hidden in these icy depths, waiting for the light of knowledge to pierce the cold veils of time? Perhaps it is in these caves that the key to unraveling ancient mysteries lies, which we are only beginning to understand. Thus, the ice caves, like many other aspects of Antarctica, remain shrouded in mystery and uncertainty, inviting us on a journey through labyrinths filled with riddles and unexpected discoveries. Miracles that arise in Antarctica are truly wondrous and mysterious. When we think of mirages, many of us imagine hot deserts where optical illusions create images of oases and distant water bodies. However, in the icy expanses of Antarctica, where cold and wind reign supreme, such illusions take on a completely different form. Here, under the influence of unique atmospheric conditions, mirages known as fata morgana can occur, optical phenomena that distort reality and make us question what we see. How are these incredible optical illusions formed? They appear as a result of light refraction in layers of air with different temperatures, creating whimsical images that can seem real. Wind, playing with its cold, can sometimes lift ice crystals into the air, which in turn refract light and create magical scenes, like ice palaces appearing out of nowhere. These mirages can be so realistic that they seem to hide a real land teeming with life and warmth. But then, suddenly, they vanish, leaving only emptiness and a cold wind. How can we explain this sudden disappearance? Perhaps it is a reflection of Antarctica's nature, a place where reality and illusion intertwine in an eternal dance. What meaning lies behind these mirages? Some researchers believe they may be reflections of ancient legends passed down through generations by local peoples, telling of lost civilizations and forgotten worlds. These are not just optical illusions, they are something more, a hint that Antarctica holds secrets we have yet to uncover. The few local residents often share stories of strange, inexplicable phenomena appearing on the horizon at certain times. Some claim that these mirages contain messages from ancient beings that once roamed the Earth. But what if these mirages are merely light and ice playing tricks, reflecting our own nature, our desire for adventure and discovery? Each mirage is an opportunity to look into the depths of our consciousness, our desire to understand a world beyond the familiar. These optical illusions, like ice caves, make Antarctica a place where the boundaries between reality and the mystical blur. But this is not the only mystery this continent holds. Surrounding us are ice fields full of secrets waiting to be revealed. Perhaps the key to understanding ancient stories that remain unanswered lies in these mirages. How much more unexplained is hidden in the mysterious, boundless expanses of Antarctica? Each mirage, each optical phenomenon underscores that we are only scratching the surface of the ancient mysteries waiting to be discovered in this enigmatic and vast frozen world. Dry valleys of McMurdo. This is truly a remarkable place that, at first glance, seems like a Martian landscape, devoid of ice and snow. Here, at the edge of the world, temperatures can drop to -40 degrees, and the wind, without mercy, blows away the last trace of moisture. These valleys, located in Antarctica, appear as if nature itself decided to create a unique experiment to test the limits of life in the harshest conditions. Dry canyons, dried up riverbeds, and bare rocks, shattered by time, raise questions about how life could survive in such extreme conditions. How did it manage to thrive where even the most resilient organism seems unable to withstand the cruelty of nature? In these valleys, there live remarkable organisms, such as microscopic algae and bacteria, that can survive in conditions of absolute minimalism, extracting moisture from the air and gathering sunlight as if they were on another planet. How did they adapt to such a merciless environment? Some scientists suggest that these organisms could provide us with clues about the possibility of life on other planets where conditions seem equally inhospitable. Perhaps it is here, in the dry valleys, that we can find the key to understanding how life can exist in the most unexpected places. But this is not the only mystery they hold. Scientific research shows that these valleys are evidence of ancient climatic changes that once made this land more habitable. How could life have flourished there where now there is only desolation? Some researchers suggest that once there were rivers flowing, and the climate was much milder. But what caused such a dramatic change? Perhaps it is the result of global changes that occurred millions of years ago, leaving behind only empty expanses. This land holds secrets that are still unsolved, and every stone here seems to whisper about ancient times. Marvelous fossil samples found in these valleys give us a glimpse into the past when life was completely different. But what if these findings are not just evidence of the past, but hints that life could exist in other, more remote corners of the universe? Studying the dry valleys, we cannot help but ask, how much do we really know about the boundaries of life, and what might lie beyond our planet? How many more unexplored places exist where life could find its way in the most inhospitable conditions? These questions, like the valleys themselves, remain unanswered, opening up horizons for new research and discoveries. Here, amidst the harsh landscapes, we encounter the fact that the mysteries of nature are boundless and multifaceted. The dry valleys of McMurdo remind us that sometimes the harshest conditions can become the cradle for extraordinary forms of life, and that perhaps on other planets there are their own mysterious worlds waiting to be discovered. But this is not the only mystery that the dry valleys hold. In the heart of Antarctica, amidst the snow-covered expanses and icy plains, there are even more extraordinary secrets related to meteorites. Antarctica is a unique place for meteorite hunting, and the reasons for this are evident. The cold climate and constant ice cover create ideal conditions for preserving these cosmic objects, which, after being ejected from the surface of Earth or other planets, land here in their original form. Furthermore, the pristine white ice fields serve as a natural backdrop, allowing black meteorites to stand out, which facilitates their discovery. Along the length and width of Antarctica, researchers find numerous meteorites, some of which are incredibly ancient and contain clues about the formation of our solar system. For example, the meteorite known as Allen Hills 1982 contains unique minerals and structures that suggest the possibility of life on Mars in the distant past. How is it that these rocks, which have traveled billions of kilometers, now lie on the surface of our planet, waiting to be studied? But not only meteorites related to Mars attract the attention of scientists. Some finds raise questions about the origin of the sun's light and the chemical elements necessary for the emergence of life. Meteorites with compositions similar to those found on Earth indicate that the elements we are made of could have been brought to us from space. How did they get here? And what does this tell us about our connection to the universe? Some researchers suggest that meteorites could have acted as catalysts for the formation of life on Earth, bringing with them the necessary amino acids and molecules. But this raises even more questions. What if life on other planets also has its roots in meteorites? Are there other planets where meteorites could have been the source of life, but we simply don't know about it? Each discovered meteorite becomes a key to unraveling ancient mysteries, and each find is a step towards understanding how life on Earth could have originated and evolved. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Despite the many meteorites that have been studied, many of them remain unexplained, giving rise to new theories and hypotheses. How many more of these cosmic messengers are hidden beneath the ice, waiting for their turn to be discovered and studied? This leads us to the thought that Antarctica may hold not only the keys to understanding our history, but also new horizons for future discoveries. Perhaps in this silent, icy desert, there are secrets that could change our perception of life and its origins. Meteorites found here remind us that we are still on the threshold of great discoveries, and that each find can be the beginning of a new understanding of what it means to be a part of this boundless universe. How many more mysteries await their time on the vast expanses of Antarctica? But this is not the only mystery that Antarctica hides. Beneath its icy shield lie subglacial volcanoes, which, despite their invisibility, play a crucial role in understanding the geology of this region. Imagine vast ice sheets that have hidden from human eyes for millennia, powerful volcanic formations capable of erupting lava and gases, creating local zones of warmth in this harsh climate. These volcanoes may not only influence the surrounding environment, but also serve as catalysts for unique ecosystems that, as we can only speculate, might exist beneath the ice. Scientists have long suspected that subglacial volcanic activity could create ideal conditions for life in these isolated ecosystems, possibly even harboring their own forms of life that have evolved in the absence of sunlight. The volcanic activity in these ice depths raises many questions. What impact do these subglacial volcanoes have on the regional climate? What role do they play in the formation of ice sheets? In recent years, research using methods such as satellite laser scanning and underwater drones has allowed scientists to identify active volcanoes that can release heat, contributing to the melting of ice and the formation of subglacial lakes. These lakes, in turn, become true oases of life where microscopic organisms can thrive, thanks to geothermal heat and nutrients released by the volcanoes. Some researchers suggest that conditions similar to these could have been the basis for the emergence of life on Earth billions of years ago. But if life can indeed exist in such extreme conditions, what does this imply about possible forms of life on other planets? Perhaps the subglacial volcanoes of Antarctica are just a prelude to a broader understanding of how life can adapt and survive in the most unexpected places. How many more such hidden ecosystems await discovery in the unexplored corners of our planet? Each discovery of subglacial volcanoes opens new horizons for scientific research and raises important questions about our existence. This leads us to consider that Antarctica, as an icy continent, may not only hide ancient meteorites but also living evidence of extraordinary processes taking place beneath its surface. What terrifying or conversely amazing world may lie beneath millions of tons of ice, waiting for its moment to be explored? Each drop of melted ice could be a key to unraveling the mysteries that remain unsolved. And this makes us ponder, how many more mysteries are hidden beneath this icy shell, waiting for their time to be revealed? But this is not the only mystery that Antarctica hides. Diving into its icy realm, we encounter extraordinary atmospheric phenomena that can astonish even the most skeptical researchers. Look at the sky above this harsh continent, and you may see pearlescent clouds, an amazing natural phenomenon that can envelop Antarctica in indescribable beauty. These clouds, formed by the refraction of sunlight through ice crystals at an altitude of over 20 kilometers, seem like invisible artists painting the sky in vibrant rainbow hues. Their soft glow, shimmering in all the colors of the rainbow, creates the sensation of witnessing a magical performance by nature, one that cannot be explained by simple scientific terms. How is it that such picturesque, almost mystical phenomena arise in this cold and desolate land? The rarity of pearlescent clouds adds yet another layer of mystery to the already enigmatic atmosphere of Antarctica. Their appearance is linked to specific climatic conditions, and while scientists understand the mechanism of their formation, the nature of this phenomenon remains a mystery. Why do these unusual clouds appear in this region, amidst the icy expanses? Perhaps it is a sign that even in the most extreme conditions, life and beauty find a way to manifest. Some researchers suggest that changes in the atmosphere and climate may affect the frequency of these clouds' appearance, raising new questions about climate change on the planet. What if these pearlescent clouds are not just a natural phenomenon, but a kind of signal from the Earth itself, warning us about what is happening within its depths? As we marvel at this natural beauty, it is worth considering what other mysteries may be hidden in the sky over Antarctica. Perhaps there are many more secrets waiting to be discovered beyond our current knowledge of meteorological phenomena. How many more unusual clouds could tell us about the past and future of our planet, remaining unnoticed? Each time the sun shines over the icy expanses, it may paint new pictures on the sky, filled with mysteries and possibilities. This leads to the thought that Antarctica, despite its apparent lifelessness, is a true source of extraordinary discoveries, waiting to be unveiled. But let us not forget that Antarctica is not just about clouds and volcanoes. Venturing further, we may uncover mysterious artifacts that could tell the story of forgotten civilizations and their strange customs. What were their beliefs, and how did they adapt to such extreme conditions? Scientists are still searching for answers to these questions, and each new artifact could be a key to understanding how people lived and survived in this harsh climate. What was the life of those who dared to set foot on this land and leave their mark on history? With each new discovery, we get closer to unraveling these mysteries. But the nature of Antarctica continues to keep its secrets hidden beneath layers of ice and snow. Ancient ice cores and the history of climate. Continuing our journey through the mysteries of Antarctica, we encounter unique ice cores that, like cold pages of an ancient book, preserve the history of our planet's climate. These cores, extracted from deep layers of ice, represent not just centuries or even millennia, but entire epochs. Each millimeter of these ice samples can tell us about how the climate changed, which ecosystems thrived, and which disappeared. Scientists use radiocarbon dating and isotope analysis to reconstruct atmospheric conditions at different historical moments, and the results can be astonishing. For example, data from ice cores indicate periods when the planet's temperature was significantly higher than today. How could life exist under such conditions? What organisms inhabited these lands, and how did they adapt to rapid climate changes? Some findings in these ice records are so unusual that they raise new questions. Certain layers contain evidence of ancient volcanic eruptions that actively released carbon dioxide and other gases into the atmosphere, altering the climate for decades. How did ecosystems react to such catastrophic events? Perhaps many species we know today are merely shadows of those that once inhabited these regions. Scientists suggest that in the past, there may have been entire ecosystems completely different from today's, and their disappearance left only ice records behind. But what caused these changes? Natural disasters? Or was it the result of activities by ancient civilizations trying to adapt to conditions that ultimately led to their downfall? As we delve into the study of ice cores, we see that these frozen layers of time hold not only climate data, but also mysteries that could change our understanding of Earth's past. Scientists working with these samples often encounter contradictory data that challenge existing theories. This makes us wonder, what else do we not know? How many more secrets might the ice, which seems to hold only silence and cold, conceal? Perhaps the answers to questions about how humanity could preserve its ecosystems and adapt to changing conditions lie hidden in these ancient layers of ice. Unusual climate changes recorded in the cores create a sense that Earth itself whispers about its history, warning us against repeating past mistakes. Scientists continue to study these samples, and each new discovery opens up horizons we never imagined. Yet, despite all efforts, many questions remain unanswered. What will be the consequences of current climate changes? And can we prevent future catastrophes based on the lessons of the past? This leads us to consider that perhaps in the depths of Antarctica and other corners of the world, there are many such ice archives waiting for their moment to reveal the mysteries we have not yet understood. After all, how many more stories like these does our planet hold, waiting to be uncovered? Adaptation of the wild. But this is not the only mystery we can uncover in this harsh yet captivating land. Diving deeper into the world of Antarctica, we encounter incredible feats of nature. Adaptations of local wild fauna, such as seals and penguins, to extreme conditions that seem impossible for life. How do they manage to survive in this icy realm, and what secrets do their remarkable abilities hide? Seals living on the ice are a testament to nature's remarkable skill. Their thick layer of fat, reaching several centimeters in thickness, serves not only as protection from the cold sea air, but also as an insulator, allowing them to retain heat. Scientific research shows that some seal species can dive to depths of over 500 meters, staying underwater for up to an hour, a true marvel of survival in extreme conditions. How do they adapt to such intense pressure and low temperatures at such depths? Perhaps it is due to their unique cell structure, which allows them to go without oxygen for extended periods. But this is not the only mystery. Penguins, these amusing creatures with black and white plumage, also astound with their resilience. Their ability to form massive colonies, where they can warm each other, creating thermal circles, is a model of collective survival. How have these birds, unable to fly, adapted to such a harsh climate, where each winter brings new challenges? Perhaps the secret lies in their unique ability to adapt to environmental changes, as well as their instinctive drive for unity. Research shows that penguins can recognize their kin by voice, allowing them to find each other even in colonies of tens of thousands. How is this possible? Such questions make us ponder how deeply we understand these remarkable survival mechanisms. Yet despite all the knowledge we have gained, many aspects of these animals' lives remain unexplored. How will their habits change with the current climate changes? Will they be able to adapt to new conditions, or will their resilience be put to the test? These questions remain open, and perhaps this very mystery of nature is the greatest enigma we still need to unravel. But the mystery does not end with the animals. From marine inhabitants, we can move on to other aspects of the biosphere, where equally amazing stories of survival in the most unfavorable conditions are hidden. Ultimately, how many more great stories of survival and adaptation are hidden in the depths of Antarctica and other frozen corners of our planet, waiting to be revealed and studied? Antarctica, despite its icy exterior and harsh conditions, turns out to be a treasure trove of fascinating mysteries and enigmas. We delved into a world where nature demonstrates its most extraordinary abilities, and where each discovery spawns new questions. Scientific research explains many phenomena, such as how seals can survive in icy waters by diving to great depths, or how penguins create thermal circles to protect themselves from the cold. However, the more we learn, the more we realize that there are many aspects that remain unknown. How does nature cope with such extreme conditions? What other secrets are hidden beneath the thick layers of ice and snow? Each step in this mysterious continent fills us with awe. As science and mysticism intersect, the known and the unknown collide. Perhaps it is this very inscrutability that makes Antarctica the most captivating of all. How many more wonders are hidden in its icy depths? What ancient stories will the ancient glaciers whisper if we only listen? How close are we to unraveling the great mysteries that await their time to be revealed? We invite you to share your thoughts on which of the presented wonders seemed most captivating to you. Subscribe to our channel, and together we will embark on further explorations of the mysterious places on our planet. Let us continue our quest to understand the most extreme environments that surround us, and uncover new enigmas that are hidden in the depths of Antarctica and beyond. After all, how much more amazing awaits us ahead? In the twilight of the jungle, where time seems to have stopped, they stand. Colossal witnesses of bygone eras, keepers of secrets that modern man still cannot unravel. Imagine this. Just 5 years ago, a group of leading architects from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology attempted to reproduce the construction techniques of Angkor Wat using computer modeling and advanced building technologies. The result? Complete failure. How could ancient masters, without a single measuring tool, create structures of such precision that not even a knife blade could fit between the stone blocks? What lies behind these monumental structures? Simple craftsmanship or lost knowledge that surpasses our understanding? Today, we embark on a journey through Asia's most mysterious architectural wonders. From the lost temples of Cambodia to the mystical pyramids of China, from the labyrinths of subterranean cities to monasteries floating in the clouds. Prepare to immerse yourself in a world where each stone holds a history, each carving is a message, and every turn in the corridor can lead to the unraveling of a 1,000-year-old mystery. These magnificent temples of Cambodia are just the beginning of our journey. For only a few thousand kilometers to the northeast stands what is perhaps the most monumental testament to human ingenuity and perseverance, the Great Wall of China. Imagine a structure stretching 21,000 kilometers through mountains, deserts, and plains, almost half the length of Earth's equator. A colossal serpent of stone and clay, its history spanning more than 2 millennia. Historians assert that its construction required more than 1 million workers, many of whom were forever entombed in its foundation. Local residents still refer to it as the world's longest cemetery. But what is most astonishing is not only its scale, but the engineering prowess of the ancient builders. How did they create a structure capable of withstanding not only enemy invasions, but also the relentless onslaught of time? In some sections of the wall, archaeologists have discovered a special mortar containing sticky rice, which formed a bond stronger than modern cement. Did the ancient Chinese possess chemical secrets lost to time? But the Great Wall holds not only military and engineering mysteries. In 2012, a group of restorers found between the stone blocks in the battling area tiny scrolls with love letters dating back to the 16th century. Who left these poignant records of human emotions in this harsh military structure? Were they soldiers pining for their loved ones, or secret messages between lovers from neighboring villages? The so-called singing of the wall is considered even more enigmatic. On moonless nights, when the wind blows strongly through the embrasures and watchtowers, the wall begins to emit long, melodious sounds resembling human voices. Local residents believe these are the souls of the deceased builders calling out to their families. Acoustic scientists offer a rational explanation for this phenomenon, linking it to the special configuration of the openings that create an organ-like effect. But why is the singing audible only on certain days of the year? And why do some expedition participants claim to hear fragments of ancient Chinese melodies in these sounds? It is on the watchtowers of the Great Wall that the first fireworks were born. This mysterious invention that the Chinese initially used not for entertainment, but for signaling over vast distances. Each color, each flash carried a coded message, understandable only to the initiated. Archaeologists continue to find in the wall hidden caches of ancient powders and chemical components, the recipes of which remain largely undeciphered. What is even more astonishing, satellite images taken in 2019 revealed previously unknown sections of the wall, buried under layers of soil and vegetation. Subsequent excavations uncovered artifacts that do not correspond to any known Chinese dynasties. Who built these segments, and why? Some researchers propose a daring hypothesis that parts of the Great Wall may have existed long before the officially recognized date of its construction began. Perhaps we have only scratched the surface of the mysteries of this magnificent monument, this singing sentinel of the empire, whose secrets continue to elude us like the morning mist over ancient towers. The Great Wall of China is just one of many testimonies to the genius of ancient civilizations. If we return to the beginning of our narrative and once again cast our gaze upon the enigmatic Angkor Wat, we can delve deeper into its unfathomable mysteries. This colossal temple complex, sprawling amidst the impenetrable jungles of Cambodia, is so vast that it is the first religious structure visible from orbit. Imagine this: When astronauts look at our planet from hundreds of kilometers above, they can discern this stone symphony, created by human hands more than 8 centuries ago. How did the ancient Khmer people, without modern technology, manage to create an architectural masterpiece of such scale and precision? The stone blocks of Angkor Wat are fitted together with remarkable accuracy. Not even a knife blade can be inserted between them. But even more mysterious is the skill of the stone carvers who created more than 3,000 celestial dancers, or apsaras, each with unique facial features and attire. Scholars still debate how the masters achieved such detail while working with hard sandstone. And why do some of these stone maidens have facial features not typical of the local population? Where did the inspiration for these enigmatic figures come from? Another mystery of Angkor Wat is its astronomical alignment. Twice a year, during the spring and autumn equinoxes, the sun rises directly over the central tower of the temple, creating an effect of divine radiance. Was this a coincidence or a deliberate calculation by ancient astronomers? Research shows that the creators of the complex possessed extraordinary knowledge of celestial bodies. Many bas-reliefs of the temple contain encrypted astronomical maps and calendrical cycles, the accuracy of which astounds modern scholars. How could a people without telescopes and computers possess such profound knowledge of the cosmos? Local legends speak of a strange mixture used in the construction of Angkor Wat, a combination of milk, egg whites, and a special plant juice. For a long time, scholars dismissed these stories as a beautiful myth. However, chemical analysis of samples conducted in 2017 revealed traces of organic compounds that could indeed have come from the mentioned ingredients. Moreover, this unusual composition ensured incredible durability of the structures, allowing them to withstand centuries of tropical rains and scorching sun. Did the ancient Khmer people possess secrets of chemistry lost to modern science? The most astonishing discovery was made recently. In 2020, an international group of archaeologists, using LiDAR scanning, discovered an extensive network of underground tunnels beneath Angkor Wat, stretching for tens of kilometers. These tunnels connect the temple with distant water bodies and lesser-known sanctuaries, forming a complex system whose purpose remains unclear. Some researchers suggest that this could have been part of a sophisticated hydraulic system, while others see in the tunnels a ritual significance linked to ancient initiation rites. Particularly enigmatic are the round chambers located at the intersections of the tunnels, whose walls are adorned with unknown symbols not corresponding to any known writing system of Southeast Asia. What did the ancient builders want to convey with these mysterious symbols? And why was the entrance to the underground system so carefully concealed from outsiders? The deeper scholars delve into the mysteries of Angkor Wat, the more questions arise. Perhaps this magnificent temple is not just a religious structure, but a complex mechanism, a message encoded in stone for future generations. And how many more secrets do its silent walls, patiently awaiting their hour, still hold? But perhaps no architectural marvel of antiquity is shrouded in such a romantic aura as the majestic Taj Mahal, standing proudly on the banks of the Yamuna River in Agra, India. This pristine white mausoleum, seemingly floating above the earth, is more than just a monument of architecture. It is a poem of love frozen in marble, a story that has touched hearts for nearly 4 centuries. Emperor Shah Jahan, grief-stricken after the death of his beloved wife Mumtaz Mahal, vowed to create a tomb of such beauty that the world had never seen before. 22,000 workers and artisans from various corners of Asia labored for more than 20 years to bring this grand vision to life. Imagine the scale of this endeavor. 28 different types of precious and semi-precious stones were brought from the farthest reaches of the known world. Turquoise from Tibet, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan, sapphires from Ceylon, agates from Yemen. The finest mosaic of these stones forms exquisite floral ornaments, intended to symbolize the paradise garden awaiting Mumtaz Mahal in the afterlife. But do you know that, according to ancient legends, the chief architect of the Taj Mahal, Ustad Ahmad Lahori, was blinded by order of the emperor after the construction was completed? Shah Jahan supposedly wanted to ensure that no one could ever create anything more beautiful. Historians dispute the authenticity of this legend, but it continues to live on, adding a tragic note to the story of this wonder. Another mystery of the Taj Mahal is its apparent perfect symmetry. Upon close examination, scientists have discovered that the mausoleum contains numerous intentional deviations from geometric perfection. The minarets are slightly inclined outward, and the elements of the facade have barely noticeable differences in size. According to Islamic tradition, only Allah can create something perfect, and these imperceptible errors were intentionally included as a tribute to the divine. But could these deviations have had a more practical purpose? Some engineers suggest that the inclination of the minarets is a brilliant architectural solution. In case of an earthquake, the towers would fall outward, not damaging the main building. Truly remarkable is the way the creators of the Taj Mahal achieved the effect of its changing appearance. At different times of the day, the white marble takes on various shades, pinkish at dawn, dazzling white at noon, and soft golden at sunset. But the most magical sight awaits those who see the Taj Mahal under a full moon. At these nights, the marble seems to glow from within, and the inlaid precious stones shimmer like stars, creating the illusion that the building is not on the ground but floating in the air. Local guides tell that this effect was meticulously calculated by the architects, who studied the movement of the moon and its influence on the perception of white marble. How did they achieve such precision without modern optical instruments? But perhaps the most astonishing secret of the Taj Mahal is its foundation. Built on the banks of a river in a seismically active zone, the mausoleum has withstood numerous floods and earthquakes, maintaining its structural integrity. Recent research has shown that beneath the Taj Mahal lies a complex system of wooden wells filled with river sand and stones. This construction works as a natural shock absorber, absorbing seismic waves and preventing the settling of the soil. Moreover, the foundation includes a network of channels that regulate the level of groundwater under the building. How could the builders of the 17th century possess such advanced knowledge in the field of earthquake-resistant construction? And how many more secrets does this immortal monument of love, dazzling with its beauty and perfection, still hold? Perhaps the Taj Mahal is not only a tribute to a beloved woman, but also an encrypted message containing ancient knowledge lost to modern civilization. However, if the Taj Mahal embodies elegant refinement and symmetry, then the Meenakshi Temple in the southern Indian city of Madurai represents a completely different, yet no less captivating facet of ancient Indian architecture. Imagine a structure that, at first glance, seems not to be the work of human hands, but a vision from another world. A kaleidoscope of colors, forms, and images that literally takes your breath away. 14 majestic gopurams, towering gateways adorned with thousands of sculptures of gods, goddesses, mythical creatures, and heroes, rise above the city, like multicolored mountains springing from the earth. Each of these towers is a veritable encyclopedia of Hindu mythology carved in stone. But do you know that, according to local legends, in moonless nights, the sculptures come to life and descend to stroll the deserted streets of the ancient city? In the morning, they return to their places, and the only evidence of their nocturnal wanderings are barely noticeable traces on the dusty roads. Scholars, of course, attribute these stories to folklore, but local residents still avoid passing by the temple on particularly dark nights. The interior of the Meenakshi Temple is no less astonishing than its exterior. The famous Hall of 1,000 Pillars, although it actually contains 997, deserves special attention. Each pillar is carved from a single block of granite and adorned with intricate carvings. But the most remarkable property of these pillars is revealed when you lightly tap on them. They produce a melodious sound, with each pillar having its own unique note. Old temple priests claim that in ancient times, priests could perform complex musical compositions by touching the pillars in a specific sequence. How did ancient craftsmen achieve such acoustic properties in stone? Modern material scientists still cannot provide a definitive answer. The temple is dedicated to the goddess Meenakshi, the embodiment of divine feminine energy with fish-like eyes. Her name literally means fish-eyed. According to an ancient legend, Meenakshi was born with 3 breasts, and it was prophesied that the 3rd breast would disappear when she met her future husband. And so it happened when she met Lord Shiva, who became her husband. This romantic story has made the Meenakshi Temple particularly popular among lovers. It is believed that a marriage blessed in this temple will be long and happy, and childless couples who perform a special ritual here will soon experience the joy of parenthood. Every year, thousands of newlyweds come here to receive the goddess's blessing. But perhaps the most intriguing mystery of the temple is its orientation relative to the cardinal directions. Researchers have discovered that the complex was built with the most sophisticated astronomical calculations in mind. On certain days of the year, during solstices and equinoxes, sunlight penetrates through special openings in the roof and illuminates the goddess's statue in a unique way. How could builders of the 10th century possess such precise knowledge of celestial bodies' movements? And what other astronomical secrets might be encoded in the architecture of this ancient sanctuary? Could the Meenakshi Temple be not just a place of worship, but also a kind of observatory, created for observing cosmic cycles? And is not the vibrant, almost psychedelic coloration of the temple towers an attempt to convey the visionary images that ancient sages saw in deep meditation? These questions remain unanswered, adding another layer of mystery to this extraordinary monument of human genius and faith. If the Temple of Meenakshi impresses with its brilliance and extravagance, then another ancient mystery awaits us in the sun-scorched rocks of Jordan's desert. Imagine a city that vanished from human memory for centuries, as if dissolved in the flow of time. Petra, the mysterious pink city carved into the rocks, was accidentally discovered by Swiss researcher Johann Ludwig Burckhardt in 1812. Dressed in Arab clothing and posing as a Muslim pilgrim, he managed to enter the forbidden territory for Europeans and became the first Westerner to see this wonder of ancient architecture after many centuries of oblivion. But what happened to the once thriving city? How could the capital of the Nabatean kingdom, through which the most important trade routes of antiquity passed, disappear from historical memory? This mystery remains without a definitive answer. When you walk through the narrow, winding Sick Gorge, with walls rising to 88 meters, it seems as if the earth itself is opening up to reveal its secret. And suddenly, at the end of this natural corridor, between the rocks, an awe-inspiring sight appears. The magnificent facade of the treasury, El Hasne, painted in soft pink tones. This moment of revelation is so dramatic that it takes the breath away even of modern travelers, let alone the ancient caravanners who first saw this architectural masterpiece after a long and dangerous journey through the desert. The technique used by the Nabatean masters is particularly impressive. They did not build buildings in the conventional sense. They carved them directly into the rock, working from top to bottom. Imagine the incredible complexity of such a process. One wrong blow, one mistake in calculations, and months of labor would be lost. How did they manage to achieve such precision in their architectural designs without modern tools and technologies? Scholars suggest that the masters first created detailed drawings on papyrus, then transferred them to the rock, and only then began the painstaking process of carving. But even this explanation does not diminish the genius of the ancient builders. For these buildings do not have foundations in the traditional sense. They are an integral part of the mountain mass. Perhaps it is for this reason that Petra has survived numerous earthquakes that periodically shook the region. But perhaps the most astonishing mystery of Petra is its incredibly complex and perfect water supply system. In a place where the annual rainfall is barely 15 centimeters, the Nabateans created a city with fountains, pools, and public baths. They built a complex network of dams, cisterns, aqueducts, and ceramic pipes that collected and distributed the precious water. The system was so effective that the city with a population of 30,000 people not only survived, but also prospered in the midst of the lifeless desert. Modern hydrologists still study these ancient technologies, marveling at their ingenuity and efficiency. Some researchers even suggest that the Nabateans possess special knowledge of underground water sources, which were lost with the disappearance of their civilization. How else to explain their remarkable ability to find water where it seemed impossible? And why did this developed civilization suddenly decline? Was it due to changes in trade routes, natural disasters, or something more mysterious? Many secrets of Petra still await their revelation, hidden in the pink rocks like silent guards of ancient mysteries. And who knows what other amazing discoveries await archaeologists in this mysterious city that vanished from human memory for centuries and then revealed its otherworldly beauty to the world. But not only Nabatean architecture holds mysteries of ancient civilizations. If we travel from the parched sands of Jordan to the steamy tropical jungles of Indonesia, we will find no less astonishing monument of human genius, the magnificent Borobudur. Imagine a gigantic stone mandala rising above emerald rice fields on the island of Java, like a mystical lotus flower opening its petals to the heavens. This colossal Buddhist temple, the largest in the world, was constructed between 750 and 850 AD during the flourishing period of the Shailendra dynasty. What truly amazes is the extraordinary building technique. Over 2 million stone blocks were laid without a single nail, without a drop of cement or any other binding agent. How did ancient masons achieve such precision that massive stone blocks fit perfectly together, forming a structure that has endured numerous earthquakes and volcanic eruptions? Scholars still debate the technologies that Borobudur's builders might have used. Some suggest that blocks were connected using special projections and grooves, creating a kind of stone mosaic. Others believe that builders employed a now-lost stoneworking technique that allowed for perfect geometry. Yet none of these theories fully explain the grandeur of this architectural marvel. Borobudur is not just a temple. It is a stone embodiment of Buddhist cosmology, a three-dimensional model of the universe. Its 9 tiers symbolize the path of spiritual ascent from the world of desires to nirvana. A pilgrim ascending from the base to the top of the temple embarks on a symbolic journey to enlightenment, passing through 3 levels of Buddhist cosmology: Kamadhatu, world of desires; Rupadhatu, world of forms; and Arupadhatu, world without forms. But what makes Borobudur truly intriguing is its 2,700 relief panels, stretching over a total length of 5 kilometers. These stone paintings form a kind of quest for pilgrims, narrating stories from the life of Buddha and Buddhist parables. By studying them sequentially, A believer not only learns sacred texts, but also receives visual instructions for meditation. But how did ancient Masons create such a complex visual narrative? Where did they draw their knowledge of perspective and composition, which European artists would only discover centuries later? The most astonishing mystery of Borobudur is its disappearance from historical memory. Imagine a gigantic structure, built over decades and the efforts of thousands of people, being completely forgotten. For centuries, this monumental temple lay buried under layers of volcanic ash and lush tropical vegetation until, in 1814, the British governor of Java, Sir Thomas Stamford Raffles, accidentally heard from local residents about strange stone ruins hidden in the jungle. How could such a monumental structure be forgotten even by those living just a few kilometers away? Some researchers attribute this to the mass Islamization of Java, others to powerful eruptions of the Merapi volcano, which literally buried the temple under layers of ash. But none of these theories fully explain how such a significant shrine could vanish from the collective memory of the people. Perhaps local residents intentionally avoided this place, considering it cursed. Or was the temple deliberately hidden by the last Buddhist monks to protect sacred relics from looting? These questions continue to puzzle researchers, adding new layers to the centuries-old mystery of Borobudur. Even today, when the temple is fully excavated and restored, it continues to hold many secrets. Each detail, each bas-relief seems to whisper messages from the past that we have not yet fully deciphered. And watching the sunset paint the ancient stones of Borobudur in golden hues, one can't help but wonder, how many more such wonders are hidden from our eyes under the canopy of jungles, deserts, and ocean depths? What other amazing testimonies of ancient civilizations await their turn to reveal their mysteries to the world? The ancient East guards not only one mystery. Moving from the tropical jungles of Indonesia to the mysterious mountains of Tibet, we enter a world where the grandeur of nature and human creativity merge. The Potala Palace is not just an architectural marvel. It is a fortress of the spirit, rising above 3,700 meters, like a city in the clouds, protected by mountains and heavens. Imagine it gleaming from afar in the sun's rays, with its red and white walls reflecting light, creating an illusion that it is more than just a building. It is a sacred place where heaven and earth meet. Legend has it that the first Dalai Lama chose this site for construction, inspired by a vision in which Buddha appeared to him. It is hard not to be amazed at how, in the harsh climate and altitude where oxygen is scarce, ancient architects could create such a monumental structure without modern technology. How did they manage this feat? Some monks believe they used light stones, which became light through prayers and meditations, giving them extraordinary strength. However, scientists offer a more mundane explanation. Builders used wooden blocks and ropes to lift and move stone slabs, joining them into a unified structure that still inspires awe. The Potala is not just a palace, it is a complex, a city within a city. Its multi-level halls, monastery rooms, and secluded cells create an atmosphere where one can feel the breath of history and mysticism. The interior is breathtakingly rich, walls adorned with exquisite frescoes, and altars adorned with golden Buddha statues, immersing us in the magical world of ancient Buddhism. But what secrets lie behind these magnificent walls? What treasures are hidden in the Potala's treasuries? Local legends claim that sacred relics with incredible power are buried here. But what is the true history of the Potala? Some researchers believe it was not only a spiritual center, but also a significant political hub, where fateful decisions for all of Tibet were made. But why has the Potala been on the brink of oblivion in recent centuries? How could such a magnificent structure become so vulnerable to the passage of time and societal changes? So many questions remain unanswered. The Potala continues to be a mystery, not just for those seeking to understand its history, but also for those who come here in search of inner peace and harmony. It holds many secrets, and as we gaze upon its majestic walls, we can't help but wonder, how many more such places, filled with mysteries and extraordinary stories, are hidden on our planet, waiting for their moment to reveal themselves? How much more of the past remains unknown, and what secrets await discovery? Moving from the grandeur of Potala, we find ourselves in the heart of China, in the mysterious and enigmatic Forbidden City, the imperial palace complex that remained inaccessible to ordinary citizens for centuries. This lavish architectural ensemble, surrounded by purple walls, seems to guard ancient secrets that remain unsolved to this day. Built in the 14th century, the Forbidden City covers an area of around 300 hectares, making it one of the largest palace complexes in the world. Within these walls, there are more than 9,000 rooms, each with its unique significance, filled with symbolism and history. But why was it sealed off from ordinary people? Legend has it that those who dared to violate the prohibition faced terrible consequences. as the emperor and his family not only guarded their power, but also many secrets that could change the course of history. Every door and gate here is not just a structural element, but a symbol of power and status. For instance, the arrangement of nails on the gates is not merely functional, but carries deep meaning. The number of nails and their placement symbolize a certain hierarchy and protection from evil spirits. But these are not the only mysteries hidden behind the walls of this palace. Archaeologists and researchers continue to discover references to secret passages and hidden rooms that could shed light on the lives of emperors and their surroundings. How is it possible that in such a vast complex, unknown spaces are still being discovered? Perhaps it is just a myth, or perhaps there is some truth to it. Many Chinese legends speak of unsolved treasures hidden in the depths of the Forbidden City, which could belong not only to emperors, but also to ancient sages who left their knowledge in the form of hidden messages. What could they have known about the world and life that forced them to hide their secrets so carefully? Some researchers believe that the Forbidden City is not just a residence, but a whole universe where myths and reality intertwine, and each room is a witness to ancient rituals and mysterious events. And yet, despite the study and research, many aspects of its history remain unclear. How could such a powerful dynasty as the Ming leave behind so many questions that remain unanswered to this day? The Forbidden City continues to attract researchers from around the world, revealing only parts of its mysterious past. And, looking at its majestic walls and mysterious alleys, one cannot help but wonder, what other secrets do ancient civilizations hide, waiting to be discovered and understood? How many more places, filled with riddles and extraordinary stories, are waiting for their time to tell their tale? Moving from the mysteries of the Forbidden City, we proceed to the magnificent marvel located in Leshan, the Buddha statue carved into the rock, which captivates the imagination and inspires contemplation. With a height of over 70 meters, this monumental sculpture not only enchants with its imposing appearance, but also immerses us in the depths of history, filled with self-sacrifice and faith. Buddha, with his serene gaze and majestic pose, seems to observe the world hidden in the shadow of the mountains, and his presence radiates calm, harmony, and invisible power. But perhaps not everyone knows that this statue is not just a work of art. It has a unique hydrotechnical function, making it not only an object of veneration, but also an engineering masterpiece. In the 6th century, the monk Haitun, inspired by the idea of helping local residents suffering from constant floods, decided to create this statue as a symbol of protection and hope. His self-sacrifice became the basis not only for the creation of the magnificent image, but also for a well-thought-out drainage system integrated into the statue itself. Ancient masters ensured that the hair of Buddha served as natural water drains, allowing rainwater to flow and preventing rock erosion. How did it happen that this statue, created by many hands, became not only a spiritual, but also an ecological symbol? Many researchers wonder how a monk living in such a distant era could foresee the need for such engineering solutions. Perhaps it was an inspiration, or perhaps wisdom accumulated over centuries of practice and observation of nature. Leshan Buddha undoubtedly attracts many pilgrims and tourists who are not only amazed by its size, but also by what it represents. And yet, despite all the research, there are still many questions. What was the perception of this statue in different historical epochs? How did its significance change for people? Did Haitun, who became a symbol of self-sacrifice, foresee that his creation would serve not only as an object of veneration but also as an important element in the struggle against natural forces? The Buddha statue in Leshan is not just a rock carved into a mountain, but a living testimony of ancient traditions, beliefs, and engineering thought. And when we look in this monument, the question of how many more secrets it hides begins to take on a special sharpness. What other mysteries lie in its stone depths? How much more of human history and wisdom still awaits discovery? And perhaps such wonders are still waiting for their time to reveal to their researchers what they know about our world and about the eternal struggle of man for harmony with nature. But this is not the only mystery that draws us to Cambodia. Moving from the Buddha statue, we find ourselves at the magnificent Bayon Temple, one of the most enigmatic architectural masterpieces of the ancient Khmer Empire. This temple, located at the heart of Angkor, is renowned for its extraordinary smiling stone faces that gaze down upon the world, seemingly guarding secrets that have remained hidden for centuries. Each of these faces, carved in stone, evokes awe and raises numerous questions. Who are they? Are they portraits of King Jayavarman VII, who built the temple in the late 12th century? Or are they images of bodhisattvas, symbolizing compassion and mercy? These mysterious smiles seem to penetrate the soul, making us ponder. What have they seen throughout their long history? Local residents even believe that the expressions on the faces change throughout the day, reflecting shifts in inner states and emotions. In the morning, they think the smiles are brighter, while in the evening, the faces appear more serene and tranquil. But how is this possible? Can stone truly convey emotions? Or is this merely the imagination of those who live near this grand structure? In recent years, archaeologists have made another fascinating discovery that links the layout of these towers to an ancient star chart. Using modern technologies such as laser scanning, scientists have found that the architectural elements of Bayon Temple can reflect the positions of stars in the sky at specific times of the year. This discovery raises new questions. Could the ancient people who created this temple have used astronomical knowledge to design their sanctuary? What other secrets might be hidden within its walls? This connection between heaven and earth, between the material and the spiritual, makes us consider the profound understanding that the Khmers possessed. We can only speculate how this knowledge influenced their architectural decisions and religious practices. Bayon Temple, with its enigmatic smiling faces and astronomical mysteries, remains an unsolved puzzle that continues to captivate researchers and history enthusiasts from around the world. What were the true intentions of its creators? What did they wish to convey to future generations? And perhaps, similar mysteries lie hidden in other corners of ancient empires, waiting to be revealed. With each new discovery, we edge closer to unraveling the mystery, but as experience shows, the true truth may remain beyond our comprehension. Moving from the mysteries of the Bayon Temple, we find ourselves in India, where in the heart of the ancient capital of Jaipur lies another extraordinary enigma, the Jantar Mantar Observatory. This astronomical observatory, built in the early 18th century by the Maharaja of Jaipur, is not merely a collection of giant stone instruments, but a testament to humanity's quest to unravel the mysteries of the cosmos. Here, amidst the massive astronomical devices, such as the Samrat Yantra, a magnificent sundial whose base reaches nearly 30 meters in height, we can feel the breadth of ancient knowledge passed down through generations. Each device here was created with remarkable precision, allowing astronomers to determine time and the positions of celestial bodies with extraordinary accuracy. How did ancient Indian scholars achieve such heights in astronomy without modern technology? Their desire to understand the movements of stars and planets may have been driven not only by practical needs, but also by a deep mystical connection to the cosmos. Some researchers suggest that these observatories served not only for scientific observations, but also for rituals aimed at establishing harmony between humans and the universe. After all, how can we not ponder? Could the astronomical knowledge of ancient civilizations have been just a part of a broader worldview? There is a belief that Jantar Mantar might have had something like stargates that connected earthly life with higher realms. The massive stone instruments, meticulously carved and polished, seem to await the moment when their secrets will be revealed. How were these observatories actually used? Were they merely scientific tools or sacred places where people sought answers to questions about their place in the world? Traveling through these ancient spaces, we can feel the echo of the voices of those who gazed at the starry night sky and asked questions that we ourselves are still trying to answer. What was their understanding of time and its connection to the movements of celestial bodies? Ancient astronomers may have known things that we are still unable to comprehend. Yet, despite all scientific advances, some aspects of their knowledge remain shrouded in mystery. It is interesting to note that in some cultures, stars were believed to be the souls of ancestors watching over us and guiding our path. This leads to another question. Could Indian astronomers have perceived stars as something more than just celestial bodies? Perhaps these observatories were bridges between our world and the world of spirits. Studying these ancient structures, we encounter not only the history of science, but also the philosophy that was embedded in them. Ultimately, Jantar Mantar remains an enigmatic place where past and present intertwine. What else do these ancient stone observatories hide? What mysteries await discovery in other corners of the world where people also sought to understand the vast expanse of the cosmos? With each new investigation, we get closer to the truth, but perhaps the ultimate answers will forever elude our understanding. Moving from the mysteries of the Jantar Mantar, we find ourselves on the Philippines, where the breathtaking rice terraces of Ifugao, magnificent staircases to the sky crafted by human hands, are located. These terraces, carved into the slopes of mountains, are not only remarkable feats of engineering, but also living testaments to an ancient culture that has passed down knowledge of agriculture and ecosystems through generations. Walking among these green oases, we can feel the breath of time, when the ancestors of the modern Ifugao people painted their dreams of life on the canvas of nature, binding it to their surroundings. Remarkably, many of these terraces were created over 2,000 years ago, and their age only underscores the incredible dedication and hard work of the local inhabitants. How did they manage to create such complex structures that fit perfectly into the landscape and serve not only for farming but also for preserving the ecosystem? The irrigation system developed by their ancestors is truly unique. It utilizes natural water sources and ensures irrigation on each level of the terraces, creating harmony between humans and nature. But this is not all. It is fascinating that the local people, passing down their knowledge orally, maintain the boundaries of their plots without the use of maps, relying on memory and oral traditions. This is astonishing. How can such a complex system be preserved without written records? Perhaps this is the magic of their culture, the living communication with nature and with each other. With each passing year, the terraces become more vulnerable to climate change and modern challenges, but the local inhabitants continue to preserve them as a precious heritage. What efforts will they make in the future to protect this outstanding creation? What else might be hidden on these slopes, where each stone holds the stories of those who once labored here? The enigma of the Ifugao rice terraces remains open, for they are not only sources of life, but also symbols of the deep connection between humans and nature. What awaits us in the future? How many more such unique places, filled with mysteries and ancient knowledge, lie hidden beyond the horizon, ready to reveal their secrets to those who seek them? Traveling from the terraces of Ifugao, we find ourselves in the heart of Myanmar, in the magnificent city of Bagan, a place rightfully called the City of 1,000 Pagodas. Before us unfolds a breathtaking view, an endless plain dotted with majestic temples, like sentinels of the past, their domes reaching high into the sky. Each of these temples, built during the golden age of the pagan dynasty, holds not only architectural marvels, but also fascinating legends that continue to captivate the imagination of researchers and travelers. According to local lore, the rulers of that time were so dedicated to their work that they built one temple per day, striving to create something grand that would immortalize their names. But how did they achieve such mastery and organization? Their success was not only due to their desire, but also to the unique technologies they employed. Archaeologists excavating in Bagan have discovered vivid frescoes beneath the plaster, depicting stories of Buddhist teachings and the daily life of ancient Burmese people. These colorful paintings, preserved for centuries, are a testament to the diversity and vibrancy of their world, offering us a glimpse into a realm we can only conjecture about. But this is not all the mysteries that Bagan hides. One of the most remarkable aspects of its architecture is the durability of the mortar used to build the temples. Studies show that ancient builders used fruit juice and sticky rice to create a unique mixture that ensured the longevity of their structures. How did they understand the properties of these ingredients and adapt them to their needs? This question remains open, fueling numerous speculations. Perhaps this knowledge was passed down through generations, becoming an integral part of their culture, where every element was significant and meaningful. Yet despite all their achievements, Bagan remains shrouded in mysteries. For instance, some temples still remain unexplained, their purpose and significance a subject of debate among scholars. Why were some pagodas built with such unusual architectural features? What were their creators trying to convey through symbolism and detail? What was the true role of these temples in the lives of ancient people? These questions make us ponder how many more mysteries this extraordinary city holds. Perhaps hidden among its countless ruins, there are even more astonishing discoveries waiting to be uncovered. What awaits us next? How many more secrets and stories lie beyond the horizon, in places where time seems to have stopped, leaving us only hints of the grandeur and mystery of ancient civilizations? The enigmatic expanses of Bagana flow seamlessly into another world, Japan, where among the green hills and picturesque ponds lies the majestic Golden Pavilion in Kyoto. This temple, known as Kinkakuji, captivates with its splendor, reflecting in the tranquil surface of the water, as if embodying eternity itself. We see how the sun's rays dance on its golden panels, creating a magical light effect that leaves no one indifferent. But what path did this temple traverse before becoming one of Japan's most famous symbols? Originally, Kinkakuji was built in the 14th century as an aristocratic villa for the shogun Ashikaga Yoshimitsu. Its luxurious gardens and ponds served as a retreat and place of solitude where nobles could enjoy the beauty of nature and philosophical discussions. However, as the world became more turbulent, this haven of tranquility transformed into a Buddhist temple, symbolizing the transition from worldly pleasures to the pursuit of spiritual truths. How did this magnificent palace change to become a sanctuary? And what might have driven its creators to make such a decision? Perhaps it was the desire to find solace in religion during tumultuous times when passions raged and wars became an integral part of life. The temple became not only a place of worship, but also a symbol of resilience and devotion to traditions. Kinkakuji has endured numerous trials, including wars and devastating fires, but each time it rose from the ashes, preserving its ethereal beauty. This process of restoration was never simple. Each time the masters brought something new, yet also adhered to traditions, making each reconstruction unique. How did they manage to maintain this balance between old and new? The answer may lie in the deep respect that Japanese people have for their cultural heritage and their desire to pass it on to future generations. Every detail of Kinkakuji, from its exquisite carvings to its meticulously designed gardens, is filled with symbolism that tells of Buddhism and harmony with nature. What is the true depth of these symbols? What can they tell us about the ancient Japanese perception of the world? Despite the efforts of researchers, many questions remain unanswered. Kinkakuji, with its golden walls and peaceful pond, continues to captivate and stir the imagination, leaving an aura of mystery in the air. What other meanings might lie hidden beneath its gleaming surface? And what more secrets are waiting to be discovered among the endless expanses of Japan? This temple, like a mirror, reflects not only beauty, but also many questions about what it means to be a human living in harmony with nature and traditions. On this path, we can only guess how many more mysteries are hidden in the world, waiting to be revealed. How many more such places, filled with history and mysteries, await their turn to astonish us with their beauty and powerful secrets. The ruins of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, hidden in the silence of Pakistani plains, transport us to an era when the Indus Valley civilization flourished, leaving behind enigmatic traces of its existence. These cities, built over 4,000 years ago, are remarkable for their architectural and engineering prowess. Narrow streets, perfectly aligned brick houses, complex water supply and sewage systems, all point to the high level of knowledge of their creators. But how could such a highly developed culture disappear so suddenly, leaving behind only silent stones and mysterious artifacts? In Mohenjo-Daro, which translates to Mound of the Dead, archaeologists discovered meticulously planned streets intersecting at right angles and houses, some of which had their own bathrooms and latrines. This sophisticated engineering system, seemingly perfect for its time, ensured the residents' prosperity and comfort. But what happened to this great civilization? Others propose theories of possible military conflicts with neighboring tribes, or even epidemics that could have wiped out the population. However, all these hypotheses remain mere speculations, while the actual causes remain shrouded in the mists of history. How could cities that were once centers of trade and culture vanish without a trace, as if they had never existed? It seems that the ruins themselves whisper about their fate, inviting us to unravel their mysteries. In Harappa, another city of the Indus Valley civilization, archaeologists find mysterious seals with unreadable symbols that remain a cipher, defying decipherment. These artifacts raise numerous questions. What do they mean? Were they part of some religious practice, or were they used for trade? Do codes exist that could shed light on the society of those times? But, like many aspects of this ancient civilization, the answer remains unclear. Scientific research, such as radiocarbon dating and the study of agricultural remains, only underscores the enigma and complexity of this culture. Scholars continue to investigate, but despite all efforts, we remain in the dark about what actually happened to Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa. How could such cities disappear, leaving behind only fragments of memory? And what other secrets do their ruins hold, waiting for someone to decipher them? Traveling along the traces of this mysterious civilization opens up not only questions about its past, but also about our own future. Perhaps it is in these abandoned cities, amidst dust and oblivion, that the keys to understanding not only the past, but also ourselves lie hidden. How many more such mysteries lie buried in the depths of our planet, waiting for their hour to be revealed? Traveling along the paths of Asia, we discovered not just architectural masterpieces, but true monuments to human genius, faith, and the incredible strength with which ancient civilizations created their extraordinary works of art. Each of these magnificent structures, from the elegant pagodas of Japan to the grand temples of India, are living witnesses of their time, preserving secrets that continue to inspire awe and wonder. How could humanity create such monuments, which, despite the passing centuries, maintain their beauty and grandeur? We saw how stones and building materials became symbols of culture, how forms and lines of architecture embodied the dreams and aspirations of entire nations. These places are not just tourist attractions, they are portals to the past, inviting us to explore the depths of history and culture that have shaped our society. Each architectural marvel we visited was imbued with the spirit of its time, and as we passed by their massive walls and intricate details, we could feel the breath of those who once left their mark on this land. But what mysteries remain unsolved? What secrets do these magnificent structures hide? Some of them still spark debate among archaeologists and historians, leaving us to speculate about how exactly these grand structures were built and what knowledge their creators possessed. Perhaps this is the most amazing thing, that despite all our scientific achievements, we still cannot explain many aspects of their construction and purpose. We urge you to continue exploring and delving into the history and culture of Asia, for each such journey enriches our understanding of the world and our heritage. Which architectural marvel of Asia impressed you the most? Share your impressions and favorite places in the comments. Perhaps your words will inspire someone to embark on a new journey. And don't forget to subscribe to our channel to stay updated on the incredible discoveries and mysteries that still await their turn to be revealed. After all, encountering these ancient structures enriches our perception of human history and reminds us of the eternal value of cultural heritage that we must preserve and pass on to future generations. How many secrets are still hidden in the depths of our planet, waiting to be uncovered, and how much inspiration they can provide us on our journey. Our planet has been explored only on its surface, while 70% of it is covered by water, holding thousands of unsolved mysteries. Have you ever wondered why entire ships disappear without a trace in so-called cursed zones? The Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea off the coast of Japan, places where the laws of physics seem to cease to exist. And what about the phantom ships that sailors have observed for centuries? The Flying Dutchman, the Mary Celeste, ghost ships whose stories send shivers down the spines of even the most hardened skeptics. From the depths of the ocean, strange sounds can be heard. A low rumble, metallic scraping, mysterious bioacoustic signals that scientists cannot attribute to any known marine creature. What are these? Signs of unknown forms of life or perhaps technology from long-lost civilizations? Today, we will delve into the darkest and most inexplicable mysteries of the ocean, many of which remain unsolved even in our age of advanced technologies. Prepare to learn what most people prefer to ignore. Let us return to one of the most ominous mysteries of the world's oceans, the Bermuda Triangle. This mystical region between Florida, the Bermuda Islands, and Puerto Rico. The dark waters of this area hold stories of hundreds of vanished ships and planes, seemingly swallowed by an unknown force. Recall, for instance, the tragedy of Flight 19, 5 Avenger torpedo bombers that disappeared without a trace on December 5, 1945, along with 14 experienced pilots. The last words transmitted over the radio were chilling. Everything looks strange. Even the ocean isn't like it usually is. The rescue hydroplane sent to find them also vanished without a trace in these accursed waters. Or the mysterious disappearance of the cargo ship Marin Sulphur Queen in 1963, which literally disappeared from radar in clear weather. 39 crew members, 40,000 tons of sulfur, and not a single piece of wreckage, not a single lifeboat, not a single distress signal. How is this possible? What happens in these waters that turn modern ships and planes into ghosts? Scientists offer various explanations for this phenomenon. Some point to geological features of the region, vast underwater deposits of methane hydrates that, under certain conditions, can release gas pockets, reducing water density. A ship entering such an area could sink in seconds, without even time to send an SOS. Other researchers speak of unusual magnetic anomalies that can disrupt navigation instruments and cause spatial disorientation in pilots. Strange electromagnetic phenomena observed in this area sometimes cause malfunctions in even the most modern equipment. But does this explain the complete disappearance of large objects without a trace? What if the cause lies beyond our understanding of physical laws? Some theorists suggest spatial temporal rifts, portals connecting different points in space or even time. Remember the numerous accounts of sailors and pilots who experience strange time distortions in this area. Clocks suddenly stopping or running backward. Inexplicable time jumps when a ship arrives at its destination earlier than expected. The local inhabitants of the Bahamas have long passed down legends of strange lights over the water and inexplicable whirlpools that drag ships to their doom. Perhaps the ancients knew something we have forgotten. Especially intriguing is the theory of a possible connection between the Bermuda Triangle and the legendary Atlantis. Some researchers believe that the advanced civilization of the Atlanteans could have possessed technologies using energy crystals of incredible power. After their civilization's catastrophe, these energy sources could have remained active on the ocean floor, creating anomalous zones. What if these ancient technologies periodically awaken, causing spatial and temporal distortions? Despite all attempts at rational explanation, the Bermuda Triangle continues to keep its secrets. Each new expedition, each new study only raises more questions than answers. Why does this region see such a high number of unexplained disappearances? What force can make an entire ship vanish, leaving not even a drop of oil on the surface? And why do these disappearances often occur in ideal weather conditions, when nothing seems to foreshadow disaster? Perhaps the answer lies at the intersection of science and those areas of knowledge we are not yet ready to acknowledge. Meanwhile, the dark waters of the Bermuda Triangle continue to lure researchers, seemingly mocking our attempts to unravel one of the greatest mysteries of the world's oceans. But the Atlantic is not the only ocean hiding its dark secrets. But not only the Atlantic holds its dark secrets. Perhaps there is no more intriguing and unsolvable mystery than the fate of the legendary Atlantis, a magnificent civilization described by Plato in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias over 2,400 years ago. The ancient Greek philosopher, with remarkable accuracy, paints a picture of a powerful island state located beyond the Pillars of Hercules in the Atlantic Ocean. According to his description, Atlantis was not just an island, but a true empire, surpassing in its development all known ancient civilizations. Imagine magnificent temples lined with silver, with golden spires piercing the heavens, wide canals cutting through concentric rings of land, palaces with hot and cold baths adorned with precious metals and stones, massive harbors filled with ships bringing goods from all corners of the world. But what is particularly intriguing in Plato's account is the mention of a strange metal called orichalcum, shining like fire, which the Atlanteans mined from the depths of their island and valued almost as highly as gold. What was this metal? What technologies did these ancient people possess? And most importantly, where did this extraordinary civilization disappear to? Plato asserts that Atlantis perished in one day and one night due to catastrophic earthquakes and floods, sinking into the ocean depths around 9,000 years before his time. Imagine this apocalyptic moment. The earth trembles, volcanoes spew rivers of lava, giant waves crash onto shores, swallowing entire cities. Many scholars for a long time considered Atlantis to be merely a philosophical allegory created by Plato to illustrate his ideas about an ideal state. But why then does he describe the geography of the island, its flora and fauna, political structure, and even military organization with such remarkable detail? Where does this accuracy in numbers and dates come from? What if Plato was indeed transmitting ancient knowledge passed down to him through Egyptian priests? As he himself claims, the search for Atlantis has been ongoing for centuries. Some researchers place it in the Mediterranean Sea, pointing to the island of Santorini, ancient Thera, where around 1600 BCE a catastrophic volcanic eruption destroyed the Minoan civilization. Indeed, archaeological finds on Santorini and Crete testify to a highly developed culture with advanced water supply systems, multi-story buildings, and extraordinary works of art. But does this correspond to the scale of Atlantis described by Plato? Other scholars turn their gaze to the Atlantic Ocean, studying submerged plateaus and sunken archipelagos, the Azores, Canary Islands, and even the archipelago of the Bahamas with its famous Bimini Roads. Strange underwater structures resembling man-made constructions attract particular attention. Modern technologies of deep-sea research and satellite cartography open up new possibilities. In 2011, on satellite images from Google Earth, strange concentric structures were discovered on the ocean floor near the coast of Spain, remarkably resembling the description of the capital of Atlantis. Coincidence? Or a trace of an ancient civilization? Particularly captivating is the hypothesis about the connection between Atlantis and other mysterious megalithic structures around the world. What if the pyramids of Egypt, Teotihuacan in Mexico, Stonehenge in England, and other ancient monuments are not just random architectural coincidences, but the legacy of a single global civilization, with Atlantis at its center? Recall the strange coincidences in the mythology of various peoples, separated by oceans, legends of a universal flood, of gods descending from the heavens, of a golden age of humanity. What if these are not just myths, but distorted memories of a real historical period? Some researchers go even further, suggesting that the Atlanteans possessed technologies that we are only beginning to rediscover. Perhaps the mysterious orichalcum was not something else but an alloy with unusual electromagnetic properties, allowing the Atlanteans to control energy on a scale beyond what is accessible even to modern science. And what if these technologies are somehow connected to the unexplained phenomena of the Bermuda Triangle? Perhaps the catastrophe that destroyed Atlantis was not just a geological cataclysm, but the result of uncontrolled release of these powerful energies. We can only guess, build theories, and continue the search. But one thing remains unchanged. The call of Atlantis, this ghostly beacon of ancient wisdom, continues to attract researchers and dreamers, reminding us that the history of our civilization may be far more complex and extraordinary than we are used to thinking. Perhaps the key to understanding our future lies in these forgotten pages of the past, buried under the depths of oceanic waters. And now let's move from the mysteries of ancient civilizations to no less enigmatic artifacts that challenge our understanding of history. Now let's shift from the enigmas of ancient civilizations to equally mysterious marine anomalies that challenge our understanding of natural laws. If the Bermuda Triangle is considered the western capital of unexplained disappearances, then on the other side of the world, in the waters of the Pacific Ocean, lies its sinister eastern twin, the Devil's Sea, or as the Japanese call it, the Dragon's Triangle. This mysterious maritime zone, located off the southern coast of Japan, stretches from Miyakojima Island to the Ogasawara Archipelago and Iwo Jima Island, forming almost an ideal triangle of gloomy fame. Imagine these dark waters, over which dense fogs hang, hiding from the eyes of sailors dangerous reefs and shoals. Waves that even in calm seem unnaturally restless, as if something ancient and powerful stirs in the depths. The sky, which suddenly darkens with strange clouds, distorting the readings of navigational instruments. What hides in this sinister marine realm? Legends about the Devil's Sea go back to ancient times. Japanese fishermen have long avoided these waters, passing down from generation to generation tales of sea dragons dragging ships to the depths and of strange lights appearing over the water on moonless nights. But what is particularly intriguing is that these ancient beliefs have received unexpected confirmation in modern times. In 1952, the Japanese government officially declared the Devil's Sea a dangerous zone after the research vessel Kaio Maru No. 5, with a crew of 31 people, disappeared without a trace in these waters. What is ironic is that the ship was sent specifically to study the very phenomenon of mysterious disappearances. Imagine the irony. Scientists, equipped with modern instruments and a skeptical mindset, set out to debunk the myth, and became part of it, dissolving into the marine abyss without a distress signal, without wreckage, without a trace. What could have happened to the ship, equipped with radio communication and all necessary rescue equipment? How could an entire ship disappear in an instant? In the following decades, the list of victims of the Devil's Sea grew by dozens of ships and aircraft. Particularly mysterious is the case of the cargo ship Reo Maru, which in 1971 sent a strange message. Approaching an unknown object. It seems to be rising from the water. After these words, the connection was lost, and the ship never reached its destination port. What did the crew see in those last moments? What object was rising from the depths? Some researchers note an interesting coincidence. Many disappearances occurred during periods of increased volcanic activity in this region. Indeed, the Devil's Sea is located in one of the most geologically active zones on the planet, at the junction of tectonic plates forming the infamous Ring of Fire of the Pacific Ocean. Under the seafloor here lie dozens of underwater volcanoes, and the depth in some places reaches 12,000 meters, forming some of the deepest oceanic trenches in the world. Could sudden methane or other gas releases from underwater volcanoes create areas of water with reduced density, in which ships sink in seconds? Or perhaps powerful underwater currents, arising from the collision of the cold Oyashio current and the warm Kuroshio current, form giant whirlpools capable of dragging even large ships? But how then to explain the strange electromagnetic anomalies reported by survivors of encounters with the Devil's Sea? Pilots report unexplained malfunctions in compasses and other navigational instruments, sudden radio communication failures, and even strange time distortions, when clocks on board begin to show completely different times. One Japanese pilot, who miraculously avoided a catastrophe in this area in 1980, described the feeling of a time bubble, when a flight that should have taken 40 minutes lasted only 15 minutes according to the onboard clocks, although the crew did not subjectively feel any acceleration. Of particular interest are the underwater research conducted in this area in the early 2000s. Japanese and American oceanographers discovered on the seabed strange geometric structures resembling artificial constructions, smooth platforms, stepped terraces, and even something resembling pyramids. Some enthusiasts immediately linked these findings to the legendary Mu, the Pacific counterpart of Atlantis, an ancient civilization supposedly destroyed by catastrophic subsidence of the land. It is assumed that these underwater ruins may be the remains of ancient cities, temples, or ceremonial centers. But what if these structures are not just ruins but active objects? What if under the water's surface hides something more strange and amazing than we can imagine? Some researchers suggest the existence of a submerged civilization, or even bases of extraterrestrial beings using the ocean depths as an ideal hiding place from human eyes. Science fiction? Perhaps. But how then to explain the numerous reports of unidentified submersible objects, UFOs, moving at speeds unattainable by any known underwater vehicles? How to explain the strange luminous spheres rising from the depths and disappearing in the sky? The Devil's Sea, like the Bermuda Triangle, continues to keep its secrets, challenging our understanding of physical reality. Perhaps one day we will find a rational explanation for all these mysterious phenomena. Or maybe we will have to admit that our planet hides much stranger and more amazing secrets than we are willing to accept. And while scientists continue to argue about the nature of these anomalies, the Devil's Sea continues to attract adventurers and researchers willing to risk their lives to unravel its dark secrets. Who knows how many more ships and aircraft will disappear in its dark waters before we approach the solution? And what price will we have to pay for this knowledge? Each new expedition into these sinister waters could be the last for its participants, or bring humanity a revelation that will change our understanding of the world and our place in it. Let us turn our attention to another maritime mystery that has haunted sailors for centuries, shrouded in a thick veil of mysticism and superstitious fear. The Flying Dutchman, a ghostly ship doomed to eternal wandering across the boundless oceanic expanses, never finding harbor, never dropping anchor in a quiet bay. Imagine a foggy night at sea. Waves gently crash against the hull of your vessel. The wind fills the sails, and the horizon merges with the ink-black sky. Suddenly, a silhouette emerges from the mist. An ancient ship with torn sails, glowing with a ghostly greenish light. On its deck, you see the figures of sailors frozen in strange poses, as if performing their duties in slow motion. The ship glides over the waves, leaving no trace behind, passes by without reacting to signals, and disappears into the fog as suddenly as it appeared. If you have been witness to this chilling sight, consider yourself marked by fate. According to ancient belief, encountering the Flying Dutchman inevitably foretells imminent doom. But where did this ominous legend originate, and what lies behind it? The most widespread version links the ghostly ship to the name of Captain Hendrik van der Decken, a 17th century Dutch sailor. According to the tale, he commanded a merchant ship returning from the East Indies to Amsterdam with a rich cargo of spices, silk, and precious stones. When the ship rounded the Cape of Good Hope, known among sailors as one of the most dangerous places due to fierce storms and treacherous currents, a storm of unprecedented force broke out. Towering waves crashed onto the deck, the wind tore the sails, and the ship creaked at the seams, ready to sink at any moment. The crew begged the captain to turn back and wait out the storm in the nearest bay, but Van der Decken, driven by greed and pride, refused. "I will pass this cape, even if I have to sail until Judgment Day," he is said to have exclaimed, and these words became his curse. At that moment, a figure in black appeared on the deck, either the devil himself, a sea spirit, or an angel of retribution. "So be it," the mysterious visitor said. "You shall sail the seas forever, never finding harbor, never seeing your native shore. Your ship shall be a harbinger of doom for all who see it." Another version of the legend tells of Van der Decken committing a terrible sacrilege by setting sail on Good Friday, the day of Christ's crucifixion, when, according to ancient beliefs, no ship should leave port. For this blasphemy, he was condemned to eternal wandering. There is also a third version of the story, where Van der Decken is portrayed not as a greedy blasphemer, but as a tragic figure, a victim of cruel fate. In this version, Van der Decken fell in love with a beautiful girl but was forced to leave for the sea, promising to return in a year and marry her. However, his ship was caught in a terrible storm and sank. Before his death, the captain swore he would return to his beloved at any cost, and this oath proved stronger than death. His ghostly ship continues to sail the seas in search of a way home, to the one who has long turned to dust. What is particularly intriguing about the legend of the Flying Dutchman is the numerous accounts of eyewitnesses who claim to have seen the ghostly vessel. Among them are not only superstitious sailors, but also well-educated, rational people. One of them, several crew members confirmed seeing the mysterious vessel. But what is most astonishing is that the ghostly ship was spotted not only in the vicinity of the Cape of Good Hope, where, according to the legend, it was cursed, but also in the most distant corners of the world ocean, from the North Sea to the Pacific Ocean, from Arctic ice to the tropical waters of the Caribbean, as if the restless spirit of Van der Decken is indeed doomed to wander the seas, never finding peace. What lies behind these reports? Perhaps optical illusions caused by special atmospheric conditions? Or mass hallucinations born of fear and isolation at sea? Or maybe it is the echoes of a real maritime tragedy that has been passed down through generations as a legend? Some researchers believe that the Flying Dutchman legend is based on the phenomenon of mirages, when light is refracted in such a way that it creates an image of a real object in the air or water, appearing to be a ghostly ship. Thus, a ship sailing hundreds of kilometers away can project onto the sky or water, creating the impression of a ghostly vessel. Such mirages are most common in areas where cold and warm air masses meet over the ocean's surface. For example, at the Cape of Good Hope, where the cold Benguela current meets the warm Agulhas current. But no matter how rationally we try to explain the phenomenon of the Flying Dutchman, there remains something deeply unsettling, touching upon the oldest human fears. The sea has always been a symbol of the unknown, danger, and death. And the image of a ship ghost, doomed to eternal sailing, embodies these fears in their purest form. It is a reminder of the fragility of human life in the face of the elements, of the inevitability of death, and of the fact that some sins cannot be atoned for even beyond the bounds of earthly existence. Perhaps it is for this reason that the legend of the Flying Dutchman continues to live in our collective consciousness, inspiring writers, artists, and composers to create works filled with the dark romanticism of maritime mysticism. But who knows? Perhaps at this very moment, somewhere in the foggy waters of the world's oceans, the ghostly ship with torn sails continues its endless journey, and its captain gazes at the horizon in the hope that one day the curse will be lifted, and he will finally find peace. And how many more sailors will see this ominous silhouette before disappearing forever into the sea's abyss? From the enigmatic ship sailing through the endless expanses of the sea, let us now transport ourselves to a small island off the eastern coast of Canada, where for more than 2 centuries, one of the most intriguing and mystical tales of treasure hunting has been unfolding. Oak Island, a small patch of land measuring just 132 hectares, lies in the province of Nova Scotia, seemingly unremarkable among dozens of similar islands. Covered in dense forest and washed by the cold waves of the Atlantic, it could have remained unnoticed in the annals of history if not for the mysterious shaft known as the Money Pit. Imagine this, 1795, a summer day. A young man named Daniel McGuinness explores the island and stumbles upon a peculiar depression in the ground under an old oak tree. Near the tree, there are signs as if something heavy was lifted with ropes. The bark on the lower branches is worn away. Curiosity gets the better of him, and McGuinness, along with his friends, begins digging. At a depth of 2 meters, they find a platform of oak logs. After removing it, they continue digging, and every 3 meters find new wooden platforms. This is clearly a man-made structure, created for a specific purpose. But what? Lacking sufficient resources, the young men are forced to stop digging. But the news of the mysterious shaft spreads, and soon the first organized expedition arrives. Diggers reach a depth of 30 meters, continuing to find wooden platforms, as well as layers of charcoal, coconut fibers, which is particularly strange given that coconut palms do not grow thousands of kilometers away, and even a mysterious stone with carved symbols that, according to one interpretation, read, 40 feet below lie 2 million pounds. But here, the researchers faced their first unpleasant surprise. The shaft began to fill with seawater. Pumping it out was futile. As soon as they reached a certain depth, water gushed in with such force as if some ancient hydraulic system had been activated. Further research showed that several side tunnels leading to the coast were expertly constructed to flood the main shaft when a certain depth was reached. Who created this complex system and why? What lies at the bottom of this mysterious shaft? Over the next 2 centuries, more than 10 serious expeditions attempted to unravel the mystery of the Money Pit. Millions of dollars were spent, and the most modern technologies were used, from steam pumps of the 19th century to underwater cameras and georadars of our time. They dug side shafts, tried to freeze the water, cement the tunnels, all in vain. The Money Pit keeps its secrets, as if guarded by some supernatural force, and this mystical aura is reinforced by the ominous statistics. 6 people have died under strange circumstances during the excavations. The last victim was in 2010, when one of the researchers suddenly lost consciousness in the shaft and died despite immediate medical help. Local residents whisper about a curse placed on the treasure. According to legend, 7 people must die before the treasure is revealed. 6 have already given their lives. Only 1 remains. But what might be hidden at the bottom of the mysterious shaft? There are many theories, from plausible to outright fantastic. The most widespread version links the Money Pit to pirate treasures. Perhaps the legendary Captain Kidd or Blackbeard or some other sea robber created this engineering marvel to securely hide their loot. The eastern coast of Canada was a favorite haunt of pirates in the 17th and 18th centuries, and Oak Island, with its secluded location and convenient harbor, was an ideal place for a hiding place. Another theory suggests that the shaft may contain the treasures of the Templars. After the order's destruction in 1377, surviving knights fled France, taking with them enormous riches, including the legendary Holy Grail and other Christian relics. According to some data, they reached Scotland, and from there could have traveled to the New World long before Columbus's official discovery of America. Indirect evidence of this version is a stone found nearby with a carved cross resembling Templar symbolism. There are also more exotic hypotheses. Some researchers believe that the shaft may contain lost manuscripts of Shakespeare, or even evidence that Francis Bacon was the true author of his plays. Others link the money pit to the treasures of the Incas or Aztecs, brought from South America by Spanish conquistadors and subsequently hidden on a remote island. And the most daring theorists suggest that the shaft has an extraterrestrial origin, pointing to the incredible engineering complexity of the construction for its time. But whatever the truth may be, the money pit remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of our world. Modern research using remote sensing and computer modeling shows that at a depth of about 70 meters, there are indeed metallic objects and voids that could contain treasures. But the flooding system works flawlessly even after centuries, preventing access to the secret. It is as if some mystical force guards the secrets of the money pit, not allowing the uninitiated to approach. And who knows, perhaps this mystery will remain unsolved, as a silent reproach to our arrogant era, which believes that technology can solve any riddle of the past. Or maybe the curse does exist, and only after the seventh victim is offered to the unknown guardians of the island will humanity finally learn what lies at the bottom of the mysterious shaft on Oak Island. But not only on land do great mysteries of the past lie hidden. Let us now delve into the depths of the ocean, where beneath the water's surface lie silent witnesses to vanished civilizations, sunken cities, temples, and monuments, of whose existence we were only recently unaware. Imagine this: 1985, the coastal waters of a small Japanese island called Yonaguni. A diving instructor named Kihachiro Aratake makes a routine dive and suddenly discovers something extraordinary. A massive stone structure with straight angles, flat surfaces, and precise geometric forms. This enigmatic structure, later named the Yonaguni Monument, is a platform measuring 120 by 40 meters with terraces, columns, and even what appears to be an ancient road. This remarkable construction lies at a depth of 5 to 25 meters beneath the sea's surface. What is it? A whimsical creation of nature or a work of human hands? Scholars are divided in their opinions. Skeptics argue that the monument is no more than a natural geological formation, the result of erosion and tectonic processes. They point out that sandstone easily erodes along straight lines, creating the illusion of artificial structures. But how to explain this perfectly straight angles, 2-meter columns, and step terraces arranged with astonishing symmetry? Professor Masaki Kimura of the Ryukyu University, who has studied the monument for over 15 years, is convinced that we are dealing with a man-made structure, possibly a temple complex of a civilization that existed 8 to 10,000 years ago, long before the rise of the Sumerians and Egyptians. He has found strange symbols on the monument's surface, resembling ancient writing, as well as images that resemble human faces and animals. If Kimura is right, then the history of humanity requires a serious re-evaluation. According to conventional chronology, 10,000 years ago, humans were just beginning to transition from primitive gathering to agriculture, and creating such monumental structures would have been beyond their capabilities. But the most intriguing question is how this complex ended up underwater. Geological data indicate that the sea level in this region rose by about 40 meters after the last ice age, around 10,000 years ago. Does this mean that the monument's creators witnessed the catastrophic flooding of their lands? Perhaps this dramatic event is the basis for numerous flood myths found in cultures around the world. Yonaguni is not the only underwater wonder challenging our understanding of the past. In 2001, off the coast of the Indian state of Gujarat, ruins of an ancient city called Dwaraka were discovered. According to Hindu mythology, it was the capital of Krishna's kingdom. Underwater archaeologists found massive walls, remnants of 6 settlements, fragments of pottery, and even human bones, estimated to be 9,000 years old. Even more mysterious structures lie beneath the waters of the Caribbean Sea. Near the coast of Cuba, at a depth of over 700 meters, the research vessel Paulina detected in 2002 a vast complex of geometrically precise structures resembling pyramids, roads, and buildings. The depth at which these objects are located poses a nearly insurmountable puzzle for scientists. According to geological data, this area has not been dry land for the past 50,000 years. Does this mean that a highly advanced civilization existed in prehistoric times? Or are we dealing with some unknown natural phenomenon? The situation is further complicated by the fact that investigating objects at such depths is extremely difficult. Current underwater archaeology technologies do not allow for large-scale work. Perhaps these mysterious underwater structures are not something else but material evidence of the existence of the legendary Atlantis. Plato described in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias a highly advanced civilization that perished in a catastrophic flood. According to him, this happened 9,000 years before his time, approximately 11,500 years ago, which remarkably coincides with the end of the last ice age and a significant rise in global sea levels. It is interesting that many underwater structures discovered in different parts of the world are dated to approximately the same period. Coincidence? Or are we looking at fragments of a single ancient civilization, the remnants of which are preserved only in legends and beneath the ocean's depths? Modern technologies are gradually lifting the veil on this mystery. Satellite mapping, underwater drones, and three-dimensional scanning allow for the exploration of the seabed with unprecedented detail. But each new discovery raises more questions than answers. And while scientists continue to argue about the origin of the sunken structures, the waters of the ocean keep their secrets, like silent guardians of long-gone epochs. Perhaps it is there, in the dark depths, that the keys to understanding our true past, and the answers to the question of how many times humanity has risen to the heights of civilization, only to be thrown back into a primitive state by merciless forces of nature, lie hidden. The ocean holds more mysteries than just the one we've already explored. Let's delve into the world of marine monsters that have long captivated human imagination and inspired legends. Whispers from the ocean depths speak of kraken, giant serpents, and other sea monsters that both frighten and awe. Many sailors, embarking on distant voyages, encountered inexplicable phenomena. Strange forms rising from the depths, leaving only fear and bewilderment in their wake. Isn't it remarkable that even today, as we delve deeper into the ocean's secrets, we still cannot explain the nature of some of these mysteries? How could ancient sailors have imagined such terrifying creatures if they hadn't encountered something truly extraordinary? The legend of the Kraken, for instance, tells of a giant octopus capable of pulling entire ships to the bottom. But what if these tales are based on real events? Modern research shows that deep waters are home to creatures whose sizes exceed our wildest imaginings. Giant squids, which we are just beginning to study, can reach lengths of over 20 meters. Their rare appearances on the surface give rise to stories of sea monsters that may have once battled sailors and become part of folklore. But the Kraken is not the only inhabitant of the ocean's depths. Myths about the Loch Ness Monster, sea serpents, and other strange creatures arise from ancient lore as well as recent eyewitness accounts. For example, in 1986, a group of researchers studying Loch Ness captured on their cameras something resembling a long, writhing body. Could it have been merely a trick of light and shadow? Or was it a genuine discovery confirming the existence of a mythical creature? Many theories suggest that such creatures could have survived in isolated bodies of water, preserving their ancient forms. Some researchers propose that we might be witnessing the evolution of giant marine animals that have adapted to deep-sea conditions, remaining undetected by human eyes. But how to explain the numerous accounts of sailors encountering such creatures? Ancient maps of the oceans are filled with images of monsters that may reflect real observations. One such map, created in the 16th century, depicts enormous sea creatures that were part of the cultural heritage of many peoples. Scientists assert that such legends may be based on real encounters with deep-sea creatures that were insufficiently studied. For example, recently in the southern part of the Pacific Ocean, a new land creature was discovered, dubbed the deep-sea monster. This creature, according to researchers, resembles something between a shark and a ray, but its size and characteristics remain a mystery. So many questions remain unanswered. What secrets lie hidden in the ocean's depths? Perhaps we have only scratched the surface of the mysteries that await their turn. What are the true sizes of these creatures, and do they really exist? Or are they merely a product of human imagination, trying to explain the inexplicable? In the end, how far are we willing to go in our quest for the true answer to the question of what lurks in the dark depths of the ocean? The more we explore, the more questions we ask, and each new discovery opens doors to even greater mysteries, reminding us that the ocean keeps its secrets, like ancient guardians unwilling to share them with humanity. The ocean holds many mysteries. One of the most intriguing is the presence of unidentified submersible objects, or UAPs, as they are often called. These enigmatic shadows in the abyss have captivated researchers, sailors, and enthusiasts of the unknown for many years. Testimonies of encounters with UAPs are diverse and strange. Imagine a dark underwater environment, where light cannot penetrate, and suddenly a bright, glowing object appears, moving at incredible speeds and performing maneuvers impossible for known submarines. How could such objects exist in our world if they indeed do? One of the most famous incidents occurred in 1981, when a group of sailors near the coast of South America witnessed a strange object rising from the depths, leaving a trail of bubbles behind. Experts who analyzed this event could not agree on what it was. Some suggested it could be secret military experiments, while others proposed more exotic theories, such as alien spacecraft exploring our planet. But how to explain the multitude of observations made over decades? In 1993, in the Bermuda Triangle, a submarine encountered something that defied explanation. It was reported as a massive metallic structure that disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. Could it have been a reflection of light or an optical illusion? But how to explain that similar objects are observed in many parts of the world, from the Pacific to the Atlantic? Some researchers believe these UAPs could be manifestations of unknown natural phenomena that we are unable to explain. Perhaps they are mysterious bubble formations created by geological processes on the ocean floor, or manifestations of unusual electrical fields. No matter how we try to rationalize these observations, many questions remain. Some believe UAPs are merely products of human imagination, while others are convinced we are dealing with something truly extraordinary and inexplicable. There are even theories that these objects are part of ancient legends about sea monsters, which might actually be highly advanced technologies left behind by forgotten civilizations. What is the true nature of these mysterious objects, and how many more secrets does the ocean hold? Science meets mysticism, and facts intertwine with conjectures, creating an atmosphere of an unsolvable enigma. Yet one thing is clear: the more we learn, the more questions arise, and each new fact only deepens the mystery, making us wonder if we are merely scratching the surface of an ocean of secrets, guarded by ancient sentinels unwilling to reveal their secrets to humanity. What are the real sources of these UAPs? And how many more unexplored depths await their time to be revealed? We can only speculate about what we do not know, and what else might be discovered in the dark waters, where each turn hides new mysteries. Mysterious sounds from the ocean depths, the voice of the abyss. But these are not the only mysteries hidden by the watery expanses. Let us delve into the dark depths where mysterious sounds emanating from the ocean evoke both awe and wonder among scientists and researchers. One of the most famous phenomena is the enigmatic bloop, a sound recorded in 1999. This powerful, deep, and rhythmic rumble, recorded in the Southwest Pacific Ocean, startled experts with its unusual nature. Specialists immediately began analyzing this sound, and soon concluded that it could be caused by underwater activity, such as the movement of glaciers or underwater volcanoes. But how? Who knows, perhaps, but how to? Some of them, there are, how to this leap, however, could they be? And what if underwater sounds are just one of many voices echoing from the depths, where even more mysterious and unsolved enigmas lie hidden? The darkness of the ocean depths holds many secrets, and each new sound that reaches us only adds fuel to the fire of our curiosity. We continue to wonder how many more unknown mysteries await discovery, and what else may be hidden in the abyss, where even the boldest minds hesitate to venture. What else does the ocean conceal, and what are its true voices? Ghost islands, vanished lands. But what about the mysterious islands that once adorned old maps and then vanished in a mysterious way? Let's delve into a world where myths and reality intertwine, creating an atmosphere of unsolved mysteries and intriguing stories. One such famous island is St. Brendan's Island, which, according to legend, was discovered by monks in the 6th century and became a place of pilgrimage for many. The location of this island varied from the shores of Ireland to the mysterious waters of the Caribbean Sea. Despite numerous searches, it was never found. How could an island that was so significant to ancient sailors disappear? Could it have been cartographic errors that were overlooked? Or did the island truly exist, but was destroyed by powerful volcanic activity? There are other examples as well. Islands like the 10th island, mentioned in old documents, could have been nothing more than the product of cartographers' imaginations trying to fill in the blank spaces on their maps. However, how do we explain the fact that many sailors claim to have encountered these lands? It is possible that they indeed saw something that was later submerged or swallowed by the ocean. But what forces could erase entire lands from the face of the earth? Volcanoes, underwater earthquakes, and changes in the level of the world's oceans could all have played a role in the disappearance of these mysterious islands. Could they have been victims of catastrophes about which we still know nothing? One of the most intriguing examples is the island of Fajar, which continues to spark debate among historians and archaeologists. The island is mentioned in Arabic texts, but its exact location remains a mystery. Some researchers believe it was a real land that disappeared due to underwater activity, while others think it was just a myth created by human imagination. How could a whole civilization have existed on this island, and yet left no trace of its existence? Perhaps the mysteries of Fajar will remain unsolved forever, leaving only traces in the pages of ancient manuscripts. No less mysterious is the island of Marius, which, according to some sources, was discovered during maritime expeditions in the 18th century. Cartographers recorded it on their maps, but it soon disappeared without a trace. How could this have happened? Weather conditions, underwater currents, or even human error could have led to the disappearance of this mysterious place. But what if the cause was deeper than we can imagine? Perhaps this was a place where worlds intersect, where reality and myth meet, and we don't even know what secrets it hid. Each of these ghost islands leaves behind a multitude of questions. What is their true nature? Could they have been places of ancient rituals, witnesses to forgotten civilizations, or were they just illusions created by human imagination? Questions remain open, and we continue to search for answers. But what if the depths of the ocean hold even more mysteries than we can imagine? How many more vanished lands may be hidden in the abyss, waiting for their stories to be told? These mysterious islands remind us that the world is full of unsolved mysteries, and that our history is just a small part of a vast canvas on which new mysteries continue to appear. How much more of the unknown surrounds us, remaining beyond our understanding? The ocean, this majestic yet ominous expanse of water, has always captivated human attention. It not only fills our lives with life, but also harbors countless mysteries that often seem completely inexplicable. How many chilling tales of shipwrecks, lost expeditions, and strange creatures dwelling in its depths are etched into history? How many myths and legends have arisen from unexplained phenomena that continue to stir our imagination? We have delved into the world of vanished islands, forgotten civilizations, and sunken artifacts. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. The ocean, this enigmatic guardian, continues to whisper its riddles, prompting us to ask questions for which we have not yet found answers. What lies hidden in its depths? Perhaps it is the remnants of lost worlds, or something beyond our comprehension. What are the true causes of the disappearance of those ghostly islands? Were they victims of natural disasters, or are we simply not ready to accept facts that challenge our notions of reality? Each new discovery only underscores that the ocean is not just a source of life, but also an abyss of unexplored mysteries, which may reveal its secrets at any moment. We invite you to share your most chilling maritime stories or theories in the comments. Perhaps you know something that can shed light on these enigmatic phenomena. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel if you want to continue exploring the world of mysteries and riddles, because this is just a small part of what the ocean hides. In its depths, among the dark waters and sunken secrets, there is still much unexplained waiting to be discovered. How many unsolved mysteries remain, buried beneath the waves?